Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei became the most powerful Dark Lord. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Issei, I'm done with my shift, I've got to get home so I'll leave you to lock up, okay? A girl's voice called out to Issei. He was working the evening shift at his local convenience store, a job he had taken up for two reasons. One, after his parents' death in a horrific train wreck at the start of the summer, he had to find some way to pay the bills, and while his parents had already paid off the house and insurance payouts would keep him going until he graduated. Without work he would have no money to do the things he enjoyed. The second reason had just left, the daughter of the owner of the convenience store who was also a part-timer, Caroline. A short buxom foreigner with long, wavy ginger hair had caught his eye one day when he was in the store shopping, and when she noticed that his gaze was on her for a little too long she asked him what was wrong. He responded with the first thing that popped into his head, "Do you have any openings for part-timers?" She simply smiled at him and handed him an application form. 1 week later he was the one behind the counter and has been there for most of his last summer vacation before high school. Before his parents died they had encouraged him to try and get into Kyo Academy, a prestigious institution that until this coming year had been a girls-only school. He had been studying hard and the entrance exam was held last month. He was due to get his results any day now. He and his two friends, Matsuda and Madohama, had agreed to try and get in together. The three, known to most as the perverted trio, had agreed to try and get in order to form harems from the girls at the school. However, after the train wreck, Issei had another reason on his mind to get in, making his parents proud. Ever since they had passed away, Issei had spent more and more of his time studying, and less time hanging out with his friends. They still came to see him every so often. They once came into the store while he was working, and when his friends asked him why he was working there, he just pointed over to the checkout where Caroline was standing. They'd gotten the idea quickly. Ring. Issei was brought out of his thoughts when someone entered the store. At this hour really? Issei thought, looking at the darkness outside the storefront windows. The girl who entered was small with white hair that had cat pins threaded through it. If he had to guess, Issei would say that she looked to be a year younger than he was. He thought she looked pretty cute but wondered why she was out at this late hour. Welcome, Issei said with a rehearsed smile. The girl didn't acknowledge him and simply went to the sweets aisle, emerging with more sweets than she could realistically carry. She brought them over to Issei and placed them on the counter along with a 2,000 yen bill. Issei rung up the purchase and asked if she needed a bag. The girl nodded and walked out with sack of sweets. When the girl left, Issei began closing up the shop. He turned the sign around, locked the front door, and took the trash out to the back alley, locking the back door behind him. There was another thing about him that few people knew. Ever since he was young he could use magic, even he wasn't sure how. When he told his parents about it they were just as confused as he was. That was the day when they told him that he was actually adopted. It was a shock to him at the time, but since then Issei had come to terms with the fact, although he did find himself wondering on slow days who his birth parents were and whether they knew about his other secret. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Issei took the bags of trash and set them in the bins, pressing them down so any passerby would be unable to see what he did next. Focusing his magic into his hand, he created a small ball of black and red magic in his palm. He called it ruination, or destruction, since this particular magic destroyed anything it touched. He quickly used it to destroy the bags of trash, saving space in the bins. He always did his best to make sure that no one ever saw him use his magic, but today, it seemed that he was negligent as a man with long silver hair ran into the alley looking fearfully over his shoulder. Issei overheard the man speaking to himself. "Damn it, Hines, just had to come to her territory, didn't you? Crimson Ruin Princess really is an appropriate name. That bitch is terrifying." That's when the man noticed Issei. "Lucky me, it seems I won't go hungry tonight at least. Sorry boy, but this is the end for you." The man walked up to Issei and began licking his lips. Issei backed up a bit and held his arms up to block whatever attack was coming. "Stop right there." The voice of a young woman came from the entrance of the alleyway. "In the name of House Gremory, I have been sent here to end you, Heinz Kallenheim. Oh, we have a civilian, Kaneko, grab him." On it, a figure launched herself towards the madman, but the alley's shadows seemed to move to cover her face, keeping Issei from getting a look at anyone other than Heinz. The figure knocked him to the ground with a clothesline, but then screamed out in pain when he bit her arm as she hit him. In the second that it bought him, the man managed to throw the girl back towards her master. Issei at this point had turned to run away. "Not so fast, little snack," the man yelled, giving chase. Issei turned around for a moment and used his magic to create a wall of ice between him and the madman. Using the time it bought him, Issei ran home as fast as possible, already ruling out getting the authorities due to his magic use and the sheer weirdness of the event. It's not like they would have believed his story anyway. When all was said and done, there wasn't even a shred of the stray devil's clothing left. Kaneko, the girl who'd bought sweets from Issei earlier, held her arm where Heinz had bitten her. Despite the rook's defensive prowess, the creature's jaw had the strength of a vice, and it certainly left some damage. Meanwhile, her king was inspecting the wall of ice. This was magic. Did he even use a casting circle? Ria's Gremory wondered aloud. Like the other members of her peerage, they'd been able to get a clear look at the boy, although they'd used magic to conceal their appearance. She was wondering who the boy was and if he was a threat. If so, she may need to take action. Her knight broke her train of thought, jumping down from the roof where she'd stationed him to cut off the stray devil's escape. However, he'd been beaten to the punch by the one who created the ice wall they'd used to corner the stray against. Ria's, if I may. He used a magic circle, and at that speed the spell had to be second nature from practice or instinctive for him. But that's not the most interesting part, the blonde-haired boy said with a troubled look on his face. The magic circle was identical to that of the Lucifuge family. How is that possible? Ria's wondered, eyes widening in surprise. The last of their line is Graphia. There isn't even a second or third cousin left after the war. She thought to herself before giving her orders out to her servants. Akino, take and preserve a piece of this ice. We'll get it examined later. Kaneko, Kiba, I want you two to look into who this boy is. We need a name, date of birth, family, anything you two can find. His name is Issei, Kaneko said matter-of-factly. How do you know that? Ria's asked, surprised. It's what his name badge said. I bought sweets from him earlier, Kaneko said plainly. Well, that's a start. Ria said, a slight smile coming to her face at their fortune before dismissing her peerage for the night. Issei had more or less decided to ignore his strange encounter in the midsummer as fall rolled around. While he was worried about what had occurred, he had been unable to see anyone other than the silver-haired man during the actual event, attack. He wasn't sure what to call it. When he returned to work the next day, he had found no trace of the man or his attackers, and had sensed something strange in the Allah's atmosphere that he was unable to name. The best way he could describe it was that it had given him the same feeling in his body as when he used his magic. All that he learned from the attack were two names, Kaneko and the Crimson Ruin Princess, but without knowing who those people or Issei was left grasping at straws. Out of options, he had decided to push the incident from his mind and focus on the end of his junior high career. He was one of the few lucky males that had managed to get through all 3 stages of enrollment for Kyo Academy, and now he returned to school, but remained distant with his friends. Neither of them had passed the interview section of the enrollment process and were focusing on getting into a nearby high school if possible. This meant Issei should have been alone at lunch and after school, as he was unable to hang out with the pair. Well, he was supposed to be alone, but as soon as school had started up again, there was a new transfer student, a boy by the name of Yuguro Kiba, who threw looks at half the girls in the school at his feet almost immediately and had gained the other half with his matching personality. He was put into Issei's class, and Issei had been expecting to loathe the boy as soon as he met him, but the pair ended up getting along swimmingly. Both of them were going to Kyo Academy next year. The two were sitting on the rooftop of the school eating lunch, while a few girls hung out by the roof's entrance, stalking Kiba, who was acting like he didn't notice. So are you planning on joining a club in high school? It's a bit late for junior high, but you can't exactly be a full-time pervert again next year. You could end up getting expelled, Kiba warned as he prepared to take a bite of food. Very funny, pretty boy, I'm not sure. How about you, Kendo again? Issei asked through the mouthful of rice he was in the middle of eating, although his friend was able to understand. Well, Kendo would be nice. I'm interested in the Occult Research Club. Apparently the one at Kyo is the best funded in the country, Kiba said, taking the time to swallow before he spoke, something his companion failed to do. Occult research. Didn't have you pinned for a believer in the supernatural, Issei said, raising an eyebrow, the irony of the statement not lost on him. Didn't have you pinned for a skeptic, Kiba said, looking a little shocked. Well, it's not that I don't believe it, I just never expected you to be into magic, ghosts and all that, Issei said, hiding his nervousness under a relaxed grin. Unknowns to Issei, Ria's Gremory had her familiar watching the two from a tree branch nearby. I'm gonna get going. I need to make a stop before heading back to class, Kiba said, getting ready to go. Seeing him stretching, the girls around the roof began to prepare to leave as well. I'll take care of the trash, just leave it with me, Issei said with a smile. Thanks, man, Kiba said, taking off towards the stairwell in a sprint, the girls chasing after him, although Issei could tell he was holding back. He cursed the pretty boy under his breath. He'd seen the man run before and knew that he could outpace the girls if he tried even a little. He was deliberately holding back, although for whose sake Issei wasn't sure. When Issei was sure that both Kiba and his followers were gone, Issei picked up a wrapper from the small pile of trash next to him and threw it up in the air. Taking his hand, he made a finger gun and pointed it at the trash. Then casting a spell, a small ball of destruction magic went flying at the trash, disintegrating it instantly. Issei had a little laugh at it and then took 3 more pieces and did the same thing, hitting the 3 all at once with one ball. Isay then finished his own food, continuing the little game of his until he had destroyed all of the trash. At that point the bell rang and lunch break ended. Meanwhile the lunch bell had also rung at Kyo Academy, but first-year president of the Occult Research Club, Ria's Gremory, was too shocked to move. She had just witnessed the boy she and her peerage had been investigating for the past few months not only use her family's hereditary magic, but what's more, he was showing precision and skill with it despite receiving no training of any kind. She didn't have to question her next move for long. Calling up her fellow first-year Sona to excuse her from afternoon classes, she headed to the underworld to talk to her family, her queen, Akino Hanjima, coming with her. Maybe her family could shed some light on this mysterious Issei Hayaru. Mother, father, I need to talk with one of you. Rias said as she entered her family home, servants bowing at her entrance. "I'm sorry, Lady Rias, both the Lord and Lady are out at the moment. I'm guessing since you are missing class it is important," Grafia said, bowing to the young heiress. "Indeed it is, perhaps you could help me instead," Rias said, recalling what her knight had said about the ice. She had forgotten to get it checked out, being more interested in finding out just who the boy was. "Very well, what seems to be the problem?" Grafia responded, curious at what had brought her sister-in-law to see her. "Did we speak in a private room?" Rias asked. "I don't want anyone overhearing us." "Very well, this way," Grafia said, leading Rias and Aquino towards another room. When they arrived, Grafia locked the door as Rias sat down. Aquino moved to stand behind her king. Heading over, Grafia sat across from the pair. What problem could be so important that it couldn't wait until after school? "You were the one who demanded to go to school in Japan after all, Rias," Grafia said, letting her servant persona slip a little. "Well, you see, it's about a boy that I encountered during the summer break," Rias started. "You won't get out of your engagement that easily," Grafia said with a smirk. She hated Riser as much as the next woman, but she also knew that the Gremory family needed the Phoenix family and vice versa. There were no other possible pairings since her and Surzech were unwilling to give Milikas's future away at such a young age, leaving the two stuck trying to help Rias as much as they could without outright canceling the marriage and starting a feud between families. "It's nothing like that," Rias protested. "When I first saw him I thought he was just a normal human, but he was being attacked by a stray at the time. I was going to kill the stray, then remove his memories of the incident, but then something happened." "Aquino, if you please." That her queen placed a piece of ice on the table in front of Grafia. He began to run in fear and created a wall of ice, using magic. I didn't even see him use a magic circle, he did it so fast, and the wall was big enough to fill the entire alleyway. Tiba was the only one with a proper view and fast enough eyes to catch the magic circle. It was, Rias breathed in, taking a moment to collect her thoughts and prepare for the tirade of questions that surely followed. "It was the same as yours," Rias finished. Grafia looked shocked. She held her hand over the ice to feel it. She knew the feeling of her own family's magic, and the feel of it shocked her. "Why didn't you contact anyone about this earlier?" she asked, her eyes glistening at the possibility, although she kept it hidden from Rias and Aquino. She knew not to let herself hope. She couldn't let anyone else know until she was certain. She didn't want anyone else to be disappointed in the entirely likely possibility that she was wrong, but she still let hope live inside her for even a brief moment. It had been a long time since she'd last felt it. "I wanted to do more research, see if he was from another faction, or even a magician skilled in illusions attempting to confuse us for some reason," Rias explained. "I had Kaneko follow him when he was working and out of school. I also transferred Kiba into his class to befriend him. The boy is an orphan, and not just that his parents were adoptive. I haven't gotten close enough to check and see if he is a devil for myself, but," Rias took a breath, collecting herself again. "Today I had my familiar watch him during the lunch break and I saw something amazing. This boy possesses the power of destruction, the hereditary magic of the Ball family. I would recognize it anywhere." Rias finished her report and was about to ask her questions, but was interrupted by Grafia before she could begin. "Lucius," Grafia said, a few tears sliding down her face. The last detail had solidified her vague hope into a likely possibility. "Pardon?" Rias asked, calmly but a little nervous. She had never seen Grafia cry, not even once. It was unsettling. "That was the name of Milikas's older brother. He was taken from us 13 years ago. I had already put him to bed, and Surzech and I were in a meeting. A rogue fallen angel broke into our home and kidnapped him. Your brother and me were distraught. Half the underworld was scrambled hunting for him. Even the higher-ups in the Grigori went to search for him, worried that it may lead to war if anything happened. It was Barakil that got closest to him. He found the rogue, a grunt named Lanakil, who was desperate for another war. Barakil took him out of the sky but was unable to find Lucius, and Lanakil killed himself before he could be brought in for questioning. We were certain that he had died, but if what you are telling me is true, there is a chance that my baby is still alive." Grafia said, tears in the corner of her eyes as she recounted the tale. "So you are saying that this boy could be my nephew?" Rias asked, a little shocked at the story. "I don't want to hope, but if he has both the power of destruction and lucifuge magic, then there is a high chance that he may well be," Grafia said. "If Issei, that's the name he goes by. If you want I can try and get you a chance to meet him and verify for yourself," Rias said, standing up. "Thank you," Grafia said, calming herself. "And please, do not mention this to anyone else. I wouldn't want to get their hopes up before I know for certain." "Understood." Rias looked down at her watch. "Class is already finished for the day," Rias muttered as she created a magic circle to talk to her knight, knowing he would be out of class already. "Tiba, I need you to get Issei to come over to your place tonight. I don't care how you do it, sleepover, girls, porn, but do it. Kidnap him if you have to," Rias said into the circle. "Yes, Press." Kiba responded, uncertainty, but Rias ended the connection before he could ask any questions. "Grafia, we can meet with him tonight. Would you like to clean yourself up?" Rias asked. "I shall go and change. I will meet you at your knight's abode shortly," Grafia said calmly. Despite the news, she was still a maid in the Gremory household and she had to maintain her appearance. Later that day. "So you said this friend of yours is a student at Kyo Academy," Isay said as he and Kiba walked down one of the corridors in the apartment building Kiba lived at. Yep, she's very smart and popular. She's in charge of the occult research club, so that's part of the reason that I'm going to be joining it. In fact, she's the entire reason I'm joining it, Kiba said thoughtfully, his words holding a deeper meaning than Issei knew. Uo, got a crush on her or something? Issei inquired playfully, a troublesome twinkle in his eye. Maybe I should leak the news to your fan club, that would certainly cause a reaction. He was grinning at the thought because seriously, who had a fan club dedicated to them in middle school? Shut up, dumbass, and please don't say anything inflammatory tonight. She and her family aren't the kind of people you want to be on the bad side of. Kiba warned, smacking his friend playfully over the head. Got it, I'll keep my mouth shut, Issei said as he pantomimed, zipping his lips. Kiba just rolled his eyes. Kiba unlocked the door and stepped inside. In his living room sat two women, a silver-haired lady in a white dress shirt and a gray dress skirt. Next to her was a red-haired girl in a Kyo Academy uniform. Issei had just enough time to take in the two's appearance before a third girl entered the room from the kitchen carrying tea. She was also in a Kyo Academy uniform and had long black hair tied back in a ponytail. Ara, you must be Issei, the black-haired woman said, looking towards the door. Issei, this is Akino Hanjima, she's the vice president of the Occult Research Club, Kiba said. Issei looked at her. Nice to meet you. Ria stood up and took a look at him, finally getting a good chance to sense the power within him. He was definitely a devil, although she couldn't be sure if he knew it, especially since he'd been raised by humans. I am Ria's Gremory. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Issei. The pleasure is mine, Issei said, starting to struggle a little to avoid looking at her very large chest. He turned to look at the only woman who hadn't introduced herself. Grafia had been staring at him the entire time, unblinking. Her hands covered her mouth as tears ran down her face. When Issei looked at her, she found herself running over to him and throwing her arms around him in a hug. Issei started. This is Grafia Lucifuge, she's. Kiba started to say before looking at his king for guidance, unsure of what was going on. I'm your mother. I can't believe I finally found you, Grafia said, crying, a huge grin growing on her face. Mother? Issei asked in disbelief. Grafia backed away a little, tears still streaming down her cheeks, and a wide smile ran in between them. Summoning a magic circle, she held it out so he could get a proper look at it. Seeing the symbol, Issei's eyes widened in recognition at the symbol he saw every time he cast his ice magic. I'd know those eyes anywhere. I could feel it as soon as I saw you. As for proof, Grafia said, I already know you can make a magic circle like this one. Don't do any magic, but make the circle at least. Issei did as the woman commanded, a little shocked that someone else could do magic other than him. Summoning magic to his hand, he created the circle, holding it out next to Grafia's. Every devil in the room could see that the two were identical. It's really you. I can't believe I finally found you, Grafia said, pulling her son into another hug. Issei was shocked to say the very least. He was expecting to meet some high school girls tonight and learn about what high school would be like, not meet his biological mother. He pushed himself away from the woman, now claiming to be his mother. While the circles had shocked him, he wasn't going to just believe a stranger immediately. He needed something that only his real parents would know, something he'd never told anybody. Then it clicked. His other secret. Something he'd found out as a child and kept secret from even his adoptive parents out of fear. Okay, if you think I'm your son, then prove it. There's something different about me. Something that other people don't have, and it's not magic. Not even my adoptive parents knew what it was. What is it? He'd expected a moment of hesitation, but Grafia only smiled wider while the girl, Rias, let out a knowing chuckle. Would it happen to be these? Grafia asked, letting out her wings. Following her example, Rias, Kiba, and Akino did the same. You have them too? Issei asked, a little shocked. Seeing them, he let out his own pair too. He was shocked. He'd finally found others who knew what he was. Who he was. They were his family. He began to get mad. They were his family. If you're my mother, then how come you didn't raise me? How come I was found in a puddle of freezing water in the middle of a stormy night by a couple of humans? Why is it now, when I'm finally getting used to coming home to an empty house, that you show up? Issei yelled angrily. He didn't know it, but he was crying, trying to figure out why he'd been cast away and abandoned. Was there something wrong with him? Did they not want him? If they didn't, then why now did they come to claim him? You were stolen from us. I looked everywhere I could to find you. All of us did, but there was no trace of you. We spent 7 years searching, scouring every part of the world, following every tip, every lead. We moved heaven and hell to look for you, and we searched in both while we were at it, but there was nothing. It was like you'd vanished off the face of the earth. Eventually, we had to stop searching, but we never stopped hoping, dreaming that you were okay. Grafia pleaded with tears in her eyes at the look her son was giving her. The amount of pain she saw there physically hurt her heart. This is all too much. The magic, you being my mother, me being kidnapped. Just let me think for a minute, Issei said, collapsing onto the couch. Let's just talk this out for a bit. Grafia hesitantly sat down next to him, unsure whether it would be appropriate to reach for him or not. Rias, you can go ahead and tell your brother. And thank you, you have no idea how much this means to me, Grafia said, turning to her sister-in-law. I'll go and get my brother then, and hey, I get a new nephew to spoil out of it. It's not all bad for me, Rias said, making a magic circle on the floor. Kiba, Akino, come with me. We'll give them a chance to talk alone for a bit, Rias said as she and her two servants took off. I can't believe any of this is really happening, Issei said. I have so many questions. Well, I'll try to answer as many of them as possible. Is it alright if I call you Issei? Grafia said, struggling to use his human name. It's fine. That's what all my friends call me, and you are my mother. He still hesitated saying it, but I want to know, what was the name you gave me? The name we gave you was Lucius Lucifuge Gremory. Grafia said. Your father, my husband, Sirzech, will be joining us soon. Hopefully, once he is here I can explain your family name a bit better. Well, how about we get to the elephant in the room? Why is it that we can do magic? Issei asked, putting a hand behind his head nervously. You might not want to hear this, but... Grafia paused for a second. We aren't exactly human. Issei took it better than she expected, rolling his eyes. Obviously, we have freaking wings. But what are we? We're devils. There's a lot more to it than that, but the short version is we are the kinds of devils that they talk about in the Bible. Grafia clarified, a grin still on her face. At least her son was coping well enough to be sarcastic with her. That explains why it hurt every time I was dragged to a church as a kid. Issei noted, shocking Grafia. Who dragged you into a church? Grafia yelled a little furiously. If he was taken to a church, then someone there could have recognized him as a devil. He could have been killed. Well, there was this girl. Issei said, his face blushing a bit. We were good friends when we were younger, but she had to move away a couple of years ago. Anyway, Grafia coughed to get back on topic. I've been told that your adoptive parents are already, Yeah, they died earlier this year. It was a train wreck. There were a lot of people killed. Guess they were just unlucky. Issei said, his face turning downtrodden. Were they good people? Grafia asked hesitantly. The best. Issei said, a light smile on his face but sadness behind his eyes. It was at that point that another magic circle appeared on the floor. This time a man with red hair entered the apartment, his eyes darting around wildly. He noticed Grafia and Issei running over. He wrapped both of them in a hug. I can't believe it's really you. She found you. The man said, letting go to study Issei at arm's length, his eyes darting around wildly as he took in every detail. Issei, this is your father, Sirzech Lucifer. He is one of the 4 Satans currently ruling the underworld. Grafia said calmly, I'm gonna need a history lesson on this soon. Issei said, sitting back down, his head hurting slightly at all the revelations he was experiencing in one night. We can get it sorted out later, Sirzech said, sitting down next to Grafia. He ran his hand through his hair nervously, a habit Issei and him unknowingly shared. Sorry, I just can't really believe it. After all this time you were right under our noses. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. Under your noses? Issei asked. You know Kyo Academy? Well, I along with my mother are on the school board, so we are in this town quite a bit. Not to mention Riaz and Sona attend the school here, so it's kind of impressive you managed to avoid us this long. Sirzech said, laughing a little. If we didn't find you this year, then we would almost certainly have found you next year when you started attending. So what are we going to do now? Grafia asked her husband. Well, we can't exactly kidnap Issei, but now that we have finally found him, we aren't just going to leave him alone again, Sirzech said. The conversation between the three went well into the night and covered a variety of topics, from what they were going to do next as well as what Issei had been up to. It was decided that Issei would continue his life as normal for the most part. He would take the Lucifuge and Gremory names and move Hayato to his middle name, honoring the memory of his adoptive parents. Grafia agreed that he would need a considerable amount of training and education, and since he was already due to start at Kyo Academy, it was decided that Grafia would tutor him on the history of devils, the proper way to act as a high-class devil, society, and similar necessary things during the evening. Issei would continue to live in the Hayato home, but would need to meet with the rest of his family sometime soon. Issei also noted that his finances would be handled by the Gremory family, and with his mother tutoring him, he would need to leave his job at the convenience store. He would miss Caroline, but with everything going on now, he didn't have a lot of brain power left to think of an excuse to give her, so he put off saying anything, and just didn't show up again. Waking up the day after he met his parents, Issei was worried that it might have been a dream. He checked his phone and saw the picture that he'd taken the night before, staring back at him. Everything was real. He was a devil. He wasn't abandoned. He was kidnapped, and most importantly, he had a family again. That last part was super important. Not being human was a shocker, but he'd known something was off ever since he'd first realized he'd had wings. He was still adjusting, although it explained a lot as well. He was always a lot stronger than he looked. He was never really tired at night and could even see in the dark. Heck, he got a headache every time he went near a temple or church, and the first time he'd said a prayer to the man upstairs was the last one. He went downstairs to the kitchen and fixed himself some breakfast. It was a weekend, so he had the day off. Apparently he was going to be brought to meet with the rest of the family later today. Once Grafia showed up, Issei greeted her with a hug which caused her to lose her composure for a moment before she launched into her lecture on how to act today. First of all, no wandering eyes. Everyone you meet today is family. Second, let us do most of the talking. Finally, don't be afraid to ask questions. You are just being brought into the supernatural world, so ask away. Yes, Mom, Issei said, still struggling with the word although he was trying. Good, now let's look over what you'll wear today. Issei ended up in smart casual clothes. A simple red t-shirt with black jeans. Grafia created a magic circle and motioned for Issei to join her. The two teleported to the Gremory mansion and were met by Sirzech in the main hall. Noticeably absent were the servants who Sirzech had dismissed before their arrival. Hello, father, Issei said tentatively. Surzech was very well dressed in what appeared to be some kind of robe. He wouldn't have looked out of place as a final boss in a video game, Issei thought. Hello, Issei, how are you feeling? Surzech asked. Their conversation was strained at best, neither was quite sure how to act around the other. Suddenly being told that he had a family again was still messing with Issei's head, while Surzech, on the other hand, had no idea what kind of person Issei was, although he was looking forward to getting to know him. Terrified, Issei admitted. Don't worry, you'll do fine, Surzech assured his son, resting a comforting hand on his shoulder. Now come on, let's not keep your grandparents waiting. Entering the dining room, Issei stood tentatively behind his parents, hidden from sight although he could see fine. He saw at the table 2 young-looking women, a mature-looking man and a young boy. The boy looked like Issei did when he was younger, except he had red hair like Surzech's. Issei recognized the red-haired woman as Ria's, Kiba's master, and his aunt, which left him to assume that the last 2 were his grandparents. The man had the family's signature red hair, whereas his grandmother seemed to be where Issei got his brown hair from. Oh, Surzech, Grafia, what a surprise, we haven't had you 2 visit together for so long. The older woman said, a smile on her face. Tell me, is it for work or pleasure? Her face looking almost disappointed that they might answer with the former. A bit of both, actually. For you see, we have some very, very good news, Surzech said, barely containing his excitement. A grin on his face he was unable to hide. For someone of his stature, getting to not only see his family, but have good news to share when doing so was rare. Ria's had a very self-satisfied look on her face, knowing of the announcement and her role in it. And judging by your sister's face, I assume she knows about it already. The older man said, a cheerful twinkle in his eye. Only because she was the one that found out first. She was the one that told me and Grafia about him, Surzech said, dropping the first hint. Him, then Alana asked, thinking through the possibilities in her head. She then noticed the power that Grafia and her son seemed to be trying to hide behind them. It felt so familiar to her. It couldn't be. She muttered, shocked, placing her hands over her mouth as tears sprang to her eyes. What? Her husband asked, noting her reaction. Zodiacus put down his cutlery and stood to pay full attention to the situation, his expression serious, all cheerfulness gone in an instant. Yes, a while ago a particularly interesting person showed up when we were dealing with a stray devil. A devil, pure-blooded, that could control the power of destruction and cast high-tier ice magic. I approached Grafia yesterday about it, and last night I had Kiba bring him along so we could meet him. Riaz explained, a grin on her face as she shared the beginning of the story. Once I saw him I was almost brought to tears. You are correct in your assumption, Lady Gremory. Last night we found our son, Grafia said, keeping her composure but hiding a smile. She didn't want to admit that she'd cried at seeing him again. It didn't go with her reputation as the Ice Queen. Lucius, you found him? Zeocticus asked in shock, falling back heavily onto his chair, a hand raised to his forehead. While he isn't going by that name anymore, allow me to introduce Issei Gremory, our eldest son. Your older brother, Milicus, Surzech said, grinning triumphantly as he and Grafia stepped aside, unveiling Issei. Oh, hi, Issei said, giving an awkward wave to his family. His real one, who he was meeting for the first time, at age 16. The family sat down and ate together, all interested in hearing Issei's tale. Issei explained how he was adopted by the Hayadu family and that they had sadly died in a train wreck in the summer. He told them about his upbringing, his efforts to get into Kyo, and his training with magic on his own. He noticeably left out all the more perverted parts of his life, not wanting to make them think he was one even if it had been true. Eventually they reached the present and what would happen next. So Issei, you said you were going to be starting at Kyo next year, correct? Zodicus asked, stroking his goatee thoughtfully. Yes, I already have everything sorted out, I just need to get the uniform and make it to the end of this year, Issei explained. Well, we will need to make sure you meet with Sona before then. We want to avoid any misunderstandings once you get there, Zodicus said as he thought of all the things that would need to be done. She's the heiress of the Citri family, another high-class devil family, and controls the student council there. I can imagine they will want to know if we send another child along to the school. Actually, we should probably make the rest of the devil world aware that we found him, Grafia reminded the family. Good point, but before that we will need to make sure that Issei gets a feel for the underworld. Can't make him the center of attention without him knowing what's what and who's who, Surzech said. How would you feel about heading out tomorrow for a bit, Issei? You and Grafia can head out and see the sights. Learn a bit about the underworld before you're thrown headfirst into it. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. It could be fun to just go and explore a little, Issei said, eager to learn more and spend some time with his birth mother. All right, then you and Grafia can head out tomorrow, Zodicus said. Which reminds me, do we have a room for Issei for the night? I already set one up ahead of time, my lord, Grafia said with a slight bow. None of that right now, you are family and now is a time for celebration, Zodicus said. Lazarus, get the sake. A butler nodded and went to grab a bottle. Sake? Issei asked quietly. Riaz, who was sitting on his right, leaned over and whispered, most of the family are really into Japanese culture. Dad particularly likes the drinks. Mom claims to not be interested, but I saw her reading a manga once and she seemed to be enjoying it. Milicus just started Drago Sobal. Issei exclaimed in understanding, although he was a little confused about why devils would be interested in Japan since most of them dressed like European nobles. The following day Issei woke up in the room that his mother had prepared for him in his grandparents' mansion. The room was almost as big as his own house. He remembered that he was supposed to head out with his mother today, so he went and got into the shower in his en-suite bathroom before getting into some casual clothes, ones that were noticeably more expensive than what he'd worn yesterday. As he finished, he heard a knock on the door. "Hello?" he called out. "Issei, it's me." His mother responded. "Oh, you can come in," Issei said. The door opened and she walked in dressed in her usual maid outfit. "You're already dressed?" she asked. "It's still quite early in the morning. You could sleep more if you want." "Yeah, I got up a while ago. It's probably due to the early hours I worked at the convenience store, and since we're heading out today I figured I would just get ready," Issei explained. "Well, except for the servants, you are the first one up," Grafia informed him. "And you?" Issei noted. "Well, I fall under servants since I am the head maid of the Grimory family. But I'm still your mother, so don't think you can get mouthy with me," Grafia said, smiling a bit. "Well, shall we get going?" Issei asked hopefully. His stomach growled to inform him he still had to eat. "Breakfast first," Grafia asked, raising an eyebrow at the sound. "Good point, lead the way, Mom," Issei said. Grafia was taken aback by getting called Mom, but she quickly buried it. Hopefully things would keep going this well. After breakfast, Issei and Grafia walked around town for a few hours. They went to a few famous historical sites and a museum, giving Grafia a good chance to catch Issei up on the basics of devil history. The details would come later during their nightly lessons. After that, they went to a mall so Issei could see the similarities and differences between devil and human culture. While they were walking around, Issei and Grafia got separated from one another when Issei spotted a poster outside a movie theater that caught his eye. The next thing he knew, he couldn't see Grafia anywhere. Not only that, he couldn't call her or anyone else since he only had Kiba's phone number and he was in Japan, so he wouldn't be of any help. Issei was turned around and a little lost when a voice called out to him. "You there?" A young girl's voice called to him in an aggressive tone. Issei turned towards the direction of the voice and he saw a girl, about a year younger than him, with blonde hair in the shape of 2 drills going down the side of her head. She was wearing a red aristocratic dress and was pointing at him aggressively. "You're to accompany me," the girl demanded, walking over to Issei. "Accompany you?" Issei asked, confused. "Yes, the fool at the desk over there said I am too young to see this movie, but if I had someone accompanying me it would be fine. To meet his demands you will take me to see the movie," the girl said with a smirk at her own genius. "Don't you have any family you can ask?" Issei said. They are all very busy right now, so I need to see it myself," the girl said with a huff. "Well, what's the movie about?" Issei asked, unsure. He would rather kill himself than go to some pony flick with a princess who makes friends with all the birds through the course of a music number, and judging by the one he was asking, that looked like the kind of thing she'd be into. "You haven't heard of it yet?" the girl asked, clearly shocked. "No, it's the 3rd time they made this story into a movie. It's based on the true story of Surzech Lucifer and Grafia Lucifuge and how they first fell in love," the girl explained. "Seriously?" Issei asked in disbelief, a grin growing at the thought. "You've never heard of it? It's the most popular love story in the underworld," the girl said, holding her hands prayer style while a love-struck look appeared in her eyes. "Well, I've got to see it now," Issei said with a grin before remembering. "But I don't have any money." "Then how about this? I buy you a ticket and you come see it with me so we can both watch it," the girl offered. "That would be awesome. I'm Issei, by the way," he said, extending a hand towards the girl, careful to avoid saying his last name. "Well then, Issei-san, I am Ravel Phoenix." The girl, now called Ravel, shook it. After paying, the two entered the theater. As the two were watching the movie, Issei watched in awe at the magic used to make the actors look identical to their real-life counterparts. "So it's all come down to this, Grafia-chan," Surzech said as the two got into battle positions in a destroyed city. "Indeed, Grimory, I must say you have proven to be quite tenacious. No other devil has faced me this many times and lived to tell the tale," Grafia said as she began creating a magic circle. The two began casting spell after spell as ice spears launched endlessly at Surzech, who used his power of destruction to decimate them before they could reach him. "You know, we don't need to fight like this," Surzech offered, a troublemaker grin similar to Issei's on his face. "Of course we do, traitor," Grafia said, doubling the number of spells she was casting. "You could always just lose and become my wife instead," Surzech countered with a smirk, causing his opponent to blush and falter for a moment. Seeing the opening, Surzech rushed forward and stole a kiss, which the pair sank into as the battle raged in the background. Issei had to give his father props for both his choice in women as well as the sheer size of his family jewels to be able to do such a thing. Issei fervently hoped he had inherited his father's abilities. The final scenes consisted of the two working together in order to finish off the old Satan faction and their eventual wedding. After that, the credits began to roll. Issei looked to his side and guessed from Ravel's grin that she had clearly loved the movie. "So I'm guessing you enjoyed yourself?" Issei asked as they walked down the aisle. "It was good, but the final fight was better in the original," Ravel said, breaking the movie down for him. "They even stole the line verbatim. I'll need to watch it sometime," Issei noted before holding the door for her. "Come on, you ready to leave?" Once the two left the movie theater, it was around dinner time and Issei decided he should probably look for his mother. He took out his phone but remembered that the only devil whose number he had wouldn't be useful in the current situation. Fortunately, the crowd had died down a bit, so he tried to look for his mom. "What are you doing with my sister?" A loud and angry voice called from behind Issei. He turned and saw a tall man with blonde hair storming over to him. The loud voice drew attention to them as most onlookers turned to see what was causing the commotion. "Oni-sama, what are you doing here?" Ravel asked. "Looking for you. Mom and Dad said you went out," the man said, grabbing the front of Issei's shirt. "Who is this worm? Did he lay a hand on you?" "I'm Issei." Issei attempted to introduce himself when suddenly a massive flaming orb was thrust in his face. "I didn't ask you, worm," the man said when all of a sudden a freezing chill came over them both. The flame died as the man turned towards the origin of the chill. "There you are, Issei." A relieved but angry voice came from nearby. The three devils turned and saw Graphia walking over looking displeased, the crowd parting for her like the Red Sea to Moses. The woman had a cheerful grin on her face, although all three devils could see that it didn't reach her eyes. Simultaneously 3 gulps could be heard. "Graphia-san, to what do I owe the pleasure?" the man asked, his voice respectfully calm as he shivered slightly. "Riser Phoenix, I would ask you to unhand my son." Graphia said, her smile still plastered on her face. Riser complied, though he looked shocked at the news. "Your son," Ravel said, shocked as she looked between Graphia and Issei, the latter of whom was grinning sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. "Indeed, Issei Lucifuge Gremory, myself and Surzich's eldest son," Graphia explained. "Now then, Issei, it's time we got back, don't you agree?" Issei nodded and followed after his mother, before turning back to wave goodbye to Ravel, who couldn't help but move her mouth up and down in shock. "I'll talk to you later, Ravel, thanks for the movie." Issei got a stern talking to from Graphia once they got back to the mansion, but he had to get back to Earth, so he explained what happened to his parents, who were both embarrassed to find out the son had seen the movie based on them. Issei played video games with Milikas a bit, but he eventually headed home. Some good did come from the confrontation, though. Issei and Ravel became quick friends. They met up so he could watch her copy of the original and first remake of the movie. After that, the two kept meeting to watch other movies, mostly romances, since that was what Ravel enjoyed the most. Issei kept watching because he enjoyed hanging out with Ravel, and he was learning a lot about devils from watching the movies. When Issei returned to school after reuniting with his family, things changed almost immediately. Within a week they had been able to change his name and officially register him as their son. He supposed that devils had more connections than he had first assumed. More than a few people asked him about the sudden name change, but he simply said that he had met his birth family and that they had been looking for him for years. A few people started rumors that he was doing it for attention, but they were quickly snuffed out by none other than Kiba. Some girls were talking about it, and Kiba mentioned that he'd been there when Issei met his mother. After hearing it from the school prince, the girls were all down with the change. Issei also decided that with a new name would come a new him, so he rounded up all of his old erotic magazines and began to burn them. He also took the time to read any books he could find that related to the supernatural. While some of it was obviously made up, he was able to learn quite a bit. His lessons on devil society in the evenings with Graphia went by faster than he expected, but there was one part in particular that stuck out to him. "So high-class devil males will sometimes take multiple wives in order to ensure heirs?" Issei asked his mother, a little shocked. "Yes, though your father and grandfather only love one woman, some will take multiple in order to ensure heirs, while others will just simply claim women as their own in order to build a harem. One example is Riser Phoenix, Ravel's elder brother. His peerage is filled with 14 women, all of whom are bound to follow his will no matter what. This man is Riza's fiancé, unfortunately." Graphia said, a look of distaste on her face she failed to hide. "If he's so bad, then why is she marrying him?" Issei asked blankly. "The Gremory family and the Phoenix family seek to bring their families closer together, and an engagement between 2 of their children is the best option. Unfortunately, Riser's brother has no interest in taking a second wife, and me and your father refuse to have either you or Milikas be married to someone you don't love. We also don't want to force poor little Ravel into marrying someone she doesn't love, even if we know for a fact you and Milikas are far better than Riser. Isn't there some way that she can get out of it?" Issei asked, looking deep in thought. "Well, the contract does state that if she or a champion of her choice can beat Riser or a champion of his choice in a rating game, then she can dissolve the engagement. But Riser is extremely powerful, so the chances of that happening are near zero," Graphia said, looking a little dejected. A week before he started high school, Issei was taken to have his evil pieces set up, and by the time he was walking into Kyo Academy, he was officially a high-class devil. The first thing he had to do was meet with the student council president and his aunt. "Issei, welcome," Kiba said, opening the door for him as he entered the occult research club. "Thank you," Issei said, taking a seat on the sofa facing Sona. "All right, thanks for coming, let's begin our meeting. First up on the agenda is ground rules for peerage recruiting." "Issei, you have your evil pieces now?" "Yes," Riaz asked. Issei nodded his confirmation. "All right, whenever one of us finds a potential member, we need to inform the others in order to avoid disputes. Sona, if it's all right with you, I would like to give Issei priority if there is anyone he wishes to use his queen piece on. It being the most important piece, I would like to make sure that neither of us stop him from getting his first choice for the position." Riaz said. "That sounds fair," Sona conceded. She didn't like the idea of someone sweeping in and stealing Tsubaki from her, so she accepted the rule on a moral point. "Thank you very much. Are there any prospects either of you already have your eye on?" Issei asked respectfully. "Glad you asked." I'm keeping an eye on a boy in your year by the name of Saji. I'll see how he acts in school and I'll have my decision in a month or so. Sona said. Understood both, Gremory said, making mental notes that he was off the table for now. I've not got my eye on anyone in particular at the moment, Ria said dejectedly. Issei shot his aunt a sympathetic grin. Now that he knew her situation, he knew that she needed all the peerage members she could get. But she already had members. He was starting from nothing, so he thought he had the right to be a little selfish when it came to recruitment. He was a devil after all. Got it, Issei said. Now with regards to devil work, Sona said, taking out a few sheets of paper. Rias will assist you with contracts and summons until you get a familiar. Sona put a color-coded chart down, showing how the city was divided up currently between the two kings before laying a second down showing how it would look in the future when Issei had gathered a few pieces. As for strays, both of us will take you on hunts so you can gain some experience. We take alternative shifts on hunting strays and we will each take you on half of them, expect about one every 2 weeks or so. Once you've got enough peerage members, we'll include you in the cycle too, Sona said, taking out another paper. Finally, you will need to form a club in order to have your peerage be close by without drawing attention. Sona handed him a club application form. Under activities, other was already selected. You don't need to turn it in now, but once you have 2 or more servants it'll probably start to matter. Just bring it to me whenever you're ready. Alright then, I need to get going, but I'll talk to you two later, Issei said, getting up and heading for the door. Issei was one of the last ones to get to his classroom, meaning that he didn't get much choice when it came to his seat. There were 2 spots left, one near the window in the back of the room, and one in the 3rd row near the door. Issei decided to head for the window seat since it was closer to where he sat in junior high, and was far enough back that he would feel comfortable enough to sneak in a nap if needed. Once Issei sat down, the last missing student, Kiba, entered. Not that it surprised Issei much, but the second he entered he could hear almost every girl in the class collectively gasp. What did give him a bit of a surprise was the lack of reaction from the girl adjacent to him. He turned to take a quick look at her, and to his surprise it was one of his classmates from junior high, Kaori Murayama. She was one of the few girls in junior high who he never noticed focusing on Kiba as much as the rest of the girls in their class. She and Issei never really got along great, what with him being one of the big 3 perverts in the school, but ever since he stopped hanging around with them she seemed less intimidating when she looked at him. A part of Issei wanted to say hi to her, but he figured it would be pushing his luck a little and he didn't want to start any rumors about himself on the first day. After class, Kiba and Issei were making their way to their lockers and chatting away. So have you taken notice of anyone yet? Kiba asked. I tried doing that thing my father taught me about sensing potential sacred gears in people. I got a hit, but I'm not sure at the moment. I might ask Riaz about it, maybe she can help me come to a conclusion. Issei responded. Not a bad idea, I'm pretty sure she would happily help you out if you aren't sure. You need to be careful with your servants, you only have 15 pieces and you only get to use them once. Kiba reminded him as they reached their lockers. Issei opened his first and a letter dropped out. Wow, someone's. Kiba began taunting Issei as he opened his locker. To both their shock, at least 30 letters came tumbling out. Damn, that's some impressive work, pretty boy, Issei said, nudging a stray letter back onto the pile at the pair's feet. Well, at least I'll have an excuse for not responding to all of these. It would be in bad taste for you to ignore yours, however, Kiba said, pointing at the letter in Issei's hand. Go on, I'll tell Prez you'll be along later to talk with her, Kiba said, picking up the letters as he left for the old clubhouse. Issei, as per the instructions he found inside the letter, was now behind the kendo hall. He was to meet the sender after the club let out, so he assumed that whoever sent it was probably in the club. While he waited, he sat with his back to the wall, quietly playing with his ice magic, making sculptures and models. After about half an hour he gets around to making jewelry with it. He made a few pretty intricate necklaces and eventually made a ring. Marriage, huh? Issei thought to himself as he looked the piece over. He considered himself lucky that his parents hadn't arranged a political marriage for him like Rias. He thought back to what his mom had told him earlier. It's not uncommon for devils to have harems. I may end up having multiple wives one day. Issei thought, a slight perverted smile on his face. Maybe he'd end up living his childhood dream one day, the same dream that made him an outcast. He only had 3 friends after he began saying that out loud: Matsuda, Madohama, and... As Issei's thoughts moved to his childhood friend, he was dragged back to reality by a shout from nearby. Looks like we caught a pervert trying to peek at the changing rooms. A pink-haired girl in her uniform was standing at the corner of the building looking at him, a training sword over her shoulders. Issei quickly melted the ice in his hand and stood up. Hello there, Issei said calmly, putting his hand behind his back to hide any stray ice or water while he held the other out. Don't act coy, I know you were trying to peek at us. Why else would you be here? The woman said. 2 more members of the club moved behind her to back her up, much to Issei's amusement. Wait a second, that's not it at all. I got a letter telling me to meet someone here, so I'm waiting for them to show up, Issei explained, retracting his hand. You'll forgive me for being skeptical, the girl said, a look of doubt clear on her face. Issei took the note out from his pocket and walked over to the girls with it outstretched. The pink-haired girl grabbed it out of his hand and opened it up, giving it a quick read. Well, it seems you're not a liar after all. But, are you sure this is real? I mean, it's the first day, what are you expecting? The pink-haired girl said, handing the note back. I'm not sure, I doubt it's a confession or something similar. As you said, it's the first day and I'm no Kiba. But someone wanted me to meet them here and that's what I plan to do. Well, then Gremory, I guess I'll see you around, the pink-haired girl said, leaving with the other two girls. Shortly after the three left, another girl rounded the opposite corner and snuck up behind Issei. Hello there, Hayu Gremory, the girl behind Issei said. He recognized her voice immediately. This was Murayama. He expected it might be her given that they were meeting at the Kendo Club room after the club ended and she was the only girl from junior high that he had met so far. Murayama, hey, were you the one who sent the letter? Issei asked calmly, turning around to face the brunette. Change? Issei asked, genuinely confused by what she meant. The name, stopping your perverted behavior, hanging out with popular people like Kiba, I hardly recognized you from before. After summer everything started changing, then suddenly one day you change your name and you seem happier than you've ever been before, Murayama said, looking away from him. Well, I stopped hanging out with Matsu and Moto because both of them were busy studying, and since they weren't going to come here I started hanging out with Kiba since he was also going to go here with me. I would have asked to get to know you or some of the other girls better, but I figured that with my reputation from the previous years it would be better to talk with a guy instead, Issei explained with his hand behind his head sheepishly. As for the name change, Kiba was introducing me to some of his friends who would be in the year above us at Kyo, the two in charge of the occult research club, and when I got there they had another woman there, my biological mother. When she saw me she was convinced that I was actually her kidnapped son, and we ended up doing a test to confirm it. After that I met with the rest of my family. Long story short, I'm from the same family as the president of the Orc, Ria's Gremory. I'm actually her nephew and I took up the family name but kept my given name in memory of my adoptive parents. Issei finished explaining and put his hands in his pockets. Is that all you wanted from me? That'll do for today, Hayu Gremory, Murayama said. Just call me Issei, it'll be easier for you to remember, Issei said, taking off. Later Murayama, Kaori, Murayama commanded at Issei's retreating backside. Huh, Issei said, turning back to look at her. If I'm going to call you Issei then you have to call me Kaori, Kaori said. Alright then, later Kaori, I'll see you in class tomorrow, Issei said, taking off for the Orc. Kaori quickly ran behind him and hugged him from behind, startling Issei. Just so you know, I like this you a lot better than the old one, she said, quickly running off. Issei stood frozen in shock for two reasons. One, he was just hugged by a girl of her own free will, and the other was the power he had just felt coming off of her. It was definitely a sacred gear. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew that she would certainly be a good person to make his time skip. Issei entered the occult research club and greeted the members. Hello everyone. Kiba and Akino immediately walked over and began probing him from the sofa he'd lazily thrown himself down on. Ara, to think that our little Issei is turning into a ladies' man. Oh, what's a girl to do? Akino intoned, bringing a hand to her cheek for dramatic effect. So, any luck with that love letter? Kiba inquired, a grin on his face. I guess. The girl who sent it knew me in junior high and wanted to ask what happened to make me change so much, Issei said. But she's also the one who I mentioned earlier. Issei finished, looking at Kiba pointedly. The one with a sacred gear, Kiba said, now serious. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know what it is though. Is there any way to find out? Issei asked, this time to Rias, who was looking on at her nephew trapped between her knight and queen. Unless you can get it to awaken, I highly doubt that you will learn what it is. Best to keep an eye on her. Can you give me her name, so that me and Sona can mark her off as potentially yours for now? Rias asked, resting her chin on her interwoven hands. It's Kaori Murayama, Issei responded. Alright, I'll let Sona know, Rias said, making a magic circle with her hand to contact her friend. Later that night the Orc plus Issei went out to hunt a stray devil. There was a stray going around sexually assaulting girls walking around late at night. That would be bad enough if it was a human doing it, but this former bishop was using hypnosis in order to make the girls do it with their own free will, then left them with the memories of what happened. Quite a few had suffered mental breakdown afterwards, and more than a few suicides had been blamed on the creature. The team had tracked him to an abandoned building, formerly a sports shop, which he had lured a girl into minutes earlier. We need to get started sooner rather than later. Every second we waste is a second he could be assaulting that girl, Issei said anxiously. This was his first stray hunt, and it was rather intimidating, but knowing what this monster was doing certainly made him feel better about what they were there to do. Alright, then let's enter. Kaneko, you have point. Kiba, watch our flanks. Issei, you, me, and Akino are the main firepower, Rias ordered, and the team moved towards the building. When they got to the door, Kaneko took the door down with a single strike. Knock knock, she deadpanned as the door flew to the other side of the building, clattering as it hit the ground. I think you're supposed to do that before you knock the door down, Issei said as he walked past her into the room. When he entered, Issei turned on the lights and was shocked with what he saw. Before him was the stray devil. It had taken the form of a very fat man in a greasy, tight-fitting shirt and boxers. The shirt failed to cover the stray's enormous girth, so the entire group was treated to his hairy out eye. But what shocked Issei was the brown-haired girl in a Kyo Academy uniform. Kaori, Issei whispered. This was the girl who'd sat next to him in class, the girl who had hugged him earlier that very same day. The one who he had decided to tell everything to and hope that she would become friends with him, the real him, the devil him. This disgusting stray was standing over her and trying to claim her as his. When Issei spoke, the devil turned its gaze from Kaori and looked at the group of devils there to kill him. Growling, he retreated into a back corner, leaving Kaori, who turned to face them. There was a yellow glow to her eyes and a blankness to her stare that chilled Issei to his core. Careful, she's under hypnosis. Kaneko, restrain her, Rias ordered. The small white-haired girl nodded and rushed Issei's classmate. Kaori drew her shinai and struck Kaneko along the side of her face so fast that it actually left a cut. Kaneko attempted to push her against the wall, but Kaori jumped over the younger girl's head. Kaneko quickly recovered from her collision with the wall and turned to face Kaori again, but found her enemy already attacking her. Kaneko took an extra strike, this time along her arm, and then attempted to strike again, but this time her attack took far longer to hit than before and was easily sidestepped by Kaori. What's going on? She's far too fast for a regular human, Kiba said worriedly. I've got this, Kaneko protested, but she was far more sluggish. She shouldn't be nearly this tired fighting one mind-controlled human. Perhaps it's her sacred gear, Issei offered. That is a possibility. Is it somehow slowing down Kaneko or speeding her up? Kiba wondered. Issei shook his head in understanding both. It's draining the speed from Kaneko every time she hits her and giving it to her. Kaneko, fall back. Kiba Urias was about to give an order when Issei ran at the hypnotized girl. I've got this, Issei said confidently, creating a magic circle underneath Kaori, encasing the girl's shoes in ice, trapping the girl. He then grabbed her shinai mid-strike and sent a small amount of destruction into the blade, breaking it, leaving her trapped and unarmed. Issei walked back from Kaori and watched her pointlessly try to reach them. That should hold her until we can take down the target, Issei said. Quick thinking, Issei, I'm impressed, Rias said. The group walked towards the back of the building and found the stray trying to teleport away, but Akino's lightning interrupted the circle, breaking it. The stray attempted to move towards the window but found Kiba blocking his way. There is no escape for a runaway like you. For your crimes as well as your actions against the women of this town, I, Rias Gremory, condemn you to death, she ordered, launching a beam of destruction at the stay. However, as the strike was on its way, Kaori, now barefoot, ran and jumped into its path, taking the hit instead. Issei, in a moment of shock, anger, and clarity, charged in and destroyed the stray himself, pooling the power of destruction like he had seen Rias do previously. He annihilated the disgusting creature so that not even a hair of it was left. When Issei came back to his senses, he looked to the other devils who had laid Kaori down while Akino and Rias tried fruitlessly to heal her. There was a large gash on her stomach from where Rias's attack had struck her, and even from a few feet away Issei could tell it was a mortal wound. Issei, what are you doing here? Kaori asked as Issei walked over to her. It seemed the death of the stray had broken his hypnosis control on her. I should be the one asking you that question, Issei responded softly. I was walking home from the store when I heard a voice asking for help. I looked in the window and then I couldn't control my body. I ended up attacking you guys, and then Issei stopped me, but, she began to break down crying. I'm going to die now, aren't I? She asked. I finally had a chance to get to know the real you, Issei, and I'm going to die. How stupid is that? She wheezed out, an attempt at a laugh. Issei was crying as well at this point. He wiped his eyes. You don't have to, Issei said, summoning his evil pieces to him. I can save you, but, Issei gulped, preparing for the worst. If I do so, you won't be human anymore. If you're trying to comfort me, it's fine. I am just glad that I was once again able to see the real you. The boy I fell in love, Kaori whispered her last words too softly for anyone to hear as she passed away in Issei's arms. Flashback, first day of middle school. Kaori Murayama was running late. She decided to stay late at kendo practice last night and had been too tired to wake up on time. She ended up rushing out of the house with a piece of toast in her mouth like some kind of anime girl. She'd ended up eating it too quickly and gave herself the hiccups. When she got to class, she took a seat in the second to back row, one seat away from the window and next to a messy brown-haired boy. She turned to introduce herself to him. Hello there, my name is Ka Hiccup Ori Murayama. She blushed and was about to look away embarrassed, but before she could, he whirled to face her. Boo, he said loudly, giving her a shock. Acting on pure reflex, Kaori punched him in the face. What was that for? She asked angrily as he reeled backwards, clutching his nose. I thought it might help your hiccups. The boy groaned, a weak smile on his face despite the pain. I'm Issei, by the way. Nice to meet you too. Thanks, I guess. Hey, that actually worked. She put her hand to her throat and was shocked that his stupid idea had worked. Between the creative solution and the honest attempt to help, her first impression of Issei was a pretty good one. She thought he was funny and at least a little kind. However, it wasn't until a year later in their second year when she started to have feelings for him. It was a hot summer day and she was just finishing her kendo training for the day. Once she got outside, the heat wave really hit her like a truck. She turned to go but heard a rustle behind the club and reluctantly went to check on the peepers. Issei had revealed his true nature along with his friends, Matsuda and Madohama. The three were known as the perverted trio, hated by most every girl in the school. As much as she hated it, Kaori did need to concede that she was a little flattered that they chose to peep on her and her club out of all the girls, especially since they were the club that was most capable of beating the crap out of them. As she walked around to the usual spot that they would peep from, the trio began to scramble. Like usual, Matsuda and Madohama pushed Issei down as they stood up, hoping to use him as a sacrificial pawn. Once the two started running, Kaori got ready to pursue them when she felt a rush to her head and fell over from heat stroke. Between the intensive training and the heat wave, it was a miracle she'd made it this far. She expected to hit the floor, but instead the last thing she felt was a pair of cold arms catch her before she hit the ground. The next thing she knew, she woke up in the nurse's office. As she opened her eyes, she felt the pleasant coldness of an ice pack on her forehead. She turned to her right and was shocked to see Issei sat there with a smile on his face. "You had me worried there, Murayama. Are you sure doing training in this weather is the best idea? I know more than half the club skipped today because of the heat," he said, holding a grape soda out to her. She took it and was impressed with how cold it was. He must have gotten pretty lucky when he'd bought it. "Did you bring me here?" she asked. He nodded in response. "Just as well those two took off. It would have taken far longer to get you here if they were slowing me down, begging to take advantage of the situation." She furrowed her brow. "And you didn't do anything to me whilst I was unconscious?" "Of course not. You passed out suddenly. I was too busy worrying to mess with you. Besides, I've said before, I'd only do something like that with someone willing," he said, backing up, palms out in an attempt to pacify her. She opened the drink and took a sip. "Thanks," she said quietly. "I'll get going then. See you in class," he said as he took off. That seemed out of character for him, Kaori thought to herself as she watched him walk out of the room. Then she thought back to how he had acted in their first year, before he started hanging out with those two friends of his. This was more like how he would act before then. It was almost as if without those two he was kinder, more empathetic, more romantic. She shook her head. Where did that come from? Romantic. She was determined to never let herself think of the pervert as romantic again. Except she did, far more often than she would admit even to herself. It didn't feel like a crush though, not until after that fateful summer. When he got back from vacation, he was very different from the boy that had left. He was taller, sure, and he looked a bit more manly as well. She thought he had done weights or some heavy lifting during the break. She found out from her mother that his parents had died during the vacation. It stung her more than hearing that a classmate's parents had died probably should have. It was tragic, sure, but it's not like they were particularly close. Her official excuse was that she was just empathetic, but in the depths of her subconscious a part of her was silently whispering, "Shame you'll never get a chance to meet his parents." She tried her hardest to not think about him as much, but her mind kept on pushing her further and further away from her attempts at indifference to her classmate. He stopped peeping with his friends. It was then that she decided finally to repair the peephole that they had been using for years, to protect the first years. Once Kiba transferred in and became friends with him, a deep dark part of her was yelling that she should have asserted her supremacy and claimed him when he was at his lowest. That she could have taken him and made him the perfect man for her. She did what she could to ignore it, at least until she started to see the changes happening to Issei. He was acting less and less like a pervert every day. Then he changed his name. It was like he was trying to reinvent himself or something, like he wanted to stop being who he was before and show everyone that he was the boy she'd met on that day years ago. The same boy who'd scared her hiccups away in an attempt to help a girl in need, his damsel in distress. Though she never admitted it to everyone, she finally agreed to what her heart seemed to know for much longer than her head. She was in love. Back to present. "Damn it," Issei shouted, tears in his eyes. Ria's peerage took a step back at the waves of power flowing off of him. Even if he was new to it, he was a high-class devil, and aside from Ria's, all the others were low-class. Even Akino, who'd just earned her middle-class status, found herself struggling to stand up straight, while Kiba and Kaneko were almost on their knees due to the pressure. Ria's tried to talk to her nephew, but he wasn't paying attention. "Issei," she shouted this time, and succeeded in getting his attention. Her knees almost buckled as the pressure was turned towards her. "I get that this might not be how you wanted to do things, but the pieces will still work. Even post-mortem you can revive a person as a devil. It's how I got Kiba to join my peerage, though you'll have to ask him for the details. I can still save her." Issei asked, disbelief in his voice. The power around him lowered as he calmed down, leaving the others out of breath. "Yes, just take one of your pieces, since she's a swordswoman, perhaps a knight piece," Ria suggested, leading him on. It was his first time, and as an experienced woman it was her responsibility to guide him through the process. Issei took out the blood-red chess piece and placed it on his classmate's chest and began chanting, still holding her in his arms. "I, Issei Gremory, stand before you. This soul you claim is not yet yours to take. Kaori Murayama is to be my knight, the one who acts as my sword and shield. Now shatter the chains of death and give her back to me." When he finished, the knight slowly sank into her chest. Then a moment later Kaori opened her eyes and looked up at Issei. "You aren't getting away that easily," Issei said, a grin on his face as he used the back of his hand to wipe tears from his eyes. "Good," was all she said in response before falling asleep in his arms. Apparently dying and being brought back to life really took it out of you. Kaori Murayama woke up in the morning the same time as she always did, at 5:43. This gave her 2 minutes to get to the shower, 10 minutes to shower, 5 to get dressed, followed by an hour of training before eating breakfast and heading to school. Her body clock had this down pat, so even after a night with such an intense dream she was certain that she would be up at the right time. She opened her eyes and took in her surrounding. Then she screamed, "What's wrong?" Issei said as he rushed into his spare bedroom where he'd left Kaori the night before. He could have dropped her off at her parents', but he wasn't actually sure where she lived. He did, however, use her phone to call her parents, and with some careful explanation, he convinced them that she was fine and just had wanted to have an impromptu sleepover with an old friend of hers. "Where am I? What am I doing here? What are you doing?" She was panicking. Here she was in a bed she didn't recognize, with her crush standing in the doorway. "All right, calm down. What is the last thing you can remember? I'll explain the rest from there, but first you should come and get some breakfast," Issei said calmly and threw her a spare girl's uniform. "They might be a little big, they're my aunts after all, but they should do. Your clothes were a bit damaged last night." At this point, Kaori realized that she was actually not wearing anything, something that she would need to grill Issei about when he was explaining everything, but for now she did as she was told and got dressed, after he left of course. When she was presentable, she walked downstairs and followed the smell into the kitchen, where she saw a silver-haired woman making scrambled eggs and bacon. Issei was at the table reading a copy of The Art of War. Now she had even more questions than before. She entered the room and took a seat at the table across from Issei. "Issei, switch with me. Everything's almost ready and I need to introduce myself to our guest," the maid called. Issei nodded and closed the book, exchanging places with the silver-haired beauty. "Good morning, I'm Grafia Lucifuge, Issei's mother. It's a pleasure to meet you," the woman in the maid costume said. "The pleasure is all mine, ma'am," Kaori responded out of habit. The entire thing felt a little surreal. "All right, food's ready," Issei said, placing a plate in front of each of the women, before grabbing a third and placing it down and taking a seat himself. "Now, Kaori, what is the last thing you can remember from last night?" Issei asked. "Well, I remember walking home from the store, then I looked in the window of that abandoned shop when I heard a cry for help. After that my body started acting on its own and I walked into the store. Then you, Kiba, and 3 girls all walked in as well, and I think I fought the smaller girl. After that you broke my sword and stuck my shoes to the floor. Yeah, sorry, they are kinda damaged after that," Issei said, putting a hand behind his head as he nodded at her to continue. "Then I remember working my feet out of my shoes and socks and rushing into the next room. After that it's all blank." Kaori finished her recount of the events and then looked to Issei. "What happened? How did I end up at your house?" "Well, after you entered the other room you jumped in front of an attack that was about to hit the guy that mind-controlled you. I finished the guy off, then I went over to check on you." Issei gulped, worried about how she would take the next bombshell. "You were bleeding out. I saw it myself. There was a massive gash in your stomach and you, kinda, died." Kaori gasped at the news. "I'm dead?" Kaori asked, more shocked than confused. We're dead. I revived you as a devil." Issei finally came out and said it. "As a what?" She stood up, accidentally unleashing her devil wings as she did so. What are these?" "Wings. I have wings. The wings of a devil." Grafia spoke up, given that she was the best among them to explain devil history, specifically the kind detailed in the Bible. "Long ago there was a great war between devils, angels, and fallen angels. In the aftermath we devils were left with a great deal fewer numbers, and with low birth rates we had to come up with a new way to increase our forces, so we invented these." Issei took out his evil pieces and placed a knight on the table in front of them. "Evil pieces. They are used by devils to reincarnate other beings as devils. They are given to high-class devils, and Issei, being a member of the Gremry family, holds the right to create a peerage of devil servants. You are the first that he has reincarnated. So I'm his slave now?" Kaori asked, sounding rather annoyed by the prospect. "Technically, but that's not really how I wanted my peerage to be. I wanted mine to be more like Ria's or Dad's, trusted friends, those close to me," Issei said calmly. "Don't forget that your father ended up marrying his queen," Grafia said in a moment of mischief that belied her Ice Queen exterior. She thoroughly enjoyed the 2 blushing teenagers that she beheld at her statement. "So these evil pieces, could you explain them a bit more?" Kaori asked. "Sure, every devil who gets them gets 15 pieces, a queen, 2 knights, 2 bishops, 2 rooks and 8 pawns," Issei explained, showing the box with all his remaining pieces to Kaori. "Just like chess," Kaori noted out loud. "Yep," Issei said. "So I'm a knight then?" Kaori asked. "Yep, I figured that since you are a swordswoman you might like the extreme speed boost that comes from the knight piece, on top of the greatly increased stamina and strength that comes with being a devil," Issei said, grabbing the last piece of bacon on his plate. "One last thing. From the report that Riaz gave me, whenever you struck Kaneko, her rook, you seemed to sap the speed from her. Issei already thought that you might be in possession of a sacred gear before last night, and given what you managed to do as a normal human fighting against a devil, it has become clear that you certainly do have one," Grafia said. "I'm guessing that you were ignorant of this, but please could you try and activate that power you used last night? It should come to you easier now that you've used it once before." Kaori closed her eyes and tried to imagine something, whatever it was that gave her the speed she had last night. Suddenly she felt something, a massive burst of power coming from her shoulder blades. "Looks like it is as Lord Beelzebub predicted, momentum pillage. This sacred gear is one of the fragments of the White Dragon Emperor. I'll explain more later, but for now all you'll need to know is that this will let you steal half of an enemy's speed when you strike them and give it to yourself. This will mean that combined with the knight's power you will be able to reach speeds you never thought possible. Now speaking of speed, you should probably hurry and get to school." Grafia said. Kaori and Issei turned to look at the clock, and sure enough they had managed to spend almost an hour talking all of this through, and they needed to get to school quickly. The two teens quickly rushed out of the house and took off for the school. Kaori immediately noticed some of the major changes from yesterday. She was able to run flat out from Issei's house all the way to the school without feeling tired at all, once she made it there. When they got there they still had 10 minutes till the first bell, so they had time to talk a little in private. In case it wasn't obvious yet, keep the whole devil thing a secret, Issei said. Also, when we let out for lunch, meet up with me and Kiba. Alright then, what should I tell people if they ask about us arriving at school together? Kaori asked. I'll let you come up with something, Issei said, taking off and dispersing a group of girls cornering Kiba at his locker. Hey man, how you holding up? Issei asked. I should be asking you that, you're the one that brought a girl home last night, Kiba taunted. Issei could feel the stares from a lot of people in that moment. After the shock of waking up in my spare room wore off, she took the news of what happened better than I expected, but I'll tell you the rest later, Issei responded as the pair made their way to the classroom and away from the glares aimed at one of the pair's backsides. Time skip. At lunch, Issei, Kaori, and Yuuro stood behind the Occult Research Club building in a pretty out-of-the-way area. Looks like we have lost all of your stalkers at this point, Casanova. Alright Kaori, you might have figured it out already, but Kiba here is also a devil. He's the same as you, a former human that was made into a knight. Seriously, you didn't use some devil magic to make all the girls fall for you, did you? Kaori asked pointedly. If I did, that love letter from yesterday would have ended up in my locker instead of Issei's, Kiba joked, making Kaori blush. It wasn't anything like that. Besides, that's not why we are here. Kaori needs a sword. It doesn't need to be permanent, but she needs to having she can use at least temporarily, Issei said. Right, Kiba said before creating a pair of swords from the ground next to him. Like you, I also have a sacred gear Murayama. My one is called Sword Birth, and it lets me create all kinds of demonic swords at will. Since you don't have a weapon yet, we are going to design one here. Try each of these out and tell me what you think. Kaori got over the shock of seeing the swords come out from the ground and picked one of them up. It was fairly long and was far heavier than Kaori would have liked. After her second swing almost made her fall over, she put it down and tried the other. This one was far shorter and was much lighter. This one is closer to being good, but it's a bit short. Alright, Kiba made 2 more swords. Kaori drew each and judged them. This one's a bit short still and the weight isn't right. She put down the first sword and drew the second, and this one's all wrong. Could you try and make one closer to the shinai the club uses? Alright, give me a second, Kiba said, trying again, this time making a single blade. Kaori plucked it from the ground and gave it a swing. It had the shape of a typical shinai, but instead of being malleable like a regular one, it was solid. It had a silvery white handle with a black hilt followed by a twisting pair of snow white and crimson cylinders leading to a pointed top. This is perfect, Kaori said. Exact weight and the length is great. That's good. Because of your sacred gear, it's more important that you land a hit than the damage that each hit deals, so you being comfortable with it is more important. However, hitting the enemy 20 times with a stick won't do much, even if you are stealing half their speed with each strike, Kiba explained. Because of this, I made it so that you can easily channel magic into the blade and use it to empower your hits. This will make it so that even if the sword isn't sharp, you can still deal a lot of damage with it. Finally, the pointed top is so that if you find yourself needing to deal the killing blow to an enemy, but you don't have any power left, you can still finish off most enemies. Kiba finished. That's great, now all it needs is a name, Kaori said. Since it's yours, I'll leave it up to you. Pick something cool, Kiba advised. Kaori looked at the sword inquisitively, trying to pick a name for the sword. You don't need to name it right now. For now, let's get lunch. We still have time to grab a quick bite before afternoon classes. You have Kendo Club today, right? Issei said. Kaori nodded. Alright, can you swing by the Occult Research Club afterwards? I'll introduce you to my aunt and she can better explain what we do as devils, Issei said, and the pair took off for the lunch hall. Time skip. Kaori was in the middle of a kendo match with her fellow freshman club member Yui Kades. The pink-haired girl was putting up a good fight, but Kaori was having to do her best to make sure that she didn't accidentally use any of her devil strength or speed. Kades was on the back foot and decided to try an underhanded trick to get one over on her opponent. Even if the two were just having a friendly match, she couldn't help but feel a bit of rivalry with her. So how did it go with that boy yesterday? Kaori blushed deeply at this but managed to block the incoming attack. What are you talking about? Kaori attempted to play dumb in hopes that she wouldn't accidentally spill too much. The boy that was waiting behind the club room. He had a letter that told him to wait there, and I saw you and him sneak off at lunch today, so what happened? Yui taunted, launching another strike. Nothing like that. He's just a friend, Kaori said. A friend that you had to send a letter to talk to in private. Yui continued taunting before she realized that she had distracted herself and ended up getting hit on the head, losing the match. Yes, that's what I get, she grumbled, rubbing her head. Kaori smiled at her two, left the hall and went to the changing rooms. So in all honesty, is there anything between you two? Yui asked, this time out of genuine curiosity. Nothing at the moment, just friends, doing better than junior high at least, Kaori said reluctantly. Junior high, huh? How long have you been into him? Yui asked. Second year in junior high. I got heat stroke after I decided to keep training despite the heat wave. Not my smartest move, but he carried me to the nurse's office and gave me a chilled drink. That's what got me interested at least. Cute, that reminds me, I only got his last name yesterday, Yui said. Oh, yeah, he used to be Issei Hayato, but last year he reconnected with his birth family and now he's a Gremory, Kaori said. Seriously? Yui sounded shocked. No, if there is any relation to Ria's Gremory, the second year with the red hair that is like an actual princess. He did mention her, something about her being his aunt. His mom did look pretty young as well, so I guess it's not that hard to believe that his aunt is only a year older than him, Kaori said. If he's related to Ria's, then why isn't he already the most popular guy in the school? Yui asked, a little starstruck with Issei's relation to her idol. Probably because he hangs out with Kiba so much. Blondie casts a shadow that Issei is more than willing to relax in at the moment, Kaori explained. Give it a month and all the girls who get their hearts broken by Kiba will get over it and try their luck with Issei. And you'll have him on lockdown by then, Yui asked, flashing her friend a grin. In an ideal world, yes, Kaori admitted with a smile as she prepared to leave. I've got to go meet up with Issei, so I'll talk to you later, Yui. At around the same time, Yuuto and Issei were chatting away near their lockers. So have you decided what to call your club yet? Yuuto asked, leaning against his locker. I probably won't need it for a while, so I haven't given it much thought, Issei said, opening his locker. He yelped as a razor blade fell out and nicked him on the finger. Someone's popular, Yuuto joked. Bet your one has twice as many, at least, Issei said. Yuuto opened his locker so that the pair could verify, and 4 razor blades along with 9 love letters fell out. The school really needs lockers with flat tops. It's dangerous if the top item falls out every time it's opened, Issei noted. I'll tell you what, let's have a wager, Yuuto said, looking devious, something that only Issei had ever really seen. When you hang around with mostly women and always act like a gentleman, it's hard to find a time to cut loose and have some stupid boyish fun. It was one of the things that Issei respected most in Yuuto, that despite being popular with the girls and acting like a prince, he could still cut loose and act like a boy his age when he wanted to. This sounds like a terrible idea. What do you have in mind? Issei asked, a grin covering his face. Whoever gets the most razor blades in their locker by the time you get your next peerage member and start your club wins, Yuuto said plainly. And what are we betting? Issei asked, intrigued. If I win, I get to name your club, Yuuto said. And if I win, you need to walk into the girls' art club and offer to model nude for them, Issei replied. Deal, Yuuto said, putting his hand out for Issei to shake. Issei grabbed it and the pair shook hands. The pair shared a hearty laugh and they made their way to the old school building, picking up Kaori along the way. When the 3 first years arrived at the old school building, they entered and went into the main room to meet with the president. Hey Prez, Kiba said. Welcome you 3. I'm glad to see you are doing better than last night, Ms. Murayama. I am Ria's Gremory. I'm helping Issei out with being a devil for a while, so feel free to ask if you have any problems. I am still technically your senpai after all, Ria said with a smile. Thank you for having me and please call me Kaori. I can imagine we will be seeing each other rather often in the future, Kaori responded. Very well then, Kaori. I trust my knight has sorted you out with a weapon already, Ria said. Indeed, we got it all sorted at lunch, well, everything but the name. So Murayama, have you got a name for the sword yet? Yuuto asked. Yep, I'm gonna call it the Shitatsu Koda, Kaori responded. Most of the club burst out laughing at the name with the exception of Rias, who didn't get the joke, and Kaneko, who wasn't paying attention. Collision twig, really? That's great, Issei said through chuckles. Anyway, you 2 can get started on contracts tonight. I had my familiar hand out some of your circles instead of mine today, so hopefully you will get some requests. I'll make sure that one of my servants comes with you for each request to make sure it goes well, Ria said. That night Issei and Kaori had their first contracts. Issei was paired up with Akino and Kaori was joined by Kiba. Issei's request came from a young woman by the name of Momo. When Issei showed up, he was greeted by the pink-haired woman who was wearing a full Kamen Rider Pinky cosplay. She wanted someone to act out scenes from the show with her, but Issei hadn't seen the latest season, so they just ended up binging the entire season. Akino excused herself as the 2 sat down to watch it, reminding Issei to collect payment when he was done. When all was said and done, she gave him the box set as payment, claiming that she could just buy another one, then said that they could act out some scenes next time. The retail value of the box set was about 6,000 yen, so Issei was feeling rather pleased with himself once he teleported back to the old school building. Rias informed him that since he was his own king and he earned the payment himself, he could do with it as he pleased, so Issei took it home and placed it next to the other Kamen Rider Pinky merchandise he had in his room. That was when Issei finally saw the marking on the box. It was signed by none other than Momo Mamazono. It was then that everything finally clicked. He knew that the girl who summoned him looked familiar. The costume was identical to the one used in the show. She even sounded identical to her character whenever she repeated a line from the show. Momo was the star of the show that he had just spent the evening binge watching with her. A part of him was kicking himself for not recognizing her, but another smarter part was telling him that it may be for the best that he played it down. If she knew that he was a fan of hers, it might scare her off. Meanwhile, Kaori and Kiba were summoned by an elderly woman. She was having trouble figuring out how to add her grandson on social media. After they managed to talk her through plugging in the screen to the computer and helping her send the friend request, they were paid with a pretty old-looking handbag which Kiba let Kaori keep. When they got back to the Orc, Rias commended Kaori on her first contract going well and told her about the stipend she would be getting in the future until Issei had started a club. At that point the stipend would go to him as Kaori's king. Kaori thanked Rias and made her way home. She checked her phone on the way and saw that she had a message from Yui. She wanted to hang out that weekend. Kaori messaged Issei and he said that they didn't have anything planned for that day, so she was clear to go. Time skip. It has now been a month since Issei started at Kyo Academy. Issei and Kaori had gone on a stray hunt with Sona and her peerage last week, and that thankfully ended with less issues than his first one. However, there was another, far more serious issue about to present itself. Kaori's phone went off as she, Yui, and Issei were eating lunch. Kiba was off running an errand for Rias today. When she took out her phone, her face went white. Issei noticed this immediately and stopped what he was doing. "Everything okay, Kaori?" Issei asked. "Afraid not. Seems like my dad got a promotion," Kaori said dejectedly as she put her phone in her pocket. "Isn't that good?" Yui asked, confused. "For him, yes. For Mom, yes. For me, not so much. His promotion means he needs to move branches to Kyoto," Kaori said. "Oh," was all Issei could say in response. He made a mental note to deal with the issue later. "So you will need to move away?" Yui asked, a hint of sadness in her voice. "Maybe," Kaori responded. "If you leave, want me to take care of your boyfriend for you?" Yui said with a massive grin. "We aren't like that, and for the last time, she doesn't like me like that," Issei said. Kaori turned and looked away from him in frustration. Boys could be so stupid, sometimes. If she didn't know him better, she would have sworn he was doing it on purpose. At that point the bell rang, interrupting her mental tirade. "I'll talk to you after class, alright Kaori? We'll get this sorted out," Issei said before the three took off for class. After class, Issei and Kaori made their way to his home. Issei had contacted his mother in hopes that she might be able to help them figure out a solution. When he got inside, he was surprised to see not only his mother, but his father and little brother were all present and accounted for. "Hey guys, did I do something wrong?" Issei asked as he hesitantly entered the living room. "Do you just assume that when I am here that you are in trouble?" Surzech asked. "Am I?" Issei asked, unsure of the proper response to the question. "No, I was just with your father when I got your message, so we decided to all come and visit you," Grafia responded. "So what is the issue that's bothering you?" she asked, getting down to business. "Well, Kaori's dad got a promotion, so her family is moving away. Naturally, since she is my knight and a member of my peerage, I think it's a mistake for her to move. I was hoping you could help us come up with a solution," Issei explained. "Why not just get her to move in with you?" Surzech asked, wondering why they hadn't just decided on what, to him, was the most logical solution. Issei and Kaori said at the same time. "I mean, you have the space, and if the problem is her being alone, then this means you won't need to worry about her as much," Surzech explained. "Yeah, because I can just say to my dad, hey, I don't want to move with you guys, so I'm gonna move in with a boy instead," Kaori responded sarcastically. Surzech laughed, enjoying the girl's sarcasm. In his line of work, he rarely met people that had a sense of humor, even less willing to show it in front of him. He hoped the rest of his son's peerage was as interesting and amusing as this one. "Leave that to us." Milikas came up to Issei and tugged on his shirt. "Since I'm here, can we play video games, Aniki?" "Sure thing," Issei said, taking his younger brother up to his bedroom. "Alright then, let's head for your place and talk things over with your parents," Surzech said. The following day, Kaori's parents were taking off for Kyoto. Surzech and Grafia had managed to talk them into letting Kaori stay with Issei and sorted them out with a house in Kyoto. How they had it sorted out overnight was beyond Kaori, but sure enough, by the time she got home from school they were already packed and preparing to depart. "Take care, sweetie," her mother said, giving her a hug. "Take good care of her, all right, boy," her father said to Issei, who had come along to help move her stuff. "Of course, sir, I'll take care of her like my own family," Issei responded. He was faintly amused by the tough guy impression Kaori's father was trying to put on. "Good," her father scoffed. Sure, he had agreed to let her stay with the boy, but he knew about her crush on him, and any father would dislike the boy who took their sweet, angelic daughter away from them. The pair got into their car and took off. "You okay?" Issei asked. Kaori took a deep breath and nodded. "I'll be fine," she replied. She knew that she wanted this, but it still scared her a little, losing her parents like this. "Shall we start moving your stuff then?" Issei asked, walking to the door. "All right then," Kaori responded. They then entered her house and went to her room. When they got in, Issei noted that everything was already in boxes. "You know we are teleporting everything, right? You didn't need to pack them all up," Issei said. "Well, this way you won't see all my stuff," Kaori said. "I can't have you stealing some of my underwear and claiming it went missing in the move." Issei made the magic circle on the floor and groaned. "Just help me with the desk." The pair spent the next hour or so moving all of her stuff to a spare room in Issei's house. They skipped the bed, since the one in her new room was bigger anyway. When they were finished, they ordered takeout and Issei left Kaori to get settled, and while they waited for it to arrive, she decided to call up Yui and talk to her friend about the past 2 days' events. "Hey, how's it going?" Yui asked. "Hey, I managed to get it all sorted out with my parents last night, so I'm getting to stay in Kyoto," Kaori said excitedly. "That's awesome. So are you going to be living alone?" Yui asked. "Not exactly," Kaori responded hesitantly. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means I'm kinda staying at Issei's house permanently," Kaori responded. How the hell did you convince them to let you stay with your boyfriend? Yui screamed into the phone. His parents had a talk with them and convinced them that it was the best solution. Kaori responded simply. Alright, listen here, this is a golden opportunity for you, and if you don't take advantage of it, then I will. Yui threatened. What do you mean? Kaori asked, confused. Despite all my help, your relationship is the same as it was a month ago. Tomorrow morning when he wakes up, make him breakfast or something. Guys like that kind of stuff, right? Yui said. You are living with the boy, so take this chance to get with him. Goodbye, Kaori said, distraught with her friend's interest in her relationship with her king. Wait, don't hang up. I was Jock, Yui shouted as Kaori hung up on her. Kaori buried her head in her pillows and let out a muffled scream. I suppose I could give him a bit of a show at least. Kaori finally conceded. Reaching under her shirt, she unhooked her bra and took it off, leaving her shirt on the rough fabric caused her nipples to erect. It's not explicitly asking him to look at me, and I can just claim that I usually go braless at home, since this is my home now. Our home. She blushed when she thought of it as their home. Giving herself a once-over in the mirror, Kaori went downstairs to wait for the food with her king. It's been a week since Kaori moved in with Issei, and things have been going well for the pair of devils. Issei had gotten a regular contractor in Momo who summoned him routinely, usually for mundane tasks, and they'd quickly become friends. Currently, the two were going through the script for the upcoming movie that Momo was starring in. Filming was scheduled to begin in a few nights, and she wanted to practice. You have fallen for my trap, now prepare to suffer, foul demon of hell, Momo announced, jumping up onto her couch. You don't seem to understand, Pinky. It wasn't you who trapped me, but I who trapped you, Issei said, cackling evilly. How is that possible? How could you have known what we were planning? Momo said in feigned shock. I have already won the loyalty of one of your own, now Cabe in Silver, Issei said, posing like a supervillain as he revealed the twist of the film. There are more games being played here than you could have understand, Pinky, Issei said in a different voice, now acting as Silver. Silver, how could you? Momo asked in feigned disbelief. In order to spring my own trap, Issei said. What? Issei said in his Demon King voice. You are already dead, Issei said back as Silver. Hey no, Issei cried out. Silver, you saved us. Thank you, Momo said. I know, Issei said in the hero voice. I want you to know, Silver, I have feelings for you, Momo began. Now, Pinky, for you see, I'm dying, Issei said. I know, I've always known, somehow, Momo said solemnly. Issei and her both found it amusing that the script was completely disregarding the character's previous line. Goodbye, Pinky, Issei said. Issei and Momo both burst out laughing at the god-awful script. What a terrible ending. Issei got out as he rolled around on the floor in hysterics. Momo wasn't faring much better as she lay doubled over on the couch. While the company can only afford to have the actor playing Silver for the movie, and it would be a pain to keep him on for the next season, Momo explained, sitting back up as she wiped a tear out of her eye. Probably for the best. I doubt he'll be received well by anyone other than teenage fangirls, Issei said. Well, at the very least it gives the marketing team more merchandise to sell. You can only resell the same face with a new costume so many times, Momo said. I disagree. Me and some old friends of mine had like 8 of the same figure of you between us, Issei said. That's a little pathetic, Momo deadpanned. Ouch, Issei replied, placing a hand over his heart in feigned pain. Anyway, it's getting late and at least one of us needs to sleep, so here. She handed Issei a signed poster. Sorry, it's a duplicate from last time, but we had some leftovers at the office. Pretty sure it will still sell though. Thanks, I'll catch you later, Pinky, Issei said, creating a magic circle. Yeah, later, she said, waving goodbye. Meanwhile, Kaori Murayama was having a far more interesting night. She received a summon request from a new client. When she appeared in the magic circle, she took in her surroundings curiously. She seemed to have been summoned by a teenage girl if the layout of the room was any indication. The books on the desk were the same as the ones she had: Advanced Mathematics, English for Dummies, A Brief History of Kendo. That was odd, they were the exact same. She turned her head a little more and noticed a shinai resting against the wall as well. She gulped, suddenly worried that her summoner might recognize her. Hey, there was a scared and very recognizable voice coming from her right. Kaori turned and saw her best friend, Yui Kades, on the floor, clearly shocked that the summoning circle worked, and even more shocked that it was Kaori that had come through. Hey, Kaori said, smiling tentatively. You called. After a couple minutes spent calming Yui down and explaining that she wasn't dreaming, the two were able to actually discuss what was going on. So you're a devil? Yui asked her friend, still not quite believing that this wasn't a dream. Yep, been one for a little over a month now, Kaori responded. Wait, so you became a devil? How? Yui asked. Well, it happened when a stray devil, that's a devil, went against their master and killed them or ran away, was sexually assaulting girls around town. The local devils were hunting it and they managed to track it down just as he was about to rape me, but he had already hypnotized me, so I fought against the devils. They managed to stop me and almost killed the stray when I got free and took the hit for it while I was still hypnotized. I would have died if I wasn't revived by my master, Kaori explained, carefully avoiding giving away any names. She didn't want to bother Issei or Riaz with this. Your master, so are you a slave now? Yui asked, worrying for her friend. It's not like that. My work involves answering summons like this, handing out those flyers you used to summon me, and hunting strays. He isn't, you know. Issei wouldn't make me do anything I didn't want to. Kaori said, going red at the implication of the things her friend was implying Issei could do to her. What made her blush was the realization that she wasn't entirely against it. Issei, you mean Issei Gremory, your crush and housemate, is a devil? Yui shouted. Quiet down, Kaori said, but nodded seriously. If not for him, I'd be dead right now. However, there are a few perks that come with being his servant. Like? Yui asked, intrigued. Well, for one, I get my own room at his house, a nice salary for working as a devil. Since his family's on the school board, I get my tuition paid for by them, and they're even going to cover college if I end up going there, although I guess it'll depend on what he wants to do. Then there's the benefits of being a devil. I don't get tired as easily, I have increased endurance, and I'm much stronger now too. Additionally, since I was made into a knight, I even get a massive speed boost. See, Kaori explained as she dashed to the other side of the room, throwing papers up in the air as she passed by. She'd made it from one side of the room to the other and back in less than half a second, evidenced by the shinai she was now holding. Awesome, I want to be a devil too, Yui exclaimed in awe at her friend's performance. Kaori was shocked at this. She wasn't expecting her best friend to just ask to be turned into a devil. Well, I could see about talking to Issei about it, but I doubt he'd go for it. Yui looked disheartened. Why, you see, I have this thing called a sacred gear. It's something that was given to me by God, and it lets me go faster every time I hit someone. While I would love you to join Issei's peerage so we could hang out more, it is Issei's decision, Kaori said, activating her sacred gear so her friend could see the white wing stubs coming from her shoulder blades. Oh, Yui said sadly, her eyes downcast as she looked at the white and blue stubs jutting from her friend's back. Well then, now that I have explained myself, why exactly was it that you needed to summon a devil to do your bidding? Kaori asked, playfully trying to cheer her friend up. Well, I wanted to. Ugh, it's super embarrassing. If it's you that I'm asking, then I don't really want to ask for it now, Yui said, going quite red. Trust me, I will be completely professional. I am here on business after all, Kaori responded. Kaori got back home shortly after Issei did and found her king in the living room. He was fiddling with one of his evil pieces the other night and seemed deep in though. I'm back, Kaori announced, snapping Issei out of his thoughts. Oh, sorry. Welcome back, Issei said, turning his attention back to his remaining knight. How was tonight? Interesting, Kaori said after thinking for a moment. Interesting? Issei asked curiously. It was Yui that summoned me, Kaori said, wondering how he'd react. Oh no, Issei groaned, putting a hand over his eyes. So what did you do? I got a contract, Kaori said, holding up a pillow humorously. What did she want that was worth a pillow? Issei asked, confused. Normally the price paid was related to the service requested. A pillow meant that it was a small request and could have easily been fulfilled by the human if they had so desired. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say, but that wasn't all. She asked if she could become a devil too, Kaori said flatly. That was something I wanted to talk to you about actually, Issei said, gesturing for Kaori to sit down. After I managed to tune out detecting your sacred gear, I tried looking for another one at our school and I was able to pick one up, specifically one coming from Cadace. Seriously, do you have any idea what it is? Kaori asked, excited. We had no idea what yours was until we fought you, so I doubt we will find out anytime soon. Until then, let's see how serious she is about this, Issei said. The following day, once Issei and Kaori got back home from school, there was another person already in the house waiting for them. You are late, mister, a girl a year younger than the pair yelled from the living room door as the two removed their shoes before stepping inside. Ravel, I told you I have school today. It's fine if you come over early, but don't expect me to be back until 4, Issei said to Ravel, who was pouting at him. Want me to go and make some tea? Kaori offered as they walked into the house. It's fine, I already made some and some cake, Ravel said as she went and sat down on the sofa facing the large TV. I'll head upstairs to do homework and leave you two be then, Kaori said, taking off up the stairs. So Ravel, what are we watching today? Issei asked, taking a seat next to the young devil. This one is about a princess who wins over a guy's heart with her cooking, Ravel said, pressing play on the remote. Issei and Ravel watched the movie together and laughed along at it. Once the movie was over, the two talked for a bit. Ravel, aren't you in your brother's peerage? Do you have the time to come and watch movies with me? Doesn't he have duties to carry out? Issei asked, genuinely curious about what other peerages did. The only ones he had much experience with was Riaz's and Sona's, although his dad had introduced Issei to the members of his peerage, so he could call upon them if needed. They had been quick to accept Issei, and were even quicker to respond if Issei called for them. Issei knew it came from them blaming themselves for failing to find him when he was abducted, as he was their king's and queen's firstborn son. Issei had reassured them multiple times that he didn't blame them, but whenever he was traveling in the underworld with one of them as an escort, they always seemed to have a little more of an edge than normal. Well, even though I'm technically in his peerage, he doesn't treat me the same as the rest of them. I get to come and go as I please, Ravel explained. What do you mean? What does he do with them that he doesn't with you? Issei asked. Ravel went red at the question and began to sputter. Well, right now Oni-sama is, well, he is with his peerage. With? Issei asked, confused. He's well training with them, Ravel said, still beet red. If anything, her face had gotten redder. I'm not following, Issei said, tilting his head to the side, Ravel's insinuation clearly going over his head. They are sleeping together, Ravel said quietly. Her face had gone from beet to tomato saying it. Issei jerked back shocked. Seriously? Yeah, it's the whole reason he made his peerage all women, Ravel said dejectedly. And he wants Rias on top of, what, 14 other women? Issei asked, shocked at this new information, although he excluded Ravel for obvious reasons. Yes, Ravel said quietly. Next time you see him, Issei said, dripping his hands over Ravel's shoulders so she would look up at him. His expression was deadly serious, and Ravel began to sweat. Was her friend Issei mad at her Oni-sama for wanting his aunt in addition to his peerage? You tell him to quit hogging, Issei said, a massive devilish grin on his face. Ravel smacked him on the arm. Issei, how uncouth. Sorry, it's every guy's dream to have a bunch of girls falling over him, Issei claimed, his eyes sparkling with sacred wisdom known only to the males of the race. Even yours? Ravel asked with a red face at her friend's confession. Well, it used to be. Now, I'm not entirely sure, Issei said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I mean, when I was growing up I was always quite open about that fact, but now that I'm a devil and I can actually get a harem, I'm not even entirely sure I want one, Issei said, his eyes widened at his own words. He was shocked at his own maturity, although as he said it he knew it was what he believed. Well, what changed? Ravel asked, curious. When I got my evil pieces I was sure I was going to use them to make a harem. It felt like the kind of thing I would do, but once I actually started looking for people I had to think long and hard about who I wanted in my peerage. I wanted people that I would still be friends with even after 1,000 years. When I revived Kaori after she died, I added another quota to my peerage, Issei said with a fire in his eyes. They need to be strong enough to protect themselves and each other so that we don't need to go through something like that ever again. Can I join? Ravel asked suddenly. Issei turned and gave her a quizzical look. Can you? He replied, you're already in Riser's peerage. Are you able to take someone else's peerage members? Well, you can trade pieces, Ravel explained. I can ask Oni-sama if he will trade my piece for one of your spare ones. Since I'm a bishop, you trade an unused bishop to him in exchange for me. You can also trade already reincarnated devils so you could trade your knight to Rias for her one if you both were so inclined. If you want to, then I'm okay with it, Issei said, a little taken aback with the sudden offer. You're my friend, and I already know you're strong. I've got another spare room anyway, so. Alright then, I'll ask Oni-sama tonight. I've got to get going, but I'll see you later, Ravel said, getting up and creating a magic circle to leave. Alright then, I'll talk to you later, Ravel, Issei said as his friend left. Kaori came down the stairs and began picking up the dishes and glasses from Issei and Ravel's movie night. She was wearing a loose top which said 3031st Street in graffiti style and a pair of hot pants. So good night, she asked Issei as he got up to give her a hand. It was alright, movie was decent, Issei said. Ravel is going to ask her brother if we can trade bishops, so we might end up getting a second member soon. Great, so I can finally get a hand taking care of your lazy ass, Kaori joked. Hey, I hope. Issei defended himself, a little sad at her comment. He wasn't that bad at cleaning up after himself, was he? Not much, Kaori said offhandedly as the pair entered the kitchen to do the dishes and make dinner. Speaking of new peerage members, any call on Yui? I'm not sure, I want to hold off on making a rash decision, Issei said. Like you did with me? Kaori asked. Hey, you died in my arms there, and I just found out that I could revive people if they died. I needed to test it out, Issei claimed, making excuses. So what's this about you making a harem? Kaori asked, causing Issei to accidentally crush the sponge he was using. Suds shot out, missing Issei but soaking Kaori's shirt, so it clung to her chest. Did you hear that? Issei asked, averting his eyes, after he snuck a quick peek, of course. Oh yeah, so you planned on having just pretty girls in your peerage, Kaori said, turning his head to look at her. But you changed your mind after you decided to revive me. Around that time, yeah, Issei admitted. Is that supposed to mean that you don't think I'm attractive? Kaori asked, sounding a little mad, and though he didn't hear it, hurt. What? Of course not, Issei said, offended. Have you seen yourself? The kendo training cuts down any extra fat on you and giving you a great athletic body. Your hair is a rich chocolate color, silky smooth, and it frames your face in a way that just makes all of your features pop. Due to your training and night speed, your legs are well toned and muscled enough to make any girl jealous. And that's without me even getting started on your boobs, Issei said before realizing what he had said and silencing himself. Kaori just looked on, red in the face, a little shocked at how many details he was able to list, and it had sounded as if he had been about to go on. What I mean is, I decided that I wanted people that I could trust and get along with in my peerage, and that looks would be secondary. Issei tried to explain, but Kaori just stood there still shocked. Idiot, Kaori said quietly, looking away. The following day at school, it was the start of the planning for the school's culture festival, so Issei's class had to decide what they were going to do. There were a few rather basic suggestions, but the far and away winner was a maid cafe. Why? Because it gave the girls an excuse to force Kiba, and to a lesser extent Issei, to dress up in butler uniforms. The pair tried to convince the rest of the class that it wouldn't be that easy, but the girls voted them down, including Kaori. Once the votes were all counted up, Issei turned to his side and whispered to the knight. Traitor. She just turned and gave him a big smile. It was decided that Issei would be on the team getting the room set up to host the cafe. Kiba was quickly recruited as a model by the group of girls in charge of costumes. Issei told him that he wasn't bothered with whatever the girls got them to wear, but to make sure that the girls would regret their decision for the event. A knowing smirk shared between the two sent shivers down the spine of Kaori, who was watching the two chat in hushed tones in a corner as they flashed devilish looks concerning whatever they were saying. Sometimes the hearing can be a pain, she said quietly. Only Yui was close enough to hear her. What did they say? She asked. You're better off in the dark, her friend replied. Anyway, what days can you stay back? Kaori was currently organizing the group that was responsible for working on the tables, layout, and decorations. Since she, Yui, and Issei were all in that group, she thought it would be a good chance to get the two to talk to each other. I'm good for Mondays and Thursdays, Yui said after a quick check of her phone. Alright, I'm clear on Thursdays, but I'm busy with stuff on Monday. It was a bold-faced lie, but Kaori needed to set her friend and her king up with some alone time. And since Issei had Ravel over most Thursdays but the two took Mondays off of devil work, it would be perfect. I've got Mondays off, Issei said, not noticing what his scheming knight had planned. The others in the group began to sound off on the days that worked for them. Alright then, I'll get the rota organized for our group. Kaori sat down at her seat and began to write. Damn that Brett, Riser Phoenix said as he lay furious in bed. His queen, Ubeluna, was lying next to him and knew what was wrong. She was there when his sister came home and asked if he would trade her away. That had made her king mad. He loved his sister, and it was common for devils to dote on their younger sisters, so naturally he hated the man who wanted to take her away from him. She put her arms around his neck and pressed her naked body against his back. If it's what she wants, shouldn't you let her make her own choices? She said, taking a chance on the idea that he might actually take some advice for once. He has listened to her before, usually at a time like this, just after he had his way with her. He was more understanding after letting it all out. I won't let her. She's mine, nobody else's. I'm her king and she is my bishop. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is taking her away from me. Running off with the first guy she meets, could she be any more of a fool? Riser said angrily. That's what I did. Hell, that's what half the girls in your peerage did. Ubeluna reminded him softly as she stroked his back. She could feel him shaking from pure rage. Yes, but that was with me. I'm different from whoever it is she wants to go to. I'm better, Riser said, missing the look Ubeluna gave him. Why don't we go and meet with the boy? Then you might be able to get something out of him. Maybe even convince him not to go through with it, Ubeluna said soothingly. You can even visit Reyes when you do. I like that idea, Riser said, laying back down on the bed as his queen mounted him a grin on both their faces. Alright, with this we can get 43 people in at once, Yui said. That's the most we can realistically get into the classroom comfortably, Issei said, looking around. Unless you used magic, Yui noted. Not so loud, Issei said, putting a hand over her mouth. He quickly removed it, recoiling in disgust at the fact she'd licked his hand. EWW, he said, taking his hand back and wiping the saliva off it. Why would you do that? Habit. Done it with friends since kindergarten, Yui explained nonchalantly. And besides, no one would believe that you can actually use magic. Issei's phone went off at that moment. Issei gave a stern look to Yui before pressing answer. Hey man, what's up? Tiba's voice came through over a number of girls' voices speaking excitedly in the background. Hey, Issei, you mind telling Butchu that I'll be running late? I'm being dragged off to act as a dress-up doll. Yeah, alright man, have fun you damn playboy. Issei cursed his friend. We're done here, so I was just about to head over. Issei arrived at the orc to an unfortunate scene. Riser Phoenix sat on one of the sofas with his queen in his arm as he continued to ask Reyes to come and sit on his lap. The sight of it made Issei feel a little sick. He was even hitting on Kaori, who was standing against the wall, her face expressionless, despite Ravel repeatedly telling him to stop. He disregarded his sister all too swiftly as he stood to meet the young devil that had just entered the room. Riser Phoenix, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you again, Issei managed to say through gritted teeth, extending a hand. Issei Gremory, you have a lot of nerve asking for my sister in a trade, especially for a spare piece, Riser said, shaking it. Everyone else in the room could almost see the force in it as each boy tried to crush the others. After a moment, the pair collapsed onto opposing couches facing each other. Kaori moved from the wall to stand behind her king, while Ubeluna sat up straight next to hers. Well, to be fair, Ravel was the one who offered, Issei stated. You dare contradict me? The elder Phoenix asked, his temper rising. Brother, calm down. Issei-sama is my friend and a member of the Gremory family, Ravel stated. Friend, that is merely how he is acting now, just wait. As soon as he has your piece he will use you like a toy and then toss you aside, Riser stated, making every girl in the room's stomach turn. I'm nothing like that, Issei said, a controlled grin on his face. I would never force a woman to do something she doesn't want, unlike a certain someone. The pointed jab was not missed by anyone in the room and you could almost see the steam coming off of Riser. You want my sister? Fine. Then fight for it. A rating game in 1 week between my peerage and yours. You may borrow pieces from my fiancé if you need to fill your board. I will show you what happens to those who insult Riser Phoenix. But just in case you were thinking of turning it down, I'll throw in another piece of your choice from my peerage as well. I have a full set and you can pick any one of them if you win. Ravel looked extremely unhappy with the outcome. Everyone did, but Ravel looked like she was about to bite her older brother's head off for this stunt. Alright then, if I win you trade me Ravel and a piece of my choice. If you win, I'll drop the whole thing, Issei said. And you'll never talk to her again, Riser said, the smug grin on his face spreading. Oni-sama, don't, Ravel tried to interject. Shut up, Ravel, the men are talking, Riser said, turning. He smacked his sister with the back of his right hand to shut her up. The entire room looked stunned at his complete disregard for her, although the Riser's queen didn't so much as flinch. Issei was fuming, although he managed to hold in his innate desire to have some frozen chicken for dinner through sheer will. I'm gonna enjoy tearing that arm off as many times as I need to, Issei said with a growl, letting some of his killing intent through. You'll have to wait until we meet in the arena for that, Issei Gremory, Riser said, deliberately drawing out his name to further infuriate his opponent as he summoned a magic circle to leave, his queen hanging onto his arm. He did manage to hear Issei's last words before he disappeared, though. You can count on it. It wasn't a threat, it was a promise. The following day, Riaz and Issei were meeting with Sona to discuss the confrontation between Issei and Riser. Well, that was poorly handled, Sona stated as she sat with Issei and Riaz in the orc. Riaz and Sona had their queen standing behind them, although Issei had no one since Kaori was at kendo practice. It kind of slipped out, Issei said weakly. I said that you handled the situation poorly, not that what you did was wrong. Regardless, you need to put as much time into recruitment as possible right now, Sona said. Riser has a full peerage. If you are to stand a chance against him, you will need at least a few more pieces. I can loan you Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko, but that leaves you needing 8 pawns, a rook, and 2 bishops, Riaz said, counting the difference in her head. And sadly, this matter has nothing to do with the Citri family, so I cannot loan you any of mine, Sona said. Damn, so I'm gonna be outnumbered. Issei bit his thumb, trying to think. I'll help you strategize a way to win after you've done some training. But first, call your parents, Sona said sternly. If nothing else, they can train your group in preparation for the game. I'll get right on. Issei's text alert went off. One sec. He took a look at it and his face turned dark. Shit, we need to go, now, he said, racing for the door, knocking his chair over in his rush to leave. Sona and Riaz shared a concerned look as he crashed out the doors. Then the pair stood up and rushed after him. Earlier in the kendo club, he was hitting on you, in front of his fiancée, his queen, and his sister. Yep, Jesus, that Riser guy sounds insufferable, and he just straight up slapped his sister like that. Huey asked Kaori as the two got changed in the kendo club's locker room. Yeah, all because she wanted to join Issei's peerage. She literally just asked if he could trade her to someone else. Ravel stuck around after the meeting and even said that things probably would have gone better if she had another family member trade for her than had them trade her to Issei. That way she could have avoided Riser altogether. Kaori said, Damn, I want to beat the shit out of this guy myself. Think Issei will let me join so I can get a swing at him? Yui asked hopefully. Possibly. He wants as many of his own pieces going into this match, and with only me at the moment he probably won't turn you down. Especially since you have a sacred gear. They were interrupted when they spotted a magic circle in the middle of the changing room. Luckily it was just the two of them left. The others had hurried out, worried about peepers. Ravel appeared from the circle, anxiously looking around. Oh crap, she said. The crude language was unfitting of a lady like herself, but the fact that another magic circle was appearing behind her served as a reasonable excuse for the language in her opinion. She turned towards Kaori and was shocked to see another girl with her. You two need to get away from here, now. What's going on? Kaori asked. She was answered by the appearance of a very large steel blade appearing out of thin air, followed by the hilt and then the arms up to the one wielding it. Kaori could see a black-haired woman in a white top and red shorts, which displayed ample cleavage. What worried her, though, was the fact that the woman was pointing the sword at the two girls. My brother sent his knight, Cirrus, to attack you so that Issei would need to go into the raiding game alone. He doesn't just want Issei to lose, he wants an overwhelming victory against a Satan's son and a Gremory at that, Ravel explained, standing in front of the two girls protectively. Cirrus, you are acting without permission in another devil's territory and attacking a member of the peerage of a high-class devil. This could be seen as the acts of a stray. Unlike you, I am merely doing as Riser-sama wishes, the knight said, changing the point of her blade from the two girls to the young blonde. Riser will be punished if he is indeed behind this attack. It is not the stance of the Phoenix clan, Ravel said. She then took on a pleading tone. Can't you see that even if you do this, then Riser will just say you acted without him telling you to? You'll be labeled a stray and killed. Ravel pleaded. Riser-sama would never abandon me, Cirrus claimed. If you will not get out of the way, Ravel-sama, then I will have to go through you. I will do as Riser-sama commands. He is my king, and I am his knight. So saying, she slashed her sword down at the blonde, but her blade was stopped by a sword. Kaori had gotten her bearings and used her sword to catch the strike. Wasn't it me you came here to attack? It's a little insulting that you would ignore me. Kaori smirked, pushing up on her sword to break the stalemate. She reached out and struck, tapping Cirrus on her arm. Immediately the wing stubs on Kaori's back that constituted momentum pillage glowed and Cirrus's movements slowed down. Kaori deftly dodged the attack, countering with another strike. Then another. Before long the invading knight was slowed to a crawl, her weapon on the floor discarded. You're beaten, Kaori said as the knight continued in vain to try and strike her target. Suddenly another magic circle appeared, once again of the Phoenix clan. This time Riser was the one who stepped out. Cirrus, why is she still standing? Did I not tell you to break her legs? Riser asked, contempt clear in his voice. Sorry, Riser-sama. Ravel-sama warned her, so I was unable to. Cirrus started. You mean, they kidnapped Ravel and you came to save her? Riser said with a relaxed smile. What? Kaori yelled. That's a lie. What the hell is wrong with you? She tried to strike him, but he caught the sword with his hand. Kaori drained his speed, but that ended the drain from Cirrus. She tried to pull back her sword, but Riser was gripping it hard. So hard that it started to give out. The weapon cracked under the pressure and eventually broke into shards. Riser calmly transferred his grin from the sword to Kaori's neck. Kaori, Yui yelled, reaching for her friend who was being choked by Riser. She was promptly smacked away by the brute with the back of his hand. Back off, human. These are devil affairs, Riser warned with a smirk as his hand reached up to Kaori's chest with his free hand. Now let's see how much you like your king after spending some time with Riser. Suddenly a blade cut through Riser's hand, holding Kaori, who dropped to the floor gasping for air. The hand fell to the ground with her, and Riser's now stump burst into flames. His hand regenerated and he looked at the one who'd cut his hand off. Yui looked back at him in disbelief. She gripped the Zweihander she had picked up off the floor tightly, and a strange light emitted from her forearms as white medical bandages appeared wrapped around them like cloth armor. Suddenly, despite not moving, Riser's hand fell off again, cut in the same spot as before. What have you done? Riser shouted angrily that a human of all things had struck him. Angrily he lashed out at her, punching Yui in the stomach. Despite the drop in speed, he was still suffering from momentum pillage. He was still a great deal stronger than his human target, who was thrown across the room and crashed into some lockers, knocking her out cold. During that time, Riser's hand had regenerated again. Come unravel, Riser said condescendingly, making a magic circle to get away with. You wouldn't want me to cause a mess now, would you? His peerage members followed him, and moments later they were gone. Issei barged into the room a couple of minutes later, followed closely by both Sona and Rias as well as their queens. They'd come in response to a text from Ravel, who'd sent it as soon as she'd gotten a moment alone. Issei went over to Kaori first. She was unconscious but coming around, so he went to check on Yui, leaving the others to look after Kaori. Yui lay in front of the lockers on her stomach, unmoving. When Issei looked down, he noticed a bent piece of metal from a locker sticking out of her side. Turning her over, he saw that her eyes were open in the frozen stare of death. He quickly closed them as he summoned his evil pieces. She'd been dead less than 10 minutes. Her body had been warm when he'd touched her, and the wound had not yet clogged. He could still revive her. He'd done the same with Kaori. Sorry, he said, taking out his last knight. I promised I wouldn't let anything like this happen again, but you had to pay the price for my feud with Riser. I'll give you a second chance. You already told me you wanted this, but this time, I promise that you won't have to go through something like this again. The knight glowed as he laid it down on the girl's body. You who waits on the other side, I am Issei Gremory, and you have no claim to this soul. Yui Kades is to be my knight. Her life is not yours to take. So break the chains of death and give her back to me, Issei chanted. A magic circle flared around the two, and Yui took a deep breath and started to breathe again. Yui Kades woke up to quite the shock. She was lying in a strange bed wearing only her underwear, while her best friend's crush, Issei Hayadu, slept beside her, naked as the day he was born. She was just about to scream and throw him out of the bed when she noticed Kaori was sitting in a chair next to where the pair lay, a slight grin on her face at the reaction she'd just witnessed. What happened? Yui asked, clutching the sheet to her chest protectively. Well, even with that reaction, you're taking this better than I expected, Kaori said, flashing her friend a grin. Don't worry, he already got an earful for even saying that he should do this, but it worked. Well, I'm still kind of dressed, and if you're here, then I doubt he could have done anything too bad, Yui explained as her heart rate slowed. Apparently healing magic works best with as much skin contact as possible. Issei didn't tell me how you died, but welcome to the club, Kaori said, offering her friend a pair of jeans and a top. Yui got out of the bed and put on the clothes. So I'm a devil now too? Yui asked, releasing her wings. She flapped them appreciatively for a moment before putting them away. Yep, finally, I'll get a hand taking care of this lazy-ass master of mine, Kaori said. Speaking of, mind giving me a hand with breakfast? Let's go, Yui said, following Kaori to the kitchen. Issei walked into the kitchen 20 minutes later, now dressed, rubbing sleep from his eyes, and sat down at the table as the two girls cooked away with a passion. Morning, girls, Issei said. Morning, Issei, the two replied at the same time. Eggs and bacon, Kaori asked. Works for me, Issei replied, making a quick text. The plate was placed down in front of him, and he took a bite before a reply came back. And we now have the rest of the week off school, he declared. How? Yui asked, surprised. Sona most likely, Kaori guessed. Our idiot of a master agreed to a raiding game 5 days from now, and we need all the time we've got to train. It's not likely to make a huge difference though, unless we've got some kind of secret weapon. Otherwise we're pretty much screwed, Kaori explained, catching the new knight up on the situation. Well, yes, we are kind of screwed. Speaking of a secret weapon, Ravel mentioned something interesting in her text. Apparently you were able to cut off Riser's hand, and then do it again without doing anything. Issei asked, curious about his new knight's abilities. Well, I cut it off with that sword. Then when he regenerated it, I got mad that the cut hadn't worked. Next thing I knew, his hand was on the ground again and he was sending me flying, Yui said, looking at her forearms, remembering the bandages that had appeared in response to her overwhelming anger that someone had hurt her friend. Think that was her sacred gear? Kaori asked her king. Probably. If only there was some expert we could ask about it. Issei wondered aloud. Suddenly the front door was thrown open and an angry silver-haired maid came crashing through. Issei, Gremory, what the hell did you do? Graphia's voice reverberated around the house, causing all of its inhabitants to shake in fear. She entered the kitchen, her usual stern but calm look gone. She was not happy right now. Mom, how did you find out about that?" Issei asked, trembling in the face of a mother's wrath. "Ravel told me. Her brother got her to organize the raiding game," Graphia said in the calm voice of a predator about to strike. "Now you will tell me exactly what you did over the last 2 days. Okay." Issei explained the situation to Graphia and found that she was far more understanding than Issei had initially expected. Apparently you needed a certain level of training and discipline to be able to stand in the same room as Riser Phoenix without wanting to tear his head off. Even then the prospect was still greatly tempting, although only one devil had acted on it. Sadly, Headless Riser hadn't lasted long, to the disappointment of quite a few, though the show had been very entertaining. "Fortunately, between Ravel and I we were able to negotiate an extra week of training time for you," Graphia said, now understanding the situation. "You now have 12 days, and your father has said that I am free to handle your training as I see fit. He also gave me full access to his peerage. Miss Murayama can train with your father's knight, Saoji. He was the one who taught Kiba. Actually, I have my second knight now. Yui Kades." Issei gestured to the new girl, who waved meekly at the maid. "Kaori's friend got caught up when Riser tried to attack her and I reincarnated her," Issei said. "She can join the training as well then," Issei's mother said, nodding to the girl. "Also, I suspect her sacred gear apparently is quite effective against Phoenix regeneration. When she chopped his hand off, he regenerated it, but she was able to cut it off again without doing anything. I believe it's an effect of her sacred gear, although I can't say for certain until we can identify it." "Interesting. I'll have someone check the archives for any sacred gears like that," Graphia said, making a mental note. The girls looked at the mother and son for a moment as Graphia finished calming down. "Now then, I will need time to prepare the training ground. Since Sona gave you the rest of the week off, use the time to prepare and do any devil work you need to do. Get your new knight started on the basics as well. Your training will be in the underworld, so make sure you tell your parents you'll be away starting Saturday. I'll tell Sona to give you next week off of school so I can train you then as well. Since you'll be using Rize's pieces, they'll be coming along for the training as well. My parents won't be an issue, so I'm gonna do a little cleaning up in the bedrooms," Kaori said. Issei looked at her curiously. "Issei, I know you don't think about it, but we need to at least get them usable. Your entire peerage will move into this house at one point or another. We need the space." Yui blushed at the statement, although only Graphia saw. The silver-haired maid hid a small smile at the sight. It seemed her son was building a harem after all, even if he was doing it unknowingly. Issei nodded in understanding. "Just don't throw anything out. I'll look through it when I get a chance." He took a deep breath and looked to his newest knight. "I'm gonna go talk to my parents about this training camp," Yui said. "They should be cool about it though if I tell them it's for kendo." "Alright then, meet back up here at 2 or so. We can get you started on contracts. I've got 3 appointments today. Kaori, you're needed by one of your regulars, and I'll take Yui to one of mine so she can see what they're all about." Issei took Yui to his first contract of the day. It was a new one and the guy needed relationship advice. He had a crush on a girl and wanted to know how to get her to notice him. Immediately Issei was stumped due to his own lack of success with the fairer sex. "Well, I don't know how much help I can be. I've never even kissed a girl," Issei admitted. Instead it was Yui who stepped forward. "Alright, let's see what I'm working with here." She walked around the boy, poking and prodding. "About 14. The boy nodded. "Decently tall, hunched back though, that'll need some work, hairs all over the place." She lifted his bangs and looked at his face. "Workable," she declared with the authority of a judge at a sentencing. The shy boy looked worried at the sudden interest he was getting from this strange woman. Yui grabbed a paper and pen from nearby and began writing. "What are you doing, miss?" the boy asked. "First, we're going to need to deal with your posture. I'm guessing you spend a lot of time on the computer." The boy nodded. "Try and make sure you sit up properly. Now then, let's go shopping." "Shopping?" the boy asked. Stumped, he looked to the only other male in the room for help. "Yep," Yui said. Issei just shrugged in the background. "Just go with it. If anyone can help you, it's probably her," Issei said to the confused kid. He smiled his devilish grin. "So tell me about this girl." The 3 made their way to a convenience store and the boys followed Yui as she grabbed items off her list. Shampoo, hair gel, a skin cream. Afterwards they went to a hairdresser and the boy was whisked away by Yui and the staff. After 2 hours of a whirlwind makeover, the boy was worthy of being cursed by Issei and his old friends as a damn pretty boy. "Job's done," Yui said, nodding confidently. "I've got to say I'm impressed. Let's see what this will cost you." Issei looked at his phone app. "Oh, right, we needed to get payment first." Yui looked ashamed that she'd just taken control of the situation. "It's fine," Issei said. "You nailed it." The boy was happy with the result and Issei let Yui keep the 45 yen payment, although he told her about the commission he'd be receiving in the future as her king. Contracts are a way for devils to increase their power. Every time you complete a request you get a little bit of demonic power from the person who requested it. It's not much, but it all adds up over time, Issei explained as Yui and him returned to his house. "Especially since we can live for centuries." "Alright then, so I'll need to hand out those flyers after we get back from training?" Yui asked. "Until we get familiars, yes," Issei said vaguely. "You've got the rest of the day off. I need to get to my next contract." Issei's last contract of the day was an impromptu one that came in late in the evening as he was getting ready for bed. Sighing, he summoned a magic circle to answer the call, glad he was still wearing his casual wear from earlier in the day instead of pajamas. It was a new contractor after all, so with some luck he may get a regular customer. When he stepped out of the magic circle, he took in his surroundings. It was always surprising what you could learn from a person based on where they summoned you. He was in a bedroom, a female one based on the stuffed animals on the bed. At this age, males tended to avoid the things, although girls kept them around. They seemed to think it made them cute. On the wall hung several posters of famous female Japanese tennis players from Naomi Osaka to Ai Sugiyama. A few of the posters were even signed. Leaning against the wall where the posters hung was a tennis racket and several tennis balls that lay strewn across the floor. On another wall was a bookshelf, and thanks to his devil sight, Issei could make out a few of the titles. Some were related to school subjects, some related to pet training, a few related to tennis, but what caught his eye were the books related to mythological monsters and contracts. Excuse me, a timid voice spoke up, interrupting Issei's thoughts. Turning, he took notice of his summoner. It was a young, busty girl lying on the floor where she'd fallen back in surprise at his sudden appearance. She was dressed in the Kyo Academy uniform, with long brown hair that seemed to be naturally twisted into drills like ravels. He didn't recognize the girl, so she wasn't in his grade. Maybe she was in an older class. He considered the idea for a moment before accepting it as the most likely explanation. She certainly looked like she was his senior in terms of body development. "You called, ma'am. I am Isay Gremory. How may I be of service to you this evening?" he said, bowing respectfully at the waist. The sudden action caused the young girl to weep in fear. I want you to help me end my engagement," the woman said, putting on a brave face as she stood up, although Issei noticed her legs were trembling. "You want me to help end your engagement?" Issei asked for clarification. The girl rapidly bobbed her head in agreement. "Well, let's sit down," Issei said, following his own advice. The girl hesitantly followed his example. "Now perhaps you could give me some more details," he requested, and the girl began to explain her tale. Her name was Kiyomabe, a second year at Kyo Academy, a year above him, which was why he hadn't recognized her. She had recognized him though, as he was one of the few boys in the school which still possessed a massive female student body. She was a member of the tennis club and was set to become the president next year if everything went well. However, her family life was much more interesting. Apparently, Kiyom came from a long line of beast tamers, humans that made contracts with monsters and yakai for their service in exchange for something. However, over the years, the family's ability for contracting and summoning had worsened as the blood had dispersed, thinning as new blood married in, diluting it. That was what led to Kiyom's predicament. She was a powerful tamer, more successful in getting contracts from monsters and yakai than any of her other relatives. It was all due to the fact that her father had married a foreign beast tamer, boosting her ability as she was the offspring of two powerful clans. Seeing his own success and a chance to restore the family's power, her father had arranged a marriage between her and a distant tamer family from northern Japan. In an attempt to undermine him and win back her freedom, Kiyom had asked her father for a way to get the engagement cancelled. However, he was unrelenting. Her mother was of no hope as she had died in childbirth and had been the last of her clan. "He's a man that never backs down and always follows through on his decisions, but I thought that he might cancel it if I said I had a boyfriend," Kiyom explained, her head down. "It seems stupid now, and I know it sounds cliché, but I want to marry for love, not for my family and their interests. I know that feeling," Issei said, sympathizing with the poor girl. "My aunt is actually in an engagement too, and her fiancé is a jerk. Is she going to have to marry him?" Kiyom asked, wondering where Issei's story was going. "No idea, although I'm going to fight the bastard in just under 2 weeks," Issei said, revealing an expression of determination on his face. "Well, I wish you the best of luck, Gremory-san," Kiyom said, flashing a smile. She'd initially been scared of the devil, but he was so genuine that she just found herself enjoying their talk. "Thanks. Now as for your engagement, I don't know whether your plan will work or not, but let's go with it," Issei said, running his hand through his hair. Truthfully, this kind of a request was a first for him, and while he was trying his best, he was a little unsure of what to do. "I'll talk to some other devils tonight, see what they can tell me. If anything happens, you know how to reach me," Issei said, pointing at the flyer she had used. "I will, and thanks for the help, Gremory-san," Kiyom called, waving goodbye as Issei summoned a magic circle to head home. "See you later, and don't worry about the payment. We charge on completion, not on how long it takes to complete the task. Also call me Issei. If we're going to be seeing each other often, wouldn't it be better to just call me by my name?" he said, waving goodbye. "I will," Kiyom said as Issei stepped into the circle and was gone. "Issei," Kiyom tested it out, a small smile on her face. She liked the sound of it. Shaking her head, she ran off to meet with her father. The next time Issei got summoned by Kiyom was the following afternoon. He was in the middle of eating a late lunch while Yui and Kaori had gone to the orc to get swords from Kiba. The swords were the short-term solution, he knew, but he didn't have the time to get custom swords made for them before the raiding game. As he put the last piece of rice in his mouth, Issei felt his stomach jerk, the indication that someone had summoned him. He knew it was Kiyom, since all summoners had a unique feel in their magic, but what interested him was that he was being summoned to a local park during school hours compared to her house like last time. Putting his bowl in the sink, Issei jotted down a quick note for his nights before summoning a magic circle. He came out in the park next to Kiyom, who was holding the flyer she'd used yesterday. They were standing in a clearing off of the normal path, so people walking wouldn't see them. She was dressed casually today in a top and skirt, although her hair was still in its drill shape, confirming his suspicions. "So what's going on?" he asked. He'd expected her to summon him again, but during school hours was a surprise. "I'll tell you in a minute, but for now just follow my lead," she quickly whispered as a new voice rang through the clearing. "Is this him, your boyfriend?" a strong voice asked. Issei turned to find the speaker. It was a well-built man clad in a cape and a helm with two horns jutting out of it. He wore a sleeveless workout shirt, shorts, and combat boots that all seemed to be made out of animal hide, although Issei believed that it was more likely monster hide due to the man's job. "That's..." His voice trailed off. What could he say in the face of an outfit like that? "My father," Kiyom said quietly before yelling to the man across the clearing. "Yes. He doesn't look like much," the man commented, earning an eyebrow raise from Issei. "So what am I doing here?" he asked, turning back to Kiyom, who was now looking off to the side, fiddling with one of her drills. "I told him last night that I had a boyfriend so he would break off the marriage. But he said he'd only do it on one condition. He would only do it if you could beat him in a fight." Issei gave the man a quick once-over. "Seems easy enough. I can sense some magic from him, but not enough to beat me." So saying, he began cracking his knuckles and stretching. "No, that's not what I mean." You need to beat him in a tamer battle," Kiyom explained. "It's going to be best 2 out of 3 and you need to use the beast to fight. I told him you don't have any, so he'll let me lend you mine for the fights. The fight will take place using 3 different types of monsters: sea, land, and air. I know it's a bit strange, but please do this for me," she begged, bowing her head. "Of course I'll do it," Issei said confidently. "You choose the beast, I'll take care of the fighting." Seeing his grin, Kiyom visibly relaxed. "Okay, let's do this. You two done yet?" Kiyom's father called out, hands crossed over his chest impatiently. "You can always just surrender if you want to." "We're ready," Kiyom yelled confidently. "Issei won't lose to you. He's the man I trust with my future." "Then let's see how much of that trust is warranted." With that statement, the 2 beast tamers put their hands on the ground. "I'll let you know right now, I'm summoning my merman Gyros. He'll show you what it means to be in a fight." "Fine, then let's have a fish fight. I'll go with my mermaid, Eslina." Kiyom voiced her champion. Issei was getting excited, imagining the half-woman fish girl Kiyom was going to summon. However, the monster that appeared was nothing like what he'd expected. Instead of a fish tail, the lower body of the creature had muscular legs that looked like they belonged on a male bodybuilder. As for the top, there was no busty beauty there. Instead, the top of the mermaid was a fish, a tuna fish. As for Kiyom's father's champion, it too had muscular legs, but the top of his monster was a shark. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you now, Issei," Kiyom said, looking at him with admiration. "Yeah, I've got this," Issei said with a confidence he didn't possess. His confidence in victory had gone out the window the second he saw that he had a tuna against a shark. "Boy, are you going to come at me or will I need to come to you?" Kiyom's father yelled at him. "I'm coming," Issei called, but when he turned to the mermaid he saw that she was flopping about on the ground next to the shark fishman. As they watched as the shark stopped moving and lay still, soon followed by the tuna mermaid. All 3 just stared at the 2 monsters. Issei turned to Kiyom and saw that she was looking away from him and attempting to whistle. Feeling his accusing eyes on her, she began to sweat. "I got caught up in the moment and may have forgotten that mermaids can only breathe in water," she admitted sheepishly. Issei looked at her father and saw that he had the same expression on his face. He sweat dropped. "Gyros died first, so I'll give you round 1, Kiyom's father said, composing his face in an attempt to play it off. "As for round 2, don't expect victory to come as easily." The 2 once again placed their hands on the ground to summon their respective monsters. "I'll summon my Yukiana, Christy," Kiyom declared. Once again, the name of the monster being summoned registered with Issei. "When you say Yukiana, you mean a snow woman, right?" he asked, wanting to confirm his expectations of the yokai. "Yeah, me and my dad both have one, so you'll see 2 of them. Just like the legends say, they're beautiful women." Issei pictured a pale snow-haired woman fighting on his behalf and grinned, but once again his expectations were destined to fall short. The yokai that appeared this time bore more resemblance to a bipedal gorilla than a woman. Christy stood just above 5.5 feet and was covered in white fur with a face almost identical to a gorilla. However, horrifyingly, she had 2 blonde drills for hair coming over her shoulders just like her master, although thankfully it was only 2 compared to the several brown ones that hung from Kiyom's head. "They're also known as Yetis," Kiyom commented helpfully to Issei, who'd begun to sob internally. For all his improvements in maturity, having 2 beautiful monster girls revealed to be, well, monsters was too much of a shock for his system. Even more horrifying was the fact that the yokai was winking and blowing kisses at him, causing Issei to shiver. At least the tales of Yukiana having ice powers didn't seem to be a complete lie. Across from Issei, Kiyom and Christy, Kiyom's father had just finished summoning his Yukiana. It stood slightly taller than Christy and had straight hair instead of drills. "I'll start us off this time," he declared. "Stephanie, drum." At his command, the now-named Stephanie began to pound her chest. Issei turned toward Kiyom for an explanation. "Yukiana can increase their physical abilities by pounding their chests," she explained quickly. "Then we'll do the same thing," Issei declared, ordering Christy to drum her chest as well. However, Christy ignored him and began to run across the clearing towards Stephanie. As she ran, the ground began to freeze and mirror images of Christy began to rise from the ground until several copies were charging towards Stephanie, indistinguishable from the real one. She's using Snow Clone, a technique unique to yokai that live in cold, snowy territory. It allows them to make replicas of themselves out of snow and ice, helping them when they go hunting. Thanks, Kiyom, Issei said. However, something was off. Stephanie had stopped pounding her chest and stood there as Kiyom's father took something out of his pants pocket. Issei frowned in confusion. It was a banana. As he watched Kiyom's father tossed it into the air, and to his astonishment, Christy leapt after it with a single-minded focus, causing all of her clones to collapse. In the air and defenseless, Christy was unable to react to Stephanie tackling her out of the air, her increased strength making it impossible for Christy to escape. Victory was easy to determine, making the score 1-1. Bananas are Yuki-Ana's favorite food, Kiyom explained after dispelling Christy. Normally, seeing a banana would cause a Yuki-Ana to pursue it with a single-minded intensity. The fact that Stephanie was able to ignore it shows how well my father has trained her. They really are gorillas, Issei sobbed in his head. But then an idea popped into his head. Is it cheating since he used a banana? Issei asked. No, there was never any rules against outside interference, so it's perfectly legal, she said. Turning, she saw a demonic grin make its way across Issei's features as his plan took shape. Then we're gonna win, he declared confidently. The deciding round was a sky battle, but for this battle the champions had to ride on the monsters. Kiyom's monster this time was a birdman named Sky that had a human body with wings for arms, a normal face except for a beak where a nose and a mouth would be, and feathers for hair. He stood 6 feet tall, but his species couldn't fly due to the size of their wings in relation to their body. However, to make up for this less than desirable trait, his species could run at speeds only just slower than an average devil knight. That'll do, Issei said after Kiyom explained Sky's abilities to him. I'll just ride him piggyback style. His calm demeanor fooled Kiyom, but when she saw her dad's third and final monster, she resigned herself to her upcoming marriage. Maybe he's not a bad guy, she thought dumbly. He has monsters, maybe he'll let me teach them tennis. That cheered her up a little. She was a massive tennis fan, and it was one of the first things she taught her monsters after she made a contract with them. Earth, to Kiyom. Is anyone home? Issei snapped her out of her trance by snapping his fingers in front of her nose. What kind of monster is that? He asked, nodding his head towards the massive bird Kiyom's father was mounted upon. The monster had a brown plumage with a white underbelly and was 30 feet long from beak to tail feather by his estimate. As for its wingspan, Issei watched as they unfurled and the monster propelled itself into the air with massive flaps that almost blew all three on the ground into the air. The wingspan was at least 80 feet. That is a rock, Kiyom said, defeated, and an adult one at that. They regularly feed on elephants, and the flapping of their wings back in ancient times was said to be able to destroy a village from the wind it generated. They've died out over the years, and few tamers even get a chance to see one. To from a contract is almost unheard of. I'll resign, Issei. There's no way you and Sky can beat my father. Don't be so sure, Issei said, flashing her the grin she'd seen on him earlier. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Within 5 minutes, you'll be free to marry whoever you want. Issei's prediction was slightly off, though. It took him 8 minutes to best the flying creature. I got the idea from your dad, Issei said, putting a jacket he'd been wearing around Kiyom as he explained what happened. He used outside items to defeat Christy, so I did the same things. Using magic, I summoned a raging blizzard. I didn't directly attack with magic, that was done by the snow and sleet. Me and Sky were fine since we were on the ground and underneath the rock's shadow most of the time, so it took the worst of it. I'm surprised it took your father this long to submit. He wasn't exactly dressed for cold weather, and flying in the air could have only made it worse. I get what you mean when you said he was picketed. He didn't even end the match, the rock did, landing once he passed out. The snow in the air was thinning out as Issei dispelled the magic, although a few flakes still fluttered here and there. However, he admitted defeat and agreed to call off your engagement, so for now at least you're safe. Thank you, Issei, for everything once again, Kiyom said. The two were sitting in her room drinking tea the day after the tamer battle. Kiyom had summoned Issei to give him his payment for completing her request. However, for now the two friends were just enjoying each other's company. On Issei's back was a signed racket used by Naomi Osaka in one of her tournaments and won. When Kiyom had given it to him, he'd declared that the payment was too much, but she'd insisted, saying that he could take it as a deposit for any future request from her. So how's your dad taking it? Issei asked, curious about her dad's reaction to the upset in the third round. Kiyom laughed. He officially hates your guts. He caught the flu from your little blizzard yesterday and can't get out of bed. Worse is the fact that none of his monsters or yokai can come near out of fear they'll catch it. The only one who can get near him is Stephanie, so she's been put in charge of nursing him back to health. She then gave Issei an inquisitive look. Why weren't you at school today? Issei choked on his tea, nearly spitting it out. Cough, why do cough, you ask? Cough. His counter question earned him a blush from his companion. I thought that maybe we could eat lunch together, she said quietly, spinning her finger around one of her drills. A sudden memory made her stop and her expression darkened. Also, who's Kaori Murayama and Yui Kates? She asked sweetly. Issei looked at Kiyom, sensing the question was some sort of trap. They're my knight, he said, taking another sip of his tea. Your knights, my servants. Have you ever played chess? Kiyom nodded. Devils work in similar ways. High-class devils are given evil pieces which they can use to create servants. Each piece relates to a piece in chess and grants aspects of that piece. A bishop gets a magic boost, a rook gets increased physical abilities, the knight gets a speed boost, and the queen gets the qualities of all of the pieces. So how many servants do you have? Guillaume asked, taking in the sudden rush of information. Only 2 at the moment, Kaori and Yui. They serve as my knights, although there is a third person I'm trying to get into my peerage. You remember how I told you I'm going to be fighting my aunt's fiancé? Guillaume nodded. That's what we're fighting over. She wants to join my peerage but she's in his at the moment. He won't let her leave, so we're fighting in order to decide who gets her. That's horrible. It is what it is. The problem is I'm outnumbered. I only have 2 servants and one only became a devil within the last 3 days. The other one has been one for less than a month. Riser's peerage on the other hand have had years to practice and build up skill. I can borrow members of my aunt's peerage but even then I'll still come up short. He's so confident he's going to win he promised to trade me an additional piece if I won. How did you make Murayama and Kade's devils? Guillaume asked quietly, looking down at her cup. Issei took another sip of tea, looking at her over its brim. A moment of silence passed between them. It was clear Guillaume wasn't going to give up until she got a response. Issei was the first to give in. I won't tell you the details, you'll have to ask them yourself. It's their story to tell, not mine, but they were both dead. The evil pieces have the ability to bring someone back from death if they've been dead less than 10 minutes, although being dead isn't a requirement. Before they died I had at some point asked them if they wanted to be a devil. Each of them agreed, so I felt comfortable doing it even if they had no say in the matter. Would you reincarnate anyone? Guillaume asked, genuinely curious, but Issei was already shaking his head no. Devils can live for centuries, sometimes millenniums. During that time most people you know will grow old and die. Being a devil means accepting that fact. A peerage is like a second family, a second chance for those who are reincarnated to have a place to belong. I'd never force anyone to join my peerage if they didn't want to, and those that do will need to be able to get along with the others. If I died, would you reincarnate me? Guillaume asked, putting her cup down to look Issei in his eyes. Issei found himself unable to look away. Only if you wanted me to. Otherwise I'd mourn you as your friend and lay you to rest. I'd be sad and I maybe would even regret not doing it, but it would be your decision to make, not mine. Guillaume nodded, satisfied with that answer. Okay then, if you did reincarnate me, what piece would I be? Issei thought for a moment. Summoning his evil pieces he arranged them like a chessboard. The only pieces absent at the moment were the knights and the king, which didn't even exist. Issei looked over the pieces for a moment, raising first the queen, then a bishop, before finally settling on a pawn which he held up to Guillaume. I'd be a pawn. She deadpanned. Issei nodded seriously. Aren't they the weakest pieces in the game? Why a pawn? She was getting mad, but she wasn't sure why, which made her all the angrier. Because it's the piece that best suits you, Issei said quietly but confidently. A pawn may seem like the weakest piece, but it actually is one of the strongest. Pawns have a unique ability, promotion. In enemy territory or with their king's permission, a pawn is able to change its ability into any of the other pieces. Whereas a knight or a rook would be constrained to their one ability, the pawn could change depending on the situation. They could be support, tank, spy, anything. Yui and Kaori are both members of the Kendo team, and each of them possesses a sacred gear that complements their sword skills. That's why I reincarnated them as my knights. You have no set role, you don't rely on one monster you change, as shown with Sky and Christie. You would be best suited to be a pawn, able to adapt to the changes around you and then deal with it using your abilities and monsters. That's why you'd be a pawn if I reincarnated you. He looked at Guillaume, who was leaning back, a look of surprise on her face. You put a lot of thought into that. She noted absently. Issei nodded. I have to. You're only given 15 pieces and I've already used 2, so I'm down to 13. With only that small a number, I need to carefully consider who I want in my peerage and what role would best suit them. After all, it sometimes takes multiple pieces to reincarnate someone. My dad's knight, bishop, and pawns each took several pieces to reincarnate. That's why he's only got 7 people in his peerage compared to the 15 devils normally get. My dad also told me that one of the young devils, a member of my generation, has a pawn that's worth several pieces, although I don't know the exact number. Since you Murayama and Kades are both your knights, then you didn't need to use multiple pieces on them, did you? Guillaume asked to confirm what he'd said. Issei answered with a quick nod. Guillaume nodded thoughtfully as she thought up another question. Okay, you already told me that you'd only reincarnate someone if they wanted it, but what about what you wanted? Issei turned to look at her. Do you know how many people die in a day? Hundreds of thousands, probably millions. I'm pretty sure that among that number I could easily find someone I'd be glad to let into my peerage. Probably several. But I'm not all-knowing or all-powerful. It might sound ironic since I'm a devil, but I'm only human. I'm not God with a capital G. I make do with what's in front of me, and so far I feel like I've done pretty well. I know the same thing goes for Riaz and Sona. They look for people who not only want to join but would benefit from it. All of us make do with what we can, and like all people, try to make the best out of it. Guillaume looked at Issei and could feel his honesty. He truly did put the opinions of others first. He wasn't going around making servants willy-nilly. He thought it through, weighed both sides, and then decided what to do. In the spur of the moment she leaned in towards him until her mouth was right next to his ear. I give you permission, she whispered in what she considered to be a sultry voice, low and inviting. What? Issei exclaimed, leaning back. Kiyom rolled her eyes as she pointed at herself. Give you, she pointed at Issei. Permission, she showed the word as interlocked hands going up and down. Shown as 2 fingers. Reincarnate me, she ended, pointing back at herself. She was shocked to see Issei lean in until she was pinned against her bed by her arms. Leaning in close, he whispered in her ear with a voice that could melt chocolate, "Get Kaori and Yui's permission first. Then we'll see." Looking up, she watched as he stepped back, flashing her a grin while he did so. Then summoning a magic circle, he was gone. Well, that went well, she thought with crimson cheeks, ignoring her rapidly beating heart brought on by Issei's voice. Yui and Kaori were testing out their new weapons by trying to kill each other. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was the best way to get Yui adjusted to her new night speed. Since Kaori had been a knight long enough to understand and control her piece's speed boost, Issei had left her in charge of Yui's training until they left tomorrow with Graphia. Yui and Kaori had foregone the shinai they used in kendo in exchange for the swords they'd picked up from Kiba 2 days earlier at Issei's command. Kaori was wielding a new Shitatsu Koda, which she'd flatly named Shitatsu Koda 2. However, Yui's sword was quite different from a shinai. When testing out swords, she'd felt drawn again and again to the old-fashioned long-bladed katanas used by samurai of the past. After testing out quite a few, and some minor tweaks from Kiba, she'd settled on one which she'd lovingly named Yuzui Suresa, or Thin Slicer. Yuzui Suresa had a 40-inch blade and a black handle wrapped in pink silk to match her hair. Kiba had adjusted the blade so that while thin it was deadly sharp with a weighted tip for thrusting, despite the fact that katanas were primarily used for slashing. Yui ducked low to avoid a swing from Kaori and countered with a lightning-quick thrust from her katana. However, the swing had been a feint meant to force Yui low, and with a spin the blade slid past Kaori, causing Yui to overreach. It was a simple move for Kaori to swing her sword around and whack Yui in the side. The 2 white wing stubs on her back activated and Yui had half the speed she'd previously possessed. Kaori allowed Yui to step back and recover her stance, a grin on her face. "You always try to thrust through your opponent," she called out to her friend. "Try to just get your blade in them, it doesn't need to go through. A few inches of point are just as deadly as a few feet of edge." The advice, while well meant, was taken the wrong way by Yui. She was fed up. She'd expected being a devil would be easy, she hadn't realized that it meant constant training and fighting. However, she knew from kendo tournaments that rage would only cloud her judgment, so she forced herself to take deep breaths to calm herself. In, out, in, out. Once she had control, she turned to her friend and analyzed her situation. Unlike Kaori, who was naturally gifted when it came to wielding a blade, Yui had always found it difficult. She wasn't as fast or strong as her friend, and in their first few months of kendo together back as children, she had watched as her best friend grew in leaps and bounds. It had felt as if a cavern had separated the 2 girls, and whenever Yui tried to bridge the gap with late training or weekend practices, Kaori would just develop a new skill and grow further out of her reach. To keep up with her friend, Yui had needed another way to stay in the game, and after days of thought she'd found it. The answer was her mind. She'd spent months watching tournaments and fights, read books on body language, magic tricks, and deception. All until she'd gained the ability to analyze her opponents, break down the techniques they used, and counter them. It was her specialty. She'd learned to read those she fought, find the subtle clues in the way they held their body, and shifted their weight as they prepared to strike. If Kaori was the member of the kendo club who stood on top through sheer talent and skill, then Yui would stand in second place as the perfect counter, built by hard work and effort. With her new skills, Yui was finally able to once again stand beside her friend. However, she knew that Kaori was better. Being able to read her opponent's next move was meaningless if her body was unable to react fast enough, unable to prepare a counter in time, and if Yui let her mind be clouded with emotions, her ability to analyze went out the window. She had to stay calm and open her mind, as cheesy as it may have sounded, to let herself take in all the small details that the brain normally ignored. Yui lowered her guard, allowing her sword to fall by her side, baiting her opponent to strike. Kaori knew it was a trap, but with Yui at half her original speed and Kaori boosted by the other half, she let herself be overconfident. She was faster than her friend, been a devil longer, allowing her to have more control over her nightly speed, which Yui still struggled to control. With a rush, Kaori charged forward, swinging her blade down in an overhead strike. However, the second she was committed to it, she knew that she'd lost. She'd fallen right into Yui's trap. With perfect control, Yui stepped to the right as Kaori's sword began its downward descent, and then gripping the katana with both hands, she swung the blade into Kaori's exposed stomach. Kaori fell onto her hands and knees, the sword clattering to the ground as she struggled to catch her breath. "Damn, that hurt," she complained as she rolled over so she was sitting on her butt, legs outstretched, hands keeping her propped up. Yui grinned down at her friend. "You always get overconfident at the end when you taste victory. It leads to mistakes and openings, which you take advantage of," Kaori muttered, rolling her eyes, widening her friend's grin. The sound of clapping reached their ears, and the 2 turned to see Isay leaning against the open doorway, applauding their performance. "Well done, you two. Kaori, nice job reading your opponent, and Yui, good job capitalizing on her openings. However, Kaori, you're too aggressive. You rush into any opening you see and you rely too much on your sacred gear. As for you, Yui, you knew that Kaori outmatched you. When you fight someone stronger than you, don't rely on the thing they're better than you at, you use your head. You only stepped back and used that brain of yours at the end. Until then Kaori had you dead to rights. The two nodded, seeing the truth in his words. Issei stepped into the kendo club room and looked around. The last time he'd been here, Yui was dead, Kaori was unconscious, and he'd felt powerless in the face of how this had been done under his watch. It made him mad, and he clenched his hands into fists subconsciously. Seeing this, the two knights shared a look before storing their swords, and then running up they pressed themselves into their king's arms, each taking one possessively. It's all right, Kaori reassured him, guessing where his thoughts were. He won't be able to do it to us again. We're training, growing stronger so that when we face him, he can't do a thing. Issei turned to Yui, who was nodding in agreement, and sighed. It's just, I swore that I'd be stronger. That me and my peerage would be strong enough to prevent something like that from happening again. Kaori died and I revived her. Then Yui died because I couldn't stand to see Riser hitting on what's mine. Issei didn't notice the blush that spread on Kaori's face when he said that she was his. I feel like I cheated you out of a chance to be human, he said, his eyes still on Yui, who was pressing her body into his left arm. If it wasn't for me, you'd still be alive. You'd have a chance to grow up, find somebody you loved and marry them, maybe have a kid or two. Now you're a devil, everyone around you will grow old while you stay the same. Your parents, siblings, all of it will go on, and eventually you won't be able to see them without a spell to make you look your actual age. His voice was cut off as a finger was pressed into his lips. He looked into Yui's eyes and saw that she was mad. He lowered his eyes. She had every right to be. He'd listened to her abuse, her anger. It was the least he could do after what he'd done. Are you an idiot? He looked up, surprised at how mad she was. How the hell is this your fault? In case you forgot, I was already asking you to turn me into a devil before I died. If anything, I'm thankful to that Riser bastard because it finally got you to use an evil piece on me. I wanted this, so don't go doing your little. I wouldn't have done this if there was any other way. Parade, because I'm not buying it. The way you're acting right now is an insult to both me and Kaori. Issei turned honestly dumbfounded to find Kaori nodding her head in solemn agreement. You saved us. It wasn't an angel or a god that brought us back and gave us a second chance, it was you, Yui said as she poked Issei in the chest, hard. So you better take responsibility for us and be a damn good king, because we're willing to do anything for you. You're our king, so shut the fuck up and lead us, damn it. We're your knights. You tell us to fight, we fight. You tell us to kill, we kill. You tell us to die, we're gonna go and do that too, because we trust that you have a reason for it. Now quit this pity party and tell us what you want. The knights watched as the sadness in Issei's eyes turned into determination. He took a breath to collect himself and then looked at each of them. You're right, what's done is done. We can't change it, so I'm not going to bother to try. Right now we need to focus on Riser and the raiding game, which is actually why I'm here. He took a deep breath. The last few days I've been working on a contract for a person at our school. That person possesses certain skills that I find desirable. They know I'm a devil and they've expressed an interest in joining my peerage. I was going to accept, but I wanted you two to have a chance to meet that person before I take them up on the offer. I told them that they'd likely find you in here during lunch, training, even though you didn't need to be at school this week. Issei shut up at the looks Kaori and Yui were giving him. What? You're just going to say yes? I was begging you to revive me as a devil for days, and you're just going to do it to them after they ask once. How is that fair? Yui complained, annoyed, while Kaori rubbed her temple in silent agreement. Issei backed up suddenly on the defensive. Well, first off, you had a sacred gear. We didn't know it, so I wanted to wait to see it before I revived you. She doesn't have one. Also, with you I had time to waste, as there was nothing serious in the immediate future I needed to concern myself with. However, now I'm under the pressure of an upcoming raiding game against someone with a full peerage, and I'll still have an incomplete one even when I combine both mine and Rize's. Third, we're leaving for training tomorrow, so this is my last chance to get another piece on the table before we head out. The girls couldn't argue with the logic, as all the points he'd raised were valid ones. Fine, one last question. What piece would he be? Kaori asked. A pawn, but I'm not a he, I'm a she. The three devils turned to look at the door where Kiyomabe had just entered. Yui and Kaori recognized the girl from seeing her around the school, although they didn't know her name. This is Kiyomabe, Issei said, walking over to stand beside her. She's a second-year student here at Kuo and a member of the tennis club. She's also descended from a family of beast tamers and is the person who I've been helping with a contract over the last few days. What was the contract for? Yui asked without turning away from the girl. Issei-san helped end my engagement. My father organized it, but Issei beat him in a fight, and now I'm free to pursue whoever I'm interested in. She blushed at that, although the two girls noticed the slight tremble in her hands and legs. Issei said you were a beast tamer. What does that mean? Kaori asked next. Like Yui, her eyes were locked onto the new girl. It's just like the name implies. I'm a beast tamer. I form contracts with monsters and yokai that allow me to summon them to help me in exchange for something at the time of the contract. I'm the best my family's seen in a long time, which is why they arranged a marriage for me. Which Issei broke. Kaori finished. Kiyom nodded her head yes, a faint blush on her cheek visible only to the two girls who were looking at her. The two devils exchanged a glance before they turned to their king. Leave us, they commanded as one. Issei tried to voice an objection, but the look they sent him had him scurry away with his metaphorical tail between his legs. I'll call Sona and tell her to give you the afternoon off, Issei told Kiyom as he left, closing the door behind him. He sighed. He was certain he'd only ever know two things about girls. First was the fact that he'd never understand them, and second was that women were the scariest thing in the universe. Hell, his mom scared the king of the devils to death. Once he was outside the building, he pulled out his phone and called Sona, who picked up after the second ring. Yes. Hey, I need you to do me a favor. Issei, you're running out of favors to give me, Sona stated matter-of-factly. I gave you and your peerage both this week and next week off for training. I'm excusing Ria's peerage from school next week, which is especially difficult because Kaneko doesn't go to this school yet. I'm not really sure what else I can do for you. It's not for me, it's for a student by the name of Kiyomabe, a second-year member of the tennis club. Ah, the Beast Tamer. Yes, I know her. She missed school earlier this week. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? I know, but I can't tell you. Contract privacy and all that, Issei explained, receiving another from Sona. According to devil law, the details of a contract could only be known by those involved, and sharing the details without the permission of the contractor would cost the devil all the power he had earned from the contract, in addition to a small percentage of their own power, based on the size of the contract. Due to this, large contracts were rarely revealed, although some devils competed over who had the more petty contracts. The only devils who had a right to know another devil's contract without causing them to lose power were the Satans, who had a right to know the details of any contract they wished, or the kings of a peerage, although this only extended to the members of their own peerage. Revealing the details to them didn't cause a fallout and allowed devils to reveal the details of contracts that could endanger themselves or others. Very well, but why does she need this afternoon off? Sona asked. For Issei to call her and ask for a non-member of his peerage to be excused from classes meant that he had some reason to be with her. I'm considering inviting her to join my peerage, Issei said after a moment. He didn't know if Sona or Rias had an eye on her, but this way he could basically call dibs. Unbeknownst to him, that caused Sona to raise her eyebrows in surprise, something that her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, took notice of due to how rarely it happened. Fine, I'll grant your request, but next time just use a magic circle to call me for devil business. If it's for human matters, use the phone. That's what Rias and I have always done. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks again, Issei said as he hung up. Walking over to a nearby tree, he sat down to wait for the girls to finish whatever it was they were doing in the club. After a few minutes, the warm afternoon reached him and he felt his eyes close. Sensing no immediate danger, he allowed himself to slip into dreamland. That was Issei, I presume? Tsubaki asked Sona as she hung up her phone. Yes, it seems he's found a potential peerage member. That caused Tsubaki to react. At the moment, there were no more sacred gear users in the school after Sona had revived Saji, and Issei had revived Kaori and Yui. The three high-class devils had claimed all those that she knew of that had potential. Who? She asked, genuinely curious. Was it possible Issei had noticed someone Sona and Rias had skipped over? Kiyomabe, Sona said, her hands interlocked as she rested her head on them deep in thought. The Beast Tamer. I thought she had a fear of devils. We approached her to see if she was interested, but she was too afraid to even talk to us. Tsubaki remembered. The poor girl had been trembling so hard she'd barely been able to ask the pair to leave her alone. When Rias had tried, it hadn't gone much better, even though she'd tried to use Kiba as bait to attract her. As a result, the two kings had written her off as unusable due to her fear of devils and decided to look for peerage members elsewhere. It seems that Issei may have succeeded where we failed. I wish I knew how he did it. She shook her head in wonder before turning to her queen. Anyway, he requested that I have her excused from her afternoon classes, say she went home due to a cold or something, and throw in her club activities too. If he reincarnates her, she won't be going to them. If we see her this afternoon at the meeting, have her excused for the rest of next week as well. She'll likely have taken his offer and be training for their raiding game. As Tsubaki ran off to carry out her king's orders, Sona once again shook her head at how Issei'd been able to accomplish what she hadn't. I wish I knew. Issei was awoken by a soft pressure on his forehead. Opening his eyes, he found himself looking into the face of Kiyom, a sweet smile on her face. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? She asked. Instead of answering, Issei just closed his eyes again. Don't stop, he said softly, it feels nice. He didn't need to open his eyes to know that she'd be giving him her sweet smile. A contented sigh escaped his lips as he felt her finger begin to stroke his messy hair. As you wish, my king, she said softly. Hearing her response, Issei cracked open an eye, although he kept the other closed. King, so you? Yes, I have their permission, Kiyom said, nodding her head towards Issei's feet. Propping himself up, Issei looked down the length of his body only to see his two knights standing there angrily. Now girls, Kiyom reprimanded them, a note of pride in her voice that was inaudible to Issei. We had a deal. Winner got to give a lap pillow. At that, Issei turned back to see that he had indeed been lying on her lap while he slept. Issei, if you don't mind, we need to hurry it up, Kaori said, getting his attention. School just let out for the day and we're supposed to go and meet up with Rias and Sona in 15 minutes at the Orc. Issei nodded his acknowledgement. The three kings had decided to have the peerages meet one another before Issei left with his and Rias's for training. It was more of a formality than anything else, so that everyone knew which devils belonged to which king at the school. Speaking of peerages, Issei turned to his knights. So you two are okay with Kiyom joining? He asked, just to be safe. The two girls nodded, although Yui looked a little exasperated. Though he hadn't known her long, Issei could tell what she was thinking. I just told you earlier to do what you want. You're a devil, and our master, so make a decision and stick with it. We'll follow whatever path you take. While Issei did intend to be more confident in future recruiting, he still desired his peerage's input. Great, it's a Friday so Kendo isn't meeting today, let's do it in there, he said, leading his way back into the building, leaving the girls to follow along behind him. Once they were inside, Issei closed the door and set a barrier on it so that if any humans tried to enter they would forget what they were doing and remember something they had to do elsewhere. As for other devils, they would see the Gremory clan sigil and know to stay away. Turning, Issei saw that Kiyom had taken off her top, leaving her in her bra and skirt. Issei turned his head sharply to the side, although he'd noticed that her breasts were bigger than both Kaori's and Yui's. What are you doing? He asked, head to the side. Kaori and Yui told me that it would be easier if I was in my underwear. Kiyom explained, and you can look, Issei. You're going to be my master, so it's only right that you know everything about me. Hearing that, Issei turned so he was looking at her, although he kept his eyes firmly away from the murderous aura where he assumed Kaori and Yui were standing. White, he thought absent-mindedly. It suited her innocent personality, although there were moments like just now where he thought that black or purple lingerie would be more suitable for her. It doesn't really matter, he said. It'll only make it easier by a few seconds. Great, so what do I need to do? Kaori asked. Just lie down on the floor, hands by your side. I'll take care of everything else. But before I start, are you sure? Once I'm done, there's no going back. You'll be mine, forever, just like Yui and Kaori. Just do it, Kiyom said, her cheeks having turned red at his comment. Unbeknownst to Issei, the same had happened to Kaori and Yui. Okay, then close your eyes. Summoning his evil pieces to him, Issei looked them over before taking out a pawn which he set on Kiyom's collarbone. As he set it down, Kiyom shivered. The piece felt ice cold on her bare skin. Then Issei began to chant. I, Issei Gremory, claim Kiyome as my own. She shall be my pawn, the one who leads my forces from the front at my command. None shall have her except for me, so let her be made into my servant. As he chanted, the red pawn slowly sank into Kiyom's chest, who shivered at the foreign feeling. However, as it entered, she felt it warm up until it was as if she was standing next to a peaceful hearth or napping in the afternoon sun. A comforting warmth spread throughout her body until she could feel it in every fiber of her being, within her very soul. So I order, let it be done. At the last word, the warmth in Kiyom disappeared, though she could feel a new strength inside her. You can sit up, Issei said. She followed his advice and accidentally unsheathed her new devil wings, giving her a scare. Sensing her fear, Issei let out his own, followed shortly by Kaori and Yui. The four devils stood for a second, taking in the others around them. So how do you feel? Issei asked after a moment, sheathing his wings followed by his peerage. Kiyom considered his question. I feel the same, but also different. It's like there's something inside of me that wasn't there before. Issei flashed her a grin. That would be the pawn inside of you. I already told you what it can do, but I'll give you a short recap later. Anything else? Kiyom shook her head no, but Issei got a question from Kaori. Why didn't she pass out like me or Yui? She asked curiously. Issei's expression turned downward. Because she's alive and healthy. I reincarnated her with her knowledge and permission. In cases like those, the reincarnation is short and sweet. But when it comes to reviving the dead, well, let's just say that once the soul leaves your body, it's not that willing to come back, and it takes time to settle back in. That's why I took you two to my bedroom when I reincarnated you guys. It let me keep an eye on you and use healing magic to make sure nothing went wrong. You took them to your bedroom? Kiyom asked, jaw agape. Issei turned to respond, but Kaori answered for him, a twinkle in her eye. We'll explain later, but now's not the time, we need to go. The orc, right. What's that? Kiyom asked. She'd heard the name before, but she couldn't place her finger on what it stood for. Issei flashed her a Cheshire grin. It's the club run by my aunt. Now that you're a part of my peerage, don't you think it's about time you met my family? I've already met yours after all. Kiyom shook her head, blushing, but followed along with the knights behind Issei, her new king. The peerages were on edge. Before them were the three most powerful devils in the area, likely in all of southern Japan. The child or siblings of the Satans, their masters, sat before them. Ria's Gremory sat at her desk, resting her head on her interwoven hands. On one couch to the left of Ria's, Sona Citri sat, hands on her lap. On her right sat a girl with glasses and dark hair that fell down to her knees. Across from Sona, Issei lay lazily on a second couch, taking up the entire sofa, his head propped up with a pillow so he could look comfortably at Ria's and turn his head to look at Sona. Behind each king stood their respective peerages. After a moment, Sona sighed. Fine, I'll go first, otherwise none of us are leaving here anytime soon. I'm Sona Citri, a second year. I'm the younger sister of the Satan Seraphal Leviathan and heir to the Citri clan. She gestured to the girl by her side, who bowed to the kings. My name is Tsubaki Shinra, a second-year student, and I'm Sona's queen. After that, the rest of Sona's peerage introduced themselves. I'm a first-year student, Momo Hanakai, Sona's bishop. A white-haired girl introduced herself. I'm Rei Kusaka, a first-year student, and like Momo, I'm Sona's bishop. This from a brown-haired girl. Tamo Meguri, a first-year, and I'm Sona's knight. This came from a girl with a mix of red and brown hair. Issei felt Yui and Kaori take special notice of the girl with new interest, although they kept it hidden. And I'm Tsubasa Yura, Sona's rook, and like the majority of the others, I'm a first year. A blue-haired girl said. The last member of Sona's peerage stepped forward, an arrogant smile on his face, although Issei didn't miss the look the white-haired girl Momo Hanakai was giving him. Looks like Kaichu saved the best for last. I'm Genshiro Saji, her pawn, and I'm worth 4 evil pieces, so any pawns in your peerages better watch out. Huey and Kaori felt Kiyom, who was standing between them, start to tremble from the threat put out in the open. Kaori opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, she felt a sudden burst of murderous intent from the couch in front of her. As she watched, Issei turned until his feet were on the floor and pushed himself up. She could almost see a red mist of rage emitting from her king as he strode forward, stopping in front of the pawn. The other 2 kings seemed like they wanted to say something, but they decided to just watch the show in silence, for now. Sorry, I guess I didn't hear that last bit you said. Could you repeat it for me, please? Issei said, flashing a disarming smile at the pawn as he lay a friendly hand on his shoulder. Saji was unsure of himself. He had said what he did in an effort to make his king look strong, but the boy in front of him was acting differently from what he'd expected. However, even if he was a high-class devil, he only had 3 servants, whereas Sona had almost her entire peerage completed, give or take a few pieces. Smiling confidently, he repeated himself, yeah, I was saying that I'm the strongest pawn here. So any pawns in your peerage better watch themselves, or that was as far as he got before he felt bone-crushing pressure on his shoulder where the king was gripping him. He cried as he felt the bone in his shoulder crack. Sorry, Sona, Issei said, offering Sona an apologetic grin, but it seems that your pawn dislikes one of my servants before he could even meet her. He isn't exactly giving her the best outlook when it comes to devils, is he? Issei tutted, his eyes deadly serious. He tightened his grip, causing Saji to whimper. Sona sighed, angry at her pawn, though she managed to hide her emotions from the others. I agree that my pawn has insulted you and your servants. She flashed Saji a look of frosty disappointment before turning back to Issei. You can do what you want, just know that I'll make certain this is the last time he makes such a statement. Issei nodded in understanding before releasing Saji, who collapsed to his knees, his working arm coming to his injured shoulder as he whimpered in pain. I feel like this makes us even, don't you, Sona? Issei said as he returned to the sofa where he lay back down as if nothing had happened. Sona sighed again. Issei had played his cards well. In one swoop, he'd manipulated the situation so that all the favors he owed Sona were paid back. She had already planned on how she'd call in a few of them, but now if she did that, she would owe him one. The thing about devils was that when it came to favors owed, they always had to pay them back no matter what the favor had been originally. Very well, Yura, take Saji to the club room. I'll deal with him when I get back. The last part of the message sounded like a dark promise, but the rook nodded before picking up the injured boy and carrying him out of the room. When the door closed, Riaz turned to her nephew. Very well, considering you caused a fuss, Issei, I think it's only fair that you go next. Sure, sounds good to me, Issei said, rolling his neck. I'm Isay Gremory, first-year student, Riaz's nephew, and I'm the firstborn long-lost son of the Satan Surzech, Lucifer, and Graphia Lucifuge. These girls are my peerage. So saying, he gestured to the 3 girls who'd been standing behind him. On the way over, he'd told them the order to go in and what to say so they'd know what to do. Kaori stepped forward first. On Kaori Murayama, Issei's knight in the first year. She bowed respectively before stepping back so Yui could step up. My name's Yui Kades, and I'm Issei's second knight. She stepped back before she cried out, oh yeah, and I'm a first year. Last but not least was Kiyom, who stepped forward, a slight tremble in her voice from the way Saji had talked. I am Kiyom Abe, I'm Issei's pawn, and I'm a second-year student. Do I need to tell them how many pieces I'm worth? The question was directed at Issei, who shook his head no and gestured for her to step back, leaving only the 3 behind Riaz. First up was a black-haired girl with what was clearly the largest chest in the room. As she felt his gaze on her, the girl shivered in hidden pleasure. She'd seen him shatter Saji's shoulder with one hand. Oh, the things he could do to her. Smiling, she introduced herself. I'm Akino Haimjima, a second-year student and Riaz's queen. She stepped back so that the person everybody knew could go next. I'm Yuito Kiba, a first-year student and Riaz's knight. So saying, he flashed everybody in the room his Prince Charming grin, which invoked a few blushes from the Sona peerage, although there was a noticeable lack from Issei's. Their only reaction was for the 2 knights to size him up, realizing that he was their matchup in the event of a fight. Last but not least was a small, white-haired girl, almost doll-like in appearance, who was nibbling on a piece of chocolate. Kaneko, Rook, I'll be a first year next year. Then she stepped back to focus on her chocolate, allowing her king to stand up from her chair to introduce herself. And I'm their king, Riaz Gremory, heir of the Gremory clan, little sister of the Satan Surzech and Issei's aunt. She turned to Issei and his peerage. You'll be seeing a lot of me and my peerage next week, since we'll be training with you for the raiding game. Nodding his acknowledgement, Issei stood up and excused himself, saying that he needed to explain a few things to Kiyom and his peerage about training, as well as what to tell their families. Once they'd left, Riaz and Sona turned to talk while their peerages intermingled, although the queen stayed with their kings. So he managed to recruit the tamer. Riaz noted. Sona nodded. He called me during lunch and had me excuse her from her afternoon classes. Looks like she took him up on his offer. The 2 kings looked towards the door Issei and his peerage had left through. She had such a fear of the underworld and the devils. I'm surprised that he was able to do it. Riaz tried to think of how Issei could do it, but she kept drawing a blank. The only thing I can tell you is that she missed school earlier this week, and Issei mentioned that he'd been completing a contract for her. Well, that doesn't narrow things down, Rias complained. She sighed. It didn't matter how Issei recruited her, all that mattered was that he was growing his peerage. If she needed to, she could just ask Issei or Grafia for the information. Will you be going to training with them? Sona asked. Rias wasn't able to participate in the raiding game, only her peerage, but knowing her friend, she'd go along to supervise the training. Or treat it like a vacation. She could see her friend doing both. Rias flashed her friend a grin. What do you think? Sona sighed. Grimoires, she complained in her head. Grafia straightened a stray hair on Issei's head and stepped back to admire her handiwork. In front of her, Issei stood dressed in a red athletic polo, with the top 2 buttons undone, in a black blazer with the Grimoire clan sigil in red on his left breast pocket above his heart. He had on black dress pants to match his blazer, and his hair, while still a disorganized mess, had been modeled by devil stylists to look rebellious rather than unkempt. To complete the young aristocrat look, draped over Issei's right shoulder and held in place with a golden chain was a red capelet with gold embroidery, creating the Grimoire crest, which clashed vividly against the dark blazer. Overall, Issei looked like a suitable rival for the phoenix he was facing. Nodding her head in approval, Grafia strode to the door and opened it, allowing in all those who had been waiting outside. First through the orc's door was Sirzech himself, who walked over to his son and gave him a quick once-over, nodding his approval at the outfit his wife had decided on. Following behind were the members of Issei's peerage as well as Rias's, who would be participating in the game as pseudo-pieces for Issei to command. The girls in Issei's peerage rushed over and had him model his outfit, voicing their approval of the look. Noticeably absent from the gathering was Rias herself, who would be watching the raiding game in a private box with the Grimoire and Phoenix families. You look good, Issei, Sirzech said to get his son's attention. Hearing his voice, the girls stepped back, allowing Issei to step forward and talk with his father. Also a word of advice, he gestured his son closer so he could whisper in his ear, don't worry about Ravel. She's been excluded from the game by her parents out of fear she might cause a commotion to assist you. You can go all out. Hearing this, Issei nodded his head in thanks and stepped back. Turning, Sirzech addressed the assembled peerages. As for you all, don't think that a week of training will suddenly turn you into powerhouses that will be able to best everyone you face. Riser and his peerage have never lost unless they meant to. They are undefeated, and are experienced, while this is the first time you all will be participating in a raiding game. Seeing the downcast looks he was receiving, Sirzech decided to hurry along to the point he was originally trying to make. But that experience will make them arrogant. They will underestimate you, and if you all have improved as much as Grafia and my peerage say that you have, then I expect Riser and his peerage are in for a rude awakening. Sirzech let out a mental sigh of relief at the determined looks he was now receiving. If he'd broken their will to fight before the game even began, then Grafia would have killed him, as would his parents. Even though his parents already had a grandchild in his second son Milikas, they were spoiling Issei rotten whenever he visited them in the underworld, as if to make up for lost time. If they'd heard that he'd broken his peerage's will, well, he shuddered to think about how they'd react, especially his mother. That sweet woman could turn into the incarnation of the original Lucifer if she so desired. He'd seen it before and been on the receiving end of it only once. Once had been enough. He was broken from his train of thought by a polite cough from the open doorway, in which stood Sona and her queen Tsubaki. Forgive me for interrupting Lucifer-sama, Grafia-san, she said, bowing low, as did Tsubaki. But it is time for you two to make your way to the observation box. Sirzech nodded, and taking his wife's arm, the two walked to the doorway. Reaching it, Sirzech couldn't help but turn around, a grin on his face. Oh, and give them hell for me. The grins that he saw before Grafia pulled him away was worth the scolding he was certain he'd receive later. Sighing at the interruption, Sona turned back to the devils before her. My peerage and I are responsible for the game's broadcast. We're expecting quite the audience. It's the official debut of a Satan's son after all. At that, a minuscule smile appeared on her lips. I volunteered for the task. It is your first game, Issei. Her expression turned serious as she went on with the explanation. In a few moments, a teleportation circle will appear and teleport you to the battlefield. Once you are there, you will have 30 minutes to strategize before the game begins. There will be an announcement at the starting point, so you need not worry about keeping track of time. I will be in the student council room managing the broadcast. Having delivered her message, she turned to leave but paused. Oh, and Issei turned back to look at her. For what it means, I'm rooting for you. Before he could respond, Sona left, although she could hear a giggle she recognized as Akino's as she strode down the hall. Within moments of Sona's departure, a red teleportation circle appeared in the middle of the club room as promised. With no hesitation, Issei and the gathered devils stepped onto it and were swallowed by the light. When they reappeared, Yui was surprised to see that they were still in the club room. Did the circle work? She asked aloud. Yes. Turning, she saw that it was Issei who'd spoken as he walked over to sit in the seat normally occupied by Rias. If you need any proof, look out the window. Confused, Yui followed her king's advice and walked over to take a look, only to react in shock at the view. Outside were the school ground, identical to those she'd seen every day for months. But the sky, still black due to the night, now had green auroras shining throughout it. We're in an alternate universe, Issei explained. Holding raiding games in dimensions created just for the game allows the participants to go all out with no fear of the environment. Yui could only nod, still in shock despite the explanation. However, she was snapped out of it by an announcement that seemed to originate from all around them as if the speaker was standing right there. I am the Demon Lord Adjika Beelzebub, appointed judge for this rating game. Taking the opinions of the two kings, the battlefield for this game is a replica of Kyo Academy, the school Issei attends in the human world. Both parties have been teleported to their main base and provided with a map of the battlefield. Issei-san's main base is in the Occult Research Club room in the old schoolhouse, while Riser-san's base is located in the principal's office in the new schoolhouse. Thus, pawns are allowed to promote if they reach the enemy's schoolhouse. The game will begin in 30 minutes. During this time, neither team is allowed to leave their current room. I wish both teams the best of luck. With the message delivered, the voice cut out, leaving Issei to take in his peerage. For this game, Riz's pieces would fill in for pieces he didn't possess. That means Akino was Issei's queen, Kaneko was his rook, and Kiba, since Issei already had both his knights, was delegated to a pawn with a worth of 3 due to his knightly status. Turning to Akino, Issei had her summon communication spells which he could use to give orders throughout the game. The others gathered around Riz's desk to look at the map spread out upon it. The enemy's base is located in the new schoolhouse. To reach it, it'd be quickest to cut across the yard, but Issei trailed off as Kiba picked up his thoughts. We'd be in plain sight. Yeah, it's too risky. Then how about we approach from the back, across the track field? Akino offered. Riser would be expecting that. Issei frowned. To prepare for the rating game, he'd had Grafia bring him footage of Riser's previous matches. While he would readily admit that Riser's personality was trash, upon seeing the footage, Issei had been forced to admit that he was a decent strategist. He's probably placed some rooks and knights around this clubhouse. Issei pointed to a spot on the map next to the new schoolhouse. Protecting their flank, Kaori nodded in understanding. It's an old tactic, but it's a battle-tested one proven to work. Kiyom had been looking at the map with a frown when she suddenly spotted a place they'd overlooked. How about the gym? She asked. It's in the middle of the school and would offer protection from an attack straight up the middle. It's also about the same distance from each schoolhouse, so we could use it for attack or defense as needed. Seeing the wisdom of the idea, Issei nodded in agreement. It's indoors, so a rook would be better than a knight, he noted, turning to Kaneko, who nodded in understanding. Leave it to me, she said softly. Issei nodded, turning to the others. Akino, Kiba, when we're able to leave, I want you two to set up traps in the forest to protect our flanks. Once you're done, Akino, cover it with illusions. The two responded in the affirmative as they turned to discuss what spells they'd use to conserve their power while being enough to defeat an opponent. Issei turned to his most recent peerage member. Kiyom, I want you to summon Pappy. I'm going to need her for my plan. Kiyom nodded and put her hands on the ground to carry out his order. What about us? Two voices synced and Issei turned to look at his knights. You two are my reserves. I want Kaori to stay back until we spot a knight so you can use your sacred gear. As for you, Yui, now that we know what your sacred gear can do, I want to keep you hidden as long as possible. Riser may even think you're dead and not know I brought you back. Besides, if my plan for Riser fails, we're going to be depending on you to deal with him, so we can't afford to have you taken out of the game too early. For the moment, you two are going to stay with me. The two nodded with reluctance, disappointed that they wouldn't see immediate action, but happy that they'd get some quality time with their king. Over the next 20 minutes, Issei was busy approving traps, explaining what he wanted from the monster Pappy, giving orders about where he wanted Yuudo to go and Akino to do once they finished. Too soon, the voice of the Satan Beelzebub returned. Time has expired. The rating game between Issei Gremory and Riser Phoenix will now begin. Before the voice had even finished speaking, Akino, Kiba, and a monster were out the doors, followed closely by Kaneko and Kiyom. Now all we do is wait, Issei said, leaning forward in his chair as he folded his hands in front of him. His two knights moved to stand behind him. Issei, I'm done here. Nice job, Kaneko. Thanks for all your hard work. You sound a little tired though. Are you doing all right? Issei asked. In response, he received a grunt from Kaneko. Just tell Akino to do it, she ordered, her voice tight. Okay, I will. Get out of there. He didn't receive a response, but he figured that Kaneko could take care of herself. Instead, he pulled up a communication with Akino. Akino, Kaneko's done. Do it at your leisure, he ordered. Receiving a chuckle from the girl, he shivered slightly. Ara, unneeded so soon. Oh well, it's so nice to be desired. Standing up, Issei walked over to a nearby window to look outside. Even from the club room, he could see the storm clouds forming, with Akino, hand raised, at the center of the storm. A bright flash of lightning caused him to blink, and when he opened them, he could see an explosion in the distance as Akino used her lightning magic to destroy the gym. In response, Beelzebub's voice returned. One of Riser's rook and 3 pawns have retired. Issei grinned, but the voice continued, emotionless. Issei's rook has retired. At that, Issei froze, the grin still on his face. What? It turned to see his expression mirrored on Yui and Kaori's faces. Kaneko's retired, but she said that she was done with her job. The two knights looked at their king for answers, only to see him sit down on a couch, his face a mask. She never said that she completed her job, he said, realizing what the girl had said. She said she was done. The knights looked at him shocked, his understanding dawning on them. 3 pawns and a rook, that's a bad matchup even at her best, but to go so far as to sacrifice herself. He shook his head. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he looked up at Kaori. She knew what she was doing. The knight said. Issei could feel the emotions in her voice but nodded in agreement. Yeah, we'll win, for her. Turning to face his front, he summoned his communication spell with Akino. Akino, Issei, did you know? His voice trailed off. Issei knew that she was suffering from shock, having used her powers on her friend. Akino, Issei said, keeping his voice controlled. I used all my power. I thought of how good it would feel to hurt them, but Kaneko-chan was in there and I blew her. Akino, Issei's voice knocked the girl from her stupor. Kaneko did her job, now we need to do ours. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Akino's voice was cold and Issei could feel her hatred. Akino, he said, his voice lowering an octave, unsure at who she was directing her emotions at. What's going on? Their queen showed up. The news caused Issei to sit up alarmed. Is she alone? He asked, mind racing. Yes, it looks like she wants a one-on-one duel with me. How should I proceed? Issei could hear the anger in her voice, but she was controlling it. If she'd been controlled by it, Issei would have ordered her to retreat immediately, but they were outnumbered and here was an opportunity to take Riser's queen off the board. Still, Issei hesitated. It felt like a trap, too good to be true. Can you beat her? He asked. Yes, then you have my blessing. Kaori and Yui will go to the track field to meet up with Kiba and Kiyomi. As he said the names, an announcement came in. 3 of Riser's pawns have retired. Issei smiled grimly. Turning, he saw Kaori and Yui already making their way to the door to leave, having heard his instructions. In the meantime, I'll come and help you. Riser has only 2 pawns left, so I don't see the need to protect the old schoolhouse anymore. It's time to move to the next step in my plan. After all, the crowds are watching to see the son of a Satan. I might as well give them a show. So saying, the 3 devils left their base, leaving the old building undefended. At the edge of the track, Kaori, Yui, Kiba, and Kiyomi stood and looked out over the empty field. It's a trap, Kaori said flatly. Has to be, Yui said, the other 2 nodding their heads sagely in agreement. Happy says that she saw 5 people here, Kiyomi reported. Issei had put her and Pappy in charge of scouting out enemy positions and then reporting them back to him, allowing him to move his pieces to create traps and ambushes. The other 3 looked at her confused until she pointed in the air. Looking, they saw a harpy, Pappy they assumed, flying above them. Kiba squinted and then looked away. Why isn't she wearing anything? He asked. She's wearing panties, Kiyomi argued, pointing at the small undergarments that clung tightly to the bird girl's waist. Yeah, but why isn't she wearing a bra? Kiba said as his face heated up, a red blush spreading across his cheeks. Kiyomi tilted her head at Ria's knight in confusion. Her feathers cover her chest, she said slowly as if talking to a small child. If she wore a bra, it could damage them. Harpy feathers act as natural body armor for both fighting and flying in cold climates or high altitudes. Besides, they cover anything important. Why would she need anything else? Kiba opened his mouth to explain but wasn't sure what to say. Seeing a chance to target Kyo Academy's Prince Charming, Yui took her shot. Maybe Kiba wants a look and is disappointed that he can't see anything, she teased. Kiba's face grew even redder at the image that popped up in his mind immediately. The harpy girl on her back in a bed, looking up at him as she bit the inside of her lip. It's my first time, so be gentle. Kiba shook his head, trying to get his head out of the gutter, much to Yui's amusement. Spotting something, he almost sighed in relief. Looks like we have company, he warned, grinning at the change in subject as 5 girls walked across the track field towards them. 1 was dressed in a purple kimono, 2 appeared to be cat girls based on the ears and canines poking out from under their lip. The 4th both Yui and Kaori recognized as Cirrus, the knight sent by Riser to deal with Kaori, which had led to Yui's death and subsequent reincarnation. The last one wore armor that appeared to be a cross between a samurai and a European knight. Upon spotting Kaori, Cirrus's face contorted in rage. Drawing her 2-handed sword, she pointed it at the girl. You, she snarled. You're the one who beat me. It's because of you that Riser-sama doesn't trust me to carry out my tasks anymore. An evil grin spread across the girl's face. Be my opponent, she challenged. If I can beat you, I'll regain my honor and Riser's trust. Kaori smiled right back with a confident smirk. I accept. Riser interrupted us once. I find it unlikely that he'll do so again. So saying, she drew her sword and the 2 rushed forward, intending to chop the other's head off, or at least maim them, whichever came first. As their respective parties watched, the girls' fight carried them away from the track and towards the woods. With an overused sigh, the girl in the purple kimono stepped forward. I'm Mihi, Riser's bishop. The other is indisposed at the moment due to the issue we're currently fighting over. As for my companions, that's Carlamine, a knight, she gestured to the knight, and those 2 are Nai and Lai, Riser's last 2 pawns. Nai has the blue hair and Lai has the red hair. As for the one who just left, that's Cirrus, I do apologize for her earlier behavior. She's one of Riser-sama's more eccentric peerage members. As for her past actions, I do apologize, but she was merely carrying out our master's orders. Enough, Mihi, the knight, Carlamine said, stepping forward. I wish to do battle, however 2 of you possess a sword. I will let you decide amongst yourselves who shall do battle with me. Kiba went to step forward but was stopped by Yui, who had already drawn her katana. Leave this to me. Kiba opened his mouth to protest, but Yui stopped him before he could say anything. You aren't a knight right now, you're a pawn. You don't have the speed you normally possess and you haven't had a chance to use promotion. The 3 pawns you eliminated earlier was done with the assistance of Kiyomi and the traps you and Akino set. She's a knight and so might leave this fight to me. Kiba closed his mouth. She was right. Besides, this fight was between Riser and Issei. While he was happy to help his friend at the moment, Issei's piece's opinion was more important than his. This was Issei's debut rating game, a chance for him to show off the strength of him and his peerage. Riz hadn't yet had a rating game and Kiba would make his official debut there. But right now the members of Issei's peerage outranked him when it came to what they wanted to do. Understood, he said with a curt nod. With his approval, Yui stepped forward. I am Yui Kades, Issei's second knight. I shall be your opponent, Carlamine. I have but one request. The others wish to fight each other as well. As such, to give them room so that we do not interfere with their fight nor they with ours, I ask that you allow us to fight on the other half of the field. Yui said in a formal voice, mocking the uptight knight. Carlamine considered her request before nodding her head, the jab flying completely by her. That condition is acceptable. Let us proceed with haste, Lady Kades. With the eagerness of a schoolgirl, Carlamine practically skipped across the field. As Yui followed her, she looked back at Yudo and mouthed, WTF, as she pointed at her opponent. In response, Kiba could only raise an eyebrow and shrug. The departure of the two knights left Kiba and Kiyom against Mihi, Lai, and Nai. Cautiously, Kiba went to stand next to the pawn. Who do you want? He asked in a side whisper. I'll take the cat girls, Kiyom said with determination, causing Kiba to look at her with surprise. Really? Why? Because of Saji, the boy in Sona's peerage. He threatened me and Issei was the one who defended me. Saji said that he's worth 4 pawns and I'm only worth 1, that as a result I'm naturally weaker than him. I want to grow strong enough to beat Saji, to beat someone worth multiple pawns on my own even though I'm only worth 1. That's my goal, and that means that I need to start off with defeating these 2 pawns right here. So saying, Kiyom put her hands on the ground. Seeing what her master was doing, Pappy the harpy flew down and landed in it. Her master was not yet strong enough to handle 2 summoned monsters at once. That meant that in order to summon a monster she needed to get rid of the one she already had summoned. Thanks, Pappy, Kiyom said with a grin as the harpy disappeared in a magic circle. Those 2 look like physical fighters, so I need strength. Which means her, she thought. Having chosen her summon, Kiyom called out to the contracted monster through their link. Should we attack? Lai asked her sister. She stood with her hands behind her head as she looked in confusion at, well, whatever it was the brown drill-headed girl was trying to do. We should, it looks like she's up to something. Nai said, nodding her head in agreement. One of her cat ears twitched. It does, but if we attack now, we won't have any fun. We'll beat her and then help Mihi beat Blondie. Then the 3 of us will help the others until everyone has been beaten. Yeah, which means even if we don't get to have fun with her, we may get to have fun with one of the other ones. Nai said, grinning as she began to prance around, eager at the thought of the opponents she may face. Plus, it'll make Riser-sama happy. Lai finished her twin's thoughts, matching her grin. Which means, the 2 said in one voice as they launched themselves at the defenseless girl who had her hands on the ground. You need to be retired. Together the twins pulled back their hands, Lai her right and Nai her left. Together they unleashed it at Kiyom, expecting her to be flung backwards by the blows, unconscious before she even left the ground. However, their strikes failed to reach her as each was caught by a hand. They watched in shock as a monster turned to look at them. Then in one voice they screamed. That left Mihi and Kiba to face each other. A bishop against a former knight and temporary pawn. Drawing the sword at his waist, Kiba bared it at the girl. I am Yuudo Kiba, Ria's Gremory's knight and Issei Gremory's temporary pawn. I shall ask you only once, will you resign? Before he'd even finished asking the question, the bishop was already shaking her head no. I thank you for the offer, pawn of Gremory. But I am not the one who will lose if we battle. As such I ask, will you resign? Kiba responded with his best Prince Charming grin, one that made Mihi blush despite herself. If I did I would find myself unable to face my temporary king. Kiba said, so I apologize, but please lose so that my king's selfish desire for a companion might come about. Lunging, Kiba rushed the bishop. Even without his knight speed he still was incredibly fast. However, before he could get close, the bishop had already moved back. He tutted, wagging a finger at Kiba as he stepped back, taking a defensive position. Attacking a lady, that's not a very knightly thing to do. Male or female, young or old, if they stand in the way of my king I shall strike them down, Kiba said with determination. Then I shall strike you down first. Let's see just how far your loyalty gets you. Waving her hand, Mihi sent a stream of blue magic at Kiba which the knight rolled to avoid. The spell flew by harmlessly and hit the ground, causing jagged ice to spring from where it hit. If that's all you can do, then I have nothing to fear, Kiba said, rushing forward. With a lazy grin, Mihi sent 4 more spells flying at the approaching pawn. Kiba sidestepped the first 2 and swung his sword to cut through the third, but when his sword hit the spell the blade froze and shattered. Kiba paused in surprise for a moment, which allowed the 4th spell to hit him in the chest, knocking him onto his back. Do you get it now? He asked, summoning a magic circle to each of her hands. My ice will freeze anything it touches. It may not be as strong as Grafia-sama's or your king's, but for a pawn it's more than enough. She watched as her opponent rolled over onto his chest and propped himself on all 4s, panting from the hit. You got me good, Kiba admitted with a sly smile. But this fight is my win. So saying, he screamed, sword birth. Out of the ground all around the pawn, swords of all different shapes and sizes rose up at his command. He stepped back in shock. A look of anger broke through her calm demeanor. A sacred gear, she muttered angrily. Of course you had a trick up your sleeves. No pawn would face a bishop otherwise. Her anger calmed until once again her face was expressionless. But no matter, this changes nothing. With that he sent several more light blue spells towards the pawn. Pulling 2 swords from the ground, Kiba rushed to meet the attack, dodging and weaving his way towards the bishop, who increased the volley, her calm facade never once letting up. When she was just outside his sword range, Kiba found himself facing a spell he didn't have time to dodge. Swinging one of his swords, Kiba sliced at the spell, causing Mihi to offer a slight grin in expectation. However, when the sword and spell collided, she watched in shock as it cut through the spell like a hot knife through butter. How? Mihi asked, eyes wide in shock, pausing her onslaught. Seeing that she wasn't attacking him anymore, Kiba decided to answer. My sacred gear doesn't allow me to just create swords, Kiba explained. It also allows me to imbue them with attributes of my choice. You cast ice magic, so I imbued them with fire. It seems that my fire overcame your ice. Now if you don't mind, can we get back to the fight? Very well, Mihi agreed, summoning more magic circles. Let's end our battle in a way that'll make our kings proud. With a cry, Kiba rushed forward, his spells soared at him. He cut through many and dodged more, but he couldn't avoid them all. One grazed his leg, another his arm, a third his right side, and a fourth his left ear. But Kiba ignored the pain, pushing onwards. Flashback. Kiba stood in front of Surtur II, the rook of Surzech's Lucifer, who was so strong it had taken a mutation piece to reincarnate him. Do you know why you're training with me and not Sauji? The clone giant boomed. No, Kiba admitted. It frustrated him. He had been trained by Akita-sensei before to prepare for his job as Ryuza's knight. He had expected to do so again, practicing technique or a new style for the raiding game. Instead, Grafia and Issei had sent him and Kaneko to train under the giant's supervision. It was frustrating. You are here because this is what you most need, the giant explained, causing Kiba to look at him in confusion. You are used to being a knight, to being able to dodge all attacks and attack your enemy's blind spots. However, this time you shall be fighting as a pawn, and there is no guarantee that you will be able to promote during the raiding game. Knights are naturally weak, relying on their legs to dodge. They aren't used to taking hits and continuing on through the pain. Kiba nodded in agreement at the giant's wisdom. He was right, there was no guarantee that he would promote during the game. He could very well have no special skills to rely on the entire time, but shouldn't he be training with Akita-sensei then? Training to dodge attacks or wield his swords in a way that would allow him to overcome this weakness. Seeing the doubt still in his pupil's eyes, the giant sighed, beckoning Kaneko, who was punching a rock, to come to him. It seems you still do not understand. The giant growled low. You are here to train your endurance, to take hits and keep on moving. I have 1 week to train you, so let's begin. Kaneko hit him. Yes, sensei. Before Kiba could even react, he was flung backwards from the blow to his stomach. Curling into a ball, he threw up the contents of his breakfast. Disgusting, the giant growled. Hearing that, Kiba pushed himself to his feet unsteadily. Wiping his mouth on the back of his shirt sleeve, he glared at the giant. Seeing his reaction, Surtur offered him an evil grin. Well, looks like you want to keep going. Kaneko hit him again. The white-haired girl went to hit Kiba only for him to attempt to dodge backwards. However, as he started to leap, he hit a barrier and bounced off it right into the pathway of Kaneko's fist. Oh, and no dodging or evading, the giant growled, lowering the barrier. Head pounding and stomach churning, Kiba thought of Issei and pushed himself up once again. It was going to be a long week. Back to present. Ryzer's bishop grew more and more panicked the closer the pawn became. It was ridiculous. No knight should be able to continue with the damage he had sustained even if he was a pawn. His stomach was covered in ice from the first hit, and he had multiple minor injuries all over his body. Yet, he kept on coming, growing closer and closer. With an angry yell, the bishop redoubled her efforts only for Kiba to cut through them. The spells he cut through did nothing, they simply faded out, soaring past him. That gave her an idea. Kiba was steadily working his way closer and closer. In just a few seconds, the bishop would be within striking range and he'd be able to strike her. After that, he could take a short breather. As he was thinking this, Kiba kept cutting through spells unconsciously. However, as he cut one, he was surprised to see large clouds of gray smoke billow out. Before his body could react, he had cut through 2 more, which sent even more smoke billowing out. The smoke surrounded him on all sides, blocking his view, although he was able to breathe fine. It was more of a dense fog than smoke, he realized. However, he couldn't be distracted and lunged forward towards where the bishop had been. Whether through luck or sheer coincidence, he felt one of his swords connect and heard a scream of pain in response. Rushing forward, he found the bishop on the ground looking up at him. She clutched her left side with her left hand, where he saw blood leaking out. The other hand lay harmlessly on the ground. All around them, the fog began to dissipate until they were back under the artificial sky. The wound was serious, but not life-threatening, Kiba thought, looking at it. In a few moments she would be retired. He turned to walk away, but she called after him. Hey, wait. He turned to look at her. How were you able to take all that damage? She asked. Knights don't have much endurance, and I know you never reached the schoolhouse to promote into a rook or queen. But you shouldered those hits and kept coming. How? Kiba offered her a grin. With training. Saying, he began to walk away only to hear her laugh behind him. He looked back, suspicious. Really? Training? That's great. Only you're too much of a gentleman. Kiba looked at her in confusion. If you'd finished me off or even stabbed me in the leg, I would have been retired. The bishop laughed at him. Instead, you stayed here and answered my question. You're the perfect gentleman, which is why you're going to lose. Kiba looked at her in confusion as the grin on her face widened. It was only then he noticed the blue magic circle she'd been hiding under her right hand growing. He recognized it as an area of effect spell, one that would cause large spikes of ice to erupt from the ground all around the circle. The more magic put into it, the larger the area it would affect, and the bishop on the verge of retiring was putting in everything she had left. Without his knight speed, Kiba had no hope of escaping it in time. His only chance was to cause the bishop to retire before she could get the spell off. Rushing forward, he swung his sword at her arm. She was right, any injury, no matter how superficial, would be enough to retire her now. However, just as he was about to connect, the bishop jinned as she released the spell, causing it to take effect. Adjuka Beelzebub's voice once again rang out over the battlefield. Riser's bishop has retired. One of Issei's pawns has retired. Riser's bishop has retired. One of Issei's pawns has retired. Hearing the announcement, Kiyomi looked over to where just a moment ago Kiba and Riser's bishop Mihi had been fighting. To her shock, the entire area was coated in a thick sheet of ice with large spikes sprouting from the ground for a good 40 feet in every direction. The sheer number of icicles pointed at the sky made it clear that anyone in the area of the spell would have been killed, or rather retired. Issei and Grafia had reassured Kiyomi several times during training that pieces were retired once they'd taken sufficient damage so that they wouldn't be killed, and that doctors stood ready to treat all injuries. Either way, it was clear that Kiba was out of the game, but he hadn't gone out without a fight. He'd taken the bishop down with him. With renewed determination, Kiyomi turned back to her fight. She wouldn't disappoint Kiba or Issei. She was going to win against these two pawns no matter what the cost. She had to, otherwise her training, her effort, all of it would amount to nothing, and she would be no closer to her final goal of beating Saji. As she watched the blue-headed cat girl, Nai went to strike her summoned monster with an uppercut while her sister, the red-headed Lai, attempted to ambush it from the side. However, both attacks amounted to nothing as the monster simply leaned back to avoid the uppercut, the momentum of which propelled Nai into the air where the monster punched her in her now exposed side. Nai was sent hurling backwards but turned her landing into a controlled roll, ending up on all fours like a cat. As for Lai, a strike from the monster's tail sent her flying where she landed on her back next to her sister. The girls got up groaning in pain, complaining the entire time. A snake? Why'd it have to be a snake? Nai said as she stood up, shivering slightly. Yeah, if she was going to summon something she could have gone with cute and cuddly, but no, she had to go and summon a fucking snake lady. Lai said in complete agreement with her twin. Together they faced down the Lamia in front of them. The upper part of the Lamia's body was that of an attractive woman with black waist-length hair, pointed ears, and large breasts. From the waist down, the monster had the body of a giant serpent, between 15 and 17 feet in length, that was covered in red scales. The only clothing the monster girl wore were black gloves that reached up past her elbows, and a black workout bra over her impressive assets, which the cat girls were angry to see were larger than their own. The monster was named Maya and was the first monster that Kiyomi had forged a contract with when she was only 7 years old. Since then, Maya had been Kiyomi's constant companion, and their relationship had only gotten stronger over time as Kiyomi had trained her. Maya was also the strongest monster physically that Kiyomi had a contract with, which was why she was using her against the two cat girls whose boxing gloves made it clear they were physical fighters. Come on, Maya. We can do this, Kiyomi called out encouragingly. The snake girl had been fighting the twins for several minutes now, and although the cat girls hadn't been able to inflict any major damage on the Lamia, Kiyomi could see that they were beginning to tire her out due to the fact that Mia had to shift her large body every time she made a move to counter the pawn's quick attacks. The bright side, however, was that Mia had been able to hit the girls every time they attacked, and each of her punches carried the strength of a circus strongman. The cat girls hadn't promoted to rook or queen, so at the moment it seemed that the fight hung on whose endurance gave out first. Biting her lip, Kiyomi tried to think of ways to help her monster, but her mind came back with nothing. It seemed all she could do was cheer Mia on and hope that she would come out triumphant. This isn't working, Lai complained, shaking her head to get her red hair out of her eyes. Yeah, we need a new strategy, the cool-headed Nai said as she analyzed the situation. Drawing a blank, she looked around for ideas, and noticed the ice field where Mihi and the pawn with a sword had fought. She knew that the fill-in pawn didn't have the magic capacity for such a spell, which meant that Mihi had cast it knowing that it would end in both of them being retired. Nai's eyes widened from a sudden strike of inspiration, but they returned to normal as she accepted the plan as the most likely way to beat the monster, even if she didn't like the cost. Turning, she looked at her sister, her face unreadable even to her twin. If I give you an opening, do you think you can knock her out? Of course I can, Lai said, angry that her sister thought so little of her and her abilities. Be it the Lamia or her master, if I had an opening I'd be able to one-shot either of them, Lai said with a confident smirk. I'll give you an opening, Nai said softly, before she ran charging at the monster head-on, so use it. The Lamia swung its tail around, but Nai ducked under it, dodging to the monster's left where the tail had swung from. Lai expected her sister to launch herself at the monster's now wide-open side. It was the strategy they normally use, but instead Nai kept going. Lai's eyes widened as she realized her sister wasn't targeting the monster, she was targeting the pawn who'd summoned her. Realizing Nai's goal, Guillaume stumbled backwards, falling on her back with her hand outstretched in a desperate attempt to shield herself as Nai rose up to quickly finish her. However, as Nai brought her fist back, she found herself unable to move. The Lamia's tail had wrapped around her, immobilizing her legs and one of her arms. Then the tail began to tighten. Lai stayed silent and still, despite her instincts telling her to go help, as she realized what her sister had done. By attacking the Lamia's master, she had turned its attention fully to her, driving any thought of Lai from the monster's head. Knowing what she had to do, Lai began to gather her life force, her Kai, into her body, strengthening her. She would only have one shot at this, so she had to make it count. As her sister cried out in pain, Lai began to work her way forward, using her cat stealth to its fullest as she stalked her prey. An attack from the back would only injure the Lamia, it wouldn't be enough to down her, but she trusted her sister. Nai had promised her an opening and she would make one, Lai just needed to be ready to capitalize on it. The Lamia, Mia, had made one mistake when she'd trapped the cat girl who'd been foolish enough to launch a lone assault on her master. She had immobilized all of her limbs except for one, the arm that had been drawn back to punch Guillaume. In her hurry to wrap the girl up, Mia hadn't seen reason to coil around the lone limb, instead focusing on immobilizing her body. Nai had counted on this, and as the coils tightened around her, she put her only movable arm on Mia's tail. She'd gotten the idea from Mihi, having seen the results of the attack that had brought down both her and Issei's knightly pawn. To use such a spell meant the knightly pawn had bested her, so Mihi had taken him out at the cost of her likely weakened self. While Nai wasn't keen on the idea of a suicide attack, she knew that if she and her sister had stuck to their traditional tag-teaming strategy, they would have lost. The Lamia would have eventually caught one of them, and the other wouldn't have lasted long with the monster's attention focused solely on her. The only reason they'd been able to fight as long as they did was because they'd been able to coordinate attacks in the way only people who have been fighting together for years could, making the Lamia change its focus from one to the other, never staying with one target. Gritting her teeth in pain, Nai summoned a magic circle to her hand. Not planning to stick around, she forced all of her magic reserved into it, growing the spell until it was larger than the coil it was being cast on. Nai's body hid the spell from Guillaume, while the red color of the spell hid it from Mia as it matched her scales, and her focus was on her prisoner. Mia just assumed that the cat girl was trying to escape, although since her hand merely rested on her tail, she was more likely accepting her fate. As the coils tightened once again, finally cracking bone, Nai let out a scream filled with all her pain, anger, and frustration as she set the spell off at point-blank range. The resulting explosion would have made Yubaluna proud and sent shockwaves throughout the entire battlefield. Wind whipped through Sirius's and Kaori's hair as their swords clashed in the woods. On the other side of the track field, Yui and Carlamine both planted their swords in the ground to steady themselves, although they remained standing. As Aquino and Yubaluna dueled in the sky, the wind caused them to flap their wings to keep from being blown about like leaves in a fall gale. The explosion itself consumed both Mia and Nai. Nai's body took in most of the force that would have hit Guillaume, although the pressure from the explosion still threw the summoner backwards where she lay stunned. As for Mia, her scales acted like armor, protecting her tail from major damage, although a few of those upon which the spell had been cast cracked from the force. However, Mia's unprotected upper body didn't fare as well. From the waist up, her skin was charred black, and all her clothing had been burned off, with the tiniest bit of cloth somehow remaining to protect her modesty. Her eyes were open in a blank stare, appearing dead to the world. As for Lai, although she had been forewarned for something, the explosion still sent her sprawling head over heels, dispelling the Kai she'd gathered. She stood up, clutching her side. The tumbling felt like it had cracked a rib, and began to slowly make her way over to where the last of Issei's pawns lay. Her eardrums having burst from her closeness to the blast, she didn't hear Beelzebub's announcement, although she knew it was there. One of Riser's pawns has retired. As she stumbled past the still upright form of the Lamia, it slowly came tumbling forward to block her path. Lai let out a weak cough, the closest sound to a chuckle she could produce at the moment. Even at death's door, the beast still tried to protect its master. As she stepped around it, she tripped as something grabbed her ankle. Looking back down the length of her body, she saw the Lamia looking at her with the eyes of one who was half asleep, although the faint glimmer of life could be seen inside of them. Angrily, Lai lashed out with her leg, kicking the monster repeatedly in the face while it made no move to protect itself. However, the beast, for all its strength, was overcome by its wounds and fell, lowering her head to the ground, unconscious or dead. Lai didn't know or care. Lai tried to pull her foot free, but the monster's grip held strong, a last act to delay her. With an air of frustration, Lai turned so she was in a sitting position to manually remove the Lamia's fingers from her ankles, unaware that Guillaume was recovering. Flashback. Guillaume panted as she faced her king's mother, Grafia. She was the third queen Guillaume had met, but she could already understand why she had the nickname the strongest queen. Grafia was ruthless when it came to training. Though Guillaume had been a devil for less than half a week, Grafia seemed determined to pound the basics of spellcraft into her. Upon arrival, after handing out assignments and pairing Issei's peerage up with the members of Surzich's, Grafia had taken Guillaume for personal training. Day 1 had consisted of Kiyom sitting on a stump for hours reaching inside of herself to sense and manipulate her demonic power. Kiyom had struggled with the concept. Human magician casts spells using complex calculation and formulas, but that was different from what she did. As a tamer, all she did was make contracts with monsters and beasts that the two sides considered to be of the same value for that particular creature's service. She'd never touched any other part of magic except summoning, and even then she'd only done it to summon Issei. When she'd finally found her demonic power inside of her in the late hours of the evening, Kiyom had almost retreated from it. The power was wild, volatile, constantly shifting and never holding still. Kiyom had almost retreated from it, but as she thought of Issei, she knew that she had to overcome the challenge for him, so without further ado Kiyom had grasped her power and bent it to her will. The realization had led Kiyom to realize that she now had the power to not only use summoning and contract magic, she could actually learn to cast spells with her demonic power, something she had never been able to do as a summoner focused on contracts. The second day of training, Kiyom had expected to have some practical exercises with Grafia, but instead she'd been led to the library where Grafia had forced her to read books covering spellcraft until she'd memorized all the things Grafia considered important for a servant of Gremory to know. Kiyom thought that meant an hour looking through the beginner's guide to spellcraft, mostly looking at pictures, but she'd instead been forced to read several dusty tomes written before her grandparents had been born. She'd even been forced to take notes. This had gone on until dinner, after which Grafia had given her another book to read until Kiyom went to bed. When she'd fallen asleep, Kiyom could see the words and spells that had been drilled into her floating around her dreamscape. Needless to say, that hadn't made the top 10 list of Kiyom's most restful night's sleep. The rest of the week consisted of the practical training Kiyom had desired, but she quickly came to regret ever wanting. Fighting Grafia was like fighting a god, an angry god that kept throwing fireballs at you. Kiyom, of course, hadn't been allowed to use promotion because, as Grafia put it, whoever said you would get the time to promote mid-battle. This had led to hours of Kiyom running around dodging the large explosion spells Grafia endlessly lobbed her way while she desperately tried to buy time for a counterattack. Whenever she got a chance, Kiyom would try to tap into her demonic energy to try to launch a spell she'd learned from the previous day, only to be interrupted by another spell before she could make any progress. This had gone on for days, but Kiyom had improved. By the end of the week, she was dodging and weaving like it was an art, shooting basic elemental spells at Grafia as if it was the most natural thing in the world. On the train back to the human world, when Akino had curiously asked what had led to her increase in magical skill and agility, Kiyom had looked at her with the eyes of one who had just emerged from hell to survive. I had to learn to survive. After that statement, she didn't speak for the rest of the trip, although she trembled occasionally from memories visible only to her. Back to present. Kiyom sat up, woozy from her head hitting the ground, probably a concussion, she thought groggily as she looked around confused. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw Mia collapsed on the ground, with the red-headed cat girl kneeling next to her, although from where she lay Kiyom couldn't see what she was doing. From her position, Kiyom could see that Mia was unconscious, she hoped, while the cat girl had her back to the pond, fully focused on her task. Kiyom had lots of magical power left, having only used it so far to summon Pappy and Mia. Knowing she'd only get one chance, Kiyom prepared a magic circle targeting her opponent's exposed back. Lai grinned as she finally unwrapped the last of the Lamia's fingers from her leg. "You were a worthy opponent," she admitted softly. "We were too confident and underestimated you guys. Judging by how the rating game's going, all of us did. We won't make the same mistake in the future. Riser-sama will see to that." Lai turned to face where the summoner had been lying, only to receive a fireball to the chest right where her cracked rib was, causing her to fall down. "Well, that's broken now," the pawn thought absent-mindedly as she spat out a small amount of blood, having bitten her tongue. As she glared at the summoner standing before her, she flashed an evil Cheshire grin. She was on the edge of being retired. Every breath hurt and her vision was blurry, but the least she could do was take out this pawn before she did. Kiyom cursed in her head. Her spell had been a direct hit, and from what she could see of her opponent, it had done quite a bit of damage based on how her opponent seemed to be struggling to breathe. As the cat girl ran at her, Kiyom quickly summoned a defensive spell which the pawn collided with. She'd been surprised earlier by the blue-haired girl's sudden attack, which had caused her to panic, but this time she was ready. As the pawn's fist bounced off the barrier spell, her chest opened up as she drew back her arm for another punch, leaving her briefly exposed. After a week of training, Kiyom recognized the opening and quickly sent a spell into it, this time a lightning bolt which sent the girl falling backwards. To Kiyom's amazement, as she fell, the girl vanished in a flash of blue light. Beelzebub's voice rang out emotionless, "Riser's pawn has retired." Hearing the announcement, Kiyom looked at her hands in excitement. She'd done it. She'd beaten 2 pawns despite being only worth 1. Issei was going to be proud of her, just as proud as Kiyom was of Mia. Mia, Kiyom recalled, quickly running over to her monster's side. The Lamia lay unconscious, her breath coming in quick fits. As Kiyom watched, her chest quit rising and fell silent. Why aren't they doing anything? Kiyom thought in a panic. Why aren't they retiring her? She's participating in the rating game. She's a divi. Her mind calmed as it realized the issue. She's not a devil, I am, Kiyom said aloud. Mia was merely a part of Kiyom's abilities, one of her powers. The devils wouldn't help unless Kiyom was retired or resigned. I'm sorry, Issei, Kiyomi thought as a tear ran down her cheek. I want to stay and help, but I need to help Maya. Besides, there should only be a few pieces left, and I don't think I'm strong enough to fight anything other than pawns, yet. With a saddened expression, Kiyomi declared her resignation and vanished along with Maya. The emotionless voice of Beelzebub once again rang out. Issei's pawn has resigned. In the forest near the track field, sparks flew as Kaori and Cirrus crossed swords, glaring at each other over the blades, each smiling demonically. I read about your sacred gear in the Phoenix Library, Cirrus declared smugly, breaking the deadlock and knocking a swipe of Kaori's blade away. Momentum pillage, isn't it? A fragment of the White Dragon's sacred gear. As long as you don't touch me with your weapon, you can't drain my speed, so all I need to do is avoid the blade and victory will be mine. Kaori had noticed the difference in Cirrus from the moment they'd first started this battle. Compared to their dojo duel, Cirrus wasn't underestimating her. She knew what Kaori was capable of and was doing everything within her power to avoid the Gremory Knight's blade. Kaori couldn't help herself as the two once again locked swords. A Cheshire grin slipped out. Careful, Cirrus. The last time we fought you underestimated me and look where that got you. Now here you are doing it all over again. I'm not underestimating you, Cirrus declared, her face while angry was controlled. Last time I thought you were a weakling not even worthy of fighting me. Now I know what you can do. Victory will go to me. It has too. I know what you're capable of. There's no way in hell you win this fight. It's impossible. The knight's prideful declaration was cut off mid-sentence due to a sudden blow to the gut, causing Cirrus to backtrack so she could recover. This meant Cirrus had a clear view as the white and blue stubs on Kaori's back glowed, sucking away half her speed. While Cirrus's voice was cut off as Kaori launched herself at the knight, not swinging her sword but drawing her hand back to punch her. Surprised at the unexpected move, Cirrus raised her sword to counter, but it moved slower than it should have, so she was unable to avoid being hit in the face, which sent her tumbling backwards. Looking up, she once again saw her opponent standing above her. Confidently, Kaori strode forward towards her downed opponent. You may have read about my sacred gear in a book, Cirrus, but Okita-sensei has fought two of its previous wielders in the past. From what he told me, one was a rook devil that went stray and another was a human that got too cocky and sought out fights from opponents stronger than he should have. They were pains in the butt for him to deal with as a knight, but from what he told me, both used their fists rather than a weapon to steal their opponent's speed. It took me a while, but I finally was able to do it. Now all I need to do is touch my opponent with my sword or body to drain their speed, Kaori explained as she looked down at the knight which had attacked her and her friend. Cirrus didn't even try to get up from the ground. She knew she was defeated. Any more fighting would just give Kaori more speed and make her more dangerous to her master. The best thing she could do was, I resig. Cirrus's voice unexpected cry began, but Kaori was quick to react, hitting the downed knight in the face with the weighted end of her shitatsu kota, knocking the knight out from the heavy blow as blood flew from her now broken nose and shattered mouth. As the wing stubs that protruded from her shoulder blades glowed a third time, the Phoenix Knight turned blue and vanished. Riser's knight has retired. That was for what you tried to do to us, Kaori said softly, looking at where just a moment ago her opponent had lain. Shaking her head to rid herself of her dark thoughts, she focused on the game. Beelzebub had declared during her fight that Riser had lost 2 pawns and a bishop, while Issei had lost his 2 pawns, but no announcements had come through about the knights. Running in the direction of the track field, Kaori could only hope that she made it in time to help her friend. If their original plan for dealing with Riser failed, everything would come down to Yui. The track field looked very different from how it had first appeared. Half of the field was the same as before, with the exception of clashing metal as 2 foes fought. The other half looked like it had just been through a war zone that had somehow taken place in both a desert and an Arctic cave. Yui ducked below Carlamine's blade and swung at her opponent's left leg, although her katana merely bounced off her armor. Carlamine was skilled, but Yui had remained calm and was able to break down her style. There were few openings to take advantage of, but they were there. The problem was the openings only allowed her to target Carlamine's armor, which was becoming a pain in the ass to deal with, especially considering her choice of outfit left her with plenty of exposed skin. After a few more quick exchanges of blades, Yui finally saw what she wanted and swung not at Carlamine's flesh. Her style didn't allow that, but rather at her chest plate, which allowed Issei's knight to leave a long scar across the armor. With a demonic grin, Yui quickly jumped out of range of Carlamine's sword, her smile not once leaving her face. "Why dost thou run away?" Carlamine asked, pointing her sword at her opponent. "Dost thou not have the strength to see our duel through to the end?" The knight's old-fashioned talking amused her opponent, who responded with a dark laugh. "I'm not running away, I'm here for the show." Carlamine looked confused. Unsure of her opponent's next move, she decided to play along. "Very well then, show me what thou can do." The immediate laughter to her response made the knight think in the back of her mind, I may have just made a mistake. Her thought was proven correct when white medical bandages appeared on her opponent's forearms. Her question of what they were was only met with a dark promise of, "You'll see." Her pink-haired foe brought the thumb and middle finger on her left hand together and snapped. Then Carlamine's armor exploded. Flashback. "I know what your sacred gear is." Yui looked at her king in shock. They'd been at the training camp for 2 days, and Issei had been holed up in either the library or his room the entire time, only coming out for meals or to look over the group's training. Rias had been acting as the leader in his place, going from group to group and delivering Issei's orders or advice, as well as bringing various books to the young king. Yui quickly focused on her master as he continued. It was hard to find. No sacred gear that matches the appearance of yours was in the books I read or was written about by my family in the past. He flashed her a playboy grin. I actually found the answer in the Bible, believe it or not. Pulling out the holy book, he showed her a passage from 2 Kings. It described the story of a man sickened by disease who was wrapped in bandages that was healed by a prophet. After reading it over, Yui looked at her king's expectant face in confusion. Okay, I get that he was sick and wore bandages, but how does that connect to me? Her question only made her master smile wider. It wasn't a matter of him being healed that caught my attention, but rather the fact that he wore bandages. Additionally, the disease he had spread quickly. Within weeks it went from a small wound to covering his entire body. Seeing his knight's confused look, Issei sighed. I think he had a sacred gear that he unconsciously used on himself. It wouldn't have been as powerful due to him using it unknowingly, but it would explain the speed at which the disease worsened. Seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere, Issei left the room, gesturing at Yui to follow him. The pair made their way to the nearby forest, with Grafia and Rias following the pair to see what Issei had discovered. The quartet stopped in front of a giant oak more than 50 feet high with a trunk that was thick enough to fit a car seat inside. Okay, now activate your sacred gear. Yui quickly complied as the bandages wrapped around her arms and cut the tree. Not knowing where Issei was going but deciding to trust in him anyway, Yui obliged, making a quick horizontal cut as she drew her katana just as Akita-sensei had taught her. Great, now focus on the cut with your mind. Try to understand the wound, how it affects the tree. Does it damage it? Is it life-threatening or will it heal? Unsure but wanting to understand her heavenly endowed power, Yui tried to do as he said. It's a gash in the tree, she couldn't help but think. Looking at it, she saw bits of sap leaking out. It's not a threat to the tree, it'll heal in time. Yui's thoughts turned to what the wound would be like to a more human, or rather demonic opponent. It would be on their chest, just above their navel. It'd be a horizontal cut, not deep enough to hit any organs or to cause them to spill out, but still a solid cut that would make it painful for them to move. Her thoughts turned to Riser, what it would be like if the cut was on him. Suddenly she felt a burning on her forearms where the sacred gear met her skin. As the 4 of them watched the wound, which had been no more than 4 inches deep into the tree, began to deepen and spread. In moments it was more than a foot into the tree, and the gash was long enough to take up an entire side of the trunk. As they watched in astonishment, the cut worsened until the entire tree began to lean backwards, then fell with a loud crash. What was that? Rias was the first one to ask, turning to look at Issei, who was wearing a self-satisfied grin on his face. That was her sacred gear. It doesn't have a name that I could find, so I'm going to call it Naman's bandages after the first wielder, although it may be nothing more than a guess. Best I could hypothesize her sacred gear worsens wounds and injuries, causing them to spread. It would explain how Yui was also able to injure Riser after his hand healed. The Phoenix powers heal the wounds through magic, but physically they're still there, even for a moment. Yui just worsened the wound as it was healing, and it cut his hand off again. Looking unnerved, Rias turned to the knight, who was still looking at the downed tree in shock. In other words, she might be the only way to beat Riser. Issei nodded his head solemnly as his knight turned to look at him. I actually have another plan to deal with him, but if it doesn't work, then Yui's the one it'll most likely come down to. What's the plan? Rias asked curiously, but was only met by a shared glance between Issei and Grafia, who was wearing a slight grin. That made Rias worry for a second. Anything that made the Ice Queen smile was probably not good for whoever it was affecting. Back to present. Carlamine was blushing furiously as she looked at Yui with fear and unhindered rage in her eyes. One arm was held protectively over her now bare chest, while the other waved her sword around wildly. You, shameless, pervert, Issei, she called out. Yui only looked on with a raised eyebrow as the knight, who had been so self-confident and respectful only moments ago, was now reduced to a sputtering mess, wearing only boots and a headband, swinging his sword around. Do you want to fight or surrender? Yui called out as she looked at the nude knight clad only in booties. She almost said a quick prayer to whatever deity kept Issei from being there to see the knight, but stopped herself, fearing a sudden migraine. Besides, Kaori would kill her if she turned Issei back into the pervert he'd been in middle school. The fear of Issei resorting back to his perverted nature was something the 2 knights feared, especially considering that he was now their master. They knew it was there. They caught the occasional glances Issei flashed the pair, but glances were fine. Yui would never admit it, but she'd even put herself in some compromising positions over the week, so Issei would be rewarded with a special treat if he looked at her at the right time. Yui was broken from her thoughts by a sudden call from her foe. I resign. As she watched the last Phoenix Knight turn blue and vanished, her glare of hatred and a dark promise of future conflict should the 2 meet left unsaid as she protectively clutched her chest. Riser's knight has resigned, came the expected announcement from Beelzebub. As soon as the knight vanished from sight, Kaori emerged from the woods running onto the field. She quickly reached her friend, especially with the help of her knight speed. Unfortunately for Yui, the look Kaori gave her made it clear she'd caught sight of the nude girl before she'd vanished. I can explain, she quickly said before her friend could draw any conclusions. The raised eyebrow at the response had her explaining in a quick burst. I scratched her armor and then worsened the injury with my sacred gear. It destroyed the armor. How was I supposed to know that she wasn't wearing anything underneath? Thankfully, the eyebrow returned to its normal resting place. Can you still use your sacred gear? Kaori asked her friend, quickly getting back to business. During the week of training, they discovered that it was incredibly draining for Yui to use her ability, since it drew on her stamina reserves and her magic, which, while increased due to being a devil, was lower than what a bishop or promoted pawn possessed. I'm good, Yui said, sheathing her katana, which was still drawn. How about you? I assume you dealt with Cirrus. Her friend nodded, although she had an expression Yui recognized as the one she wore when she was mad at herself. Yeah, I took care of her, although I was only able to drain her 3 times. Thankfully, I kept it even after she was retired. I was worried I'd lose it. A loud explosion made the 2 knights whirl around to look towards the principal's office, where they could see smoke rising in the distance. The 2 looked at each other and then, without a word, took off in the direction of the enemy's base, the name of their king the most prominent thing in their minds. Akino looked down at the queen that lay on the ground before her. The devil servant of Riser, known as the Bomb Queen, glared up at the Priestess of Thunder, a slight smirk on her face. The Priestess of Thunder, you're indeed formidable, the violet-haired, big-breasted queen said to the floating priestess, who looked at her foe with a sadistic grin. But you lose. Your magic is already depleted, and though you may be fine with a little rest, you won't get the chance to. Akino put a finger to the corner of her mouth, her smile not dimming in the slightest. If anything, it grew bigger. Ara, it seems like my lightning caused you to become delusional. It seems I'll need to retire you quickly so you can see the doctors, Akino said in mock concern, though a glance at her grin would let anyone know that she was enjoying herself. Oh, there's no need for that, priestess. The bottle filled with a red liquid that the Bomb Queen held up caused Akino to visibly do a second take. As I said, you lose. The next announcement from Beelzebub was something of a shock to Issei's peerage. Issei's queen has retired. Issei looked at the girl standing before him in the breezeway and let out an annoyed growl. When he, Yui, and Kaori had left the orc building, he'd sent the 2 knights to go help out his pawns at the track field while he went to help his surrogate queen who'd been fighting Yubaluna. From the videos he'd watched of Riser's previous matches, despite Yubaluna being classified as a low-class devil, her explosive magic was that of a mid-class bordering on the verge of high class. The only reason Issei could think of for her low status was Riser either not wanting to reveal her true power, or not being able to stand having a peerage member the same rank as him, especially the one Issei assumed was his primary sleeping companion based on what he'd seen in the orc. Normally, Issei wouldn't have worried as much. Akino's holy lightning was very effective when dealing with devils and fallen angels, but he was more worried about the fact that none of his peerage members had reported seeing any of the opposing pieces using Phoenix Tears, a medicine that only the Phoenix household could produce. Issei suspected that Riser had brought at least one into the game, having seen him do exactly that in one of the tapes he'd watched. The fact that in the video it had been given to Yubaluna hadn't eased his concerns in the slightest, only making him work late into the night during training week to determine Riser's most likely strategy. It had been fairly simple to determine what an arrogant, overconfident man like Riser would do. He won an overwhelming victory just to show how outmatched the son of a Satan was compared to him. To make sure of that, Issei believed that Riser would want to bring in his family's medicine that could heal all wounds and restore magical power. But Riser's overconfidence wouldn't allow him to bring in the maximum 2 that he was allowed. Issei suspected that Riser would give the tears to Yubaluna like he'd done previously, but he didn't tell his peerage his suspicions. If he revealed what he suspected, then they would hold back when they fought her, something Issei knew from his homework could be a fatal mistake. Using this and the information he'd gained from constantly rewatching Riser's previous games had allowed Issei to, so far in the rating game, to consistently predict his opponent's moves, and the fact that he'd been able to carve up Riser's forces like he was a butcher with the carving knife hadn't escaped his notice. What he hadn't counted on was Riser sending one of his pieces to protect his queen in case of interference. That was a surprise, and looking over the woman's shoulder watching the queen's battle, Issei wondered for a moment if he had played Riser or if Riser had played him. He was shaken out of his thoughts by the woman in front of him cracking her neck and shaking her limbs out, clearly warming up. Is this one of Riser's plans? Issei asked, fishing for information from the look-to-be punk. With spiky light brown hair adorned with red highlights on the front, an army green jacket that showed off her midriff and emphasized her assets, as well as black jeans with a section cut off on her right leg that showed her right thigh and part of her butt cheek, the woman seemed to be the devil equivalent of the stereotypical rebel. The stereotype was only made more obvious with a half mask on the woman's face that covered her nose but left her mouth bare, in addition to the black fingerless fighting gloves and black combat boots. She looked like she either causes trouble or brings it with her wherever she goes, Issei couldn't help but think. The woman shook her head and flashed him a grim smile. No, Riser-sama ordered me to go to the track field with the others. However, I wondered why you let your queen engage Yubaluna, so I asked for permission to go guard her in the unlikely chance that she was actually a ploy. Since you're here, it looks like my guess was correct. Issei's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly hid it behind a playboy grin. Oh, so this was your idea, not Riser's. How were you able to get him to let you do this? Based on what I know, Riser's not the type of guy to take advice from others, even if they're subservient to him. Her reveal that she had been the one to see through his actions up the woman in Issei's book a few spots. If it was her idea, then the plan would likely work. The appraising look the women gave Issei did not escape his notice, but he waited for her answer. In their physical battle, it was better to let her make the first move, especially considering that she was likely a rook since she was cracking her knuckles. As for their mental spar, she was clearly defensive, not wanting to give away information, but having spent years studying women in elementary and middle school, Issei was learning far more from her than she knew. I suggested that sending 2 knights, 2 pawns, and a bishop to deal with a pair of knights and pawns was more than enough. I asked him to let me go protect Yubaluna in case one of you was sent to try and steal her phoenix tears. The reveal only confirmed Issei's grim belief at the reality of the situation, but at the moment he was more distracted by the woman in front of him. "What's your name?" he asked, genuinely curious. The woman responded without hesitation, "I am Isabella, Riser-sama's rook, and the one who will end this game by bringing you down." So saying, the newly named Isabella launched herself at the young king, which was just what Issei had been waiting for. With a single spell, the natural ice magic he'd inherited from his mother flowed out, covering the rook. In less than a second, the entire hallway was made of ice, with a giant block of it around the woman with only her head exposed. Knowing she couldn't move, Issei strode forward to knock her out. Before that happened, though, an announcement came through from Beelzebub: Issei's queen has retired, causing Issei to clench his right hand into a fist in anger. If he hadn't had to deal with this rook, he would have been able to help Akino, but now she was gone. All that remained of the 2 teams were Riser and Yubaluna against Issei and his knights, with Issei having a sinking feeling that Riser's queen was now healed and her magic restored. A sneeze made him turn back to the punk he'd frozen. "Sorry," Isabella said, a slight blush on her face. That made Issei raise an eyebrow, although he didn't allow his cold expression to show it. She was apologizing to him. "You look like you're a good king who cares for his pieces. I know I'm not a member of your peerage, but for what it's worth, I hope to fight you again under better circumstances. I enjoyed our fight, even if I didn't even get a chance to actually, well, fight." Something about the heartfelt sincerity of the girl caused Issei to relax, and to the frozen girl's surprise, he actually chuckled. "I hope to fight you again as well, although I can't promise that the result will be any different. But before you go, can I ask, has Riser ever done it with you?" The brown hair adorned with red twisted as the girl shook her head. "No, Riser-sama has had slumber parties with us where we all sleep together, but he's never actually done it with me. He mainly does the deed with Yubaluna, Mehi, and the pawns, excluding Mera and the green twins, of course. Oh, of course, he's never laid his hands on Ravel-sama either. If he did that, I would kill him," Issei growled. The imprisoned rook shivered at the cold gaze he used when he looked down at her. The look in his eyes made it clear to the woman, Ravel belonged to him. Anyone who tried to do anything to her would answer to him, and they would most likely not make it out alive. The look made it clear to anyone who could see his eyes at the moment that this was the son of the strongest queen, and unbeknownst to the pair back in the observation box where Issei's family sat with the Phoenix family, Grafia let the smallest smiles cross her composed face. Surzech meanwhile shivered in inherent fear. He'd seen that look on his wife, and he immediately pitied anyone Issei directed that look towards in the future. He knew that they would not enjoy the following moments. Knowing he needed to continue on, Issei couldn't help but ask the trapped rook one last question before she was retired. Already the blue light was beginning to appear, and Issei knew the 2 had only moments left. "Why do you serve Riser?" he asked. A part of the agreement between the 2 kings back in the Orc had come to his mind, but he wanted to know more before he made a decision. In the end, it might not matter if he lost, but if he won, well, then they'd have to wait and see. "I wanted to fight strong opponents," the rook said, looking at the king who'd bested her. "I used to lead a gang when I was human, and one evening we decided to rob a blonde, rich-looking teen we found standing in an alleyway. We were starving and needed the money." Her eyes took on a far-gone look as Issei saw her relive the moments, her voice turning bland and emotionless. "He destroyed us, wiped us out, and burned everyone alive. I was the only one left, and then the monster came over and kneeled down next to me where I lay dying in that dark alley. He asked me if I feared death, and in that moment, I did. I'd done bad things. You had to in order to rise to the top and keep your members' respect. I was afraid, and he offered me a choice, but I was weak. My followers died because of me, the people I hung out with and grew up with, my sisters. And I didn't even have the courage to lead them to the afterlife, to whatever hell awaited us. I failed them. What kind of leader was I?" With those final words, the rook's head dropped down, her chin knocking against her frozen prison as a single tear slid down from the eye not covered by the mask. Then in a flash of blue light, the woman was gone, leaving an empty block of ice against which a young king stood looking at his own reflection. "Riser's rook has retired," Beelzebub's calm, emotionless voice rang out. For a moment all was quiet, and then with a brutal roar of fury, Issei gathered to his fist the power he'd inherited from his father, the power of destruction, and punched the ice cube, annihilating it with the waves of destructive force he emitted. Then with a calm control that only a rare few possessed, Issei strode outside to the courtyard in front of the new schoolhouse, where Riser and his queen stood waiting. Issei stopped and looked at the man who he had come to hate. So focused was he that he didn't even acknowledge his knights who walked to stand behind him on either side, Kaori on his right, Yui on his left, his first 2 pieces. In the observation box, Riz looked at her nephew with concern, having just returned from checking on her retired peerage members to hear the rook's tragic backstory. She hadn't known Issei for long, but she could see how much the story had angered him. Though she hated to admit it, the tale had made a nice tinder, adding to the roaring bonfire of hatred and disgust that she had for her fiancé. He didn't do anything illegal, her father and Issei's grandfather, Zodicus Gremory, had told her when she'd gasped in shock upon hearing the rook's tale about her past over the screen. He may not have done anything illegal, dear, but that story still doesn't sit right with me. Her mother and Issei's grandmother Venelana had added. Yes, but she still is quite strong. My son wouldn't have recruited her otherwise, Lord Phoenix said, his arms laying calmly on his armrests, as he watched the two young kings face off, glaring at each other in silence. Well, I guess we know which piece Issei wants, Surzech thought, sending his wife a quick glance, who knowing her husband had done the same to him at the exact moment. The looks were brief, but once they were over, anyone who knew the two could see that they were grinning on the inside. If Issei won, then he and his peerage would have grown quite a bit in strength with their potential new members. Where was that look? Surzech felt a tugging on his robe and looked to his right to see a young girl in her late teens with black hair tied into twin buns, dressed in the clothes of a magical girl. This was Seraphal Leviathan, one of the four Satans and a close friend of Surzech, who managed foreign affairs for the underworld. While many found that odd, considering that she casually threatened to start a war every other week, Surzech knew that she honestly tried her best to keep the peace. Also, the fact that she had faced Graphia for the title of Leviathan and had, if not beaten her, but been strong enough to hold her own, was a major show of her skill. Surzech smiled at her and with a grin promised, "If Issei wins, you'll see," which earned him a HMPH from the magical girl as she turned away frustrated. "Issei-sama won't lose. He's the one I trust with my future, and the one I want to serve," the voice of Ravel cut in, sharing her thoughts on her wannabe master. "He's stronger than my brother. I don't know how he'll do it, but he shall emerge triumphant." Rhea shot the young girl a quick glance. Though she at first hadn't made much of an impact on the young Gremory heir, she now looked the girl over, moving her up a few places on Rhea's list of people who have shitty relatives she hated but may not be all bad. "Then let's watch and cheer him on," Rhea said, letting a grin of anticipation cross her face. The finale was upon them and nobody wanted to miss it. Collectively all over the underworld and from quite a few screens beyond, faces leaned closer, bodies scooted to get comfortable, and then silence fell as Issei spoke, shattering the silence. "Riser, let's make this a one-on-one battle," Issei said, his voice low and controlled. Riser began to laugh. "WH, why would I do that?" He managed to get out between gasps for air. "My queen just drank her phoenix tear and is as good as new. She's ready to go, while your pieces on the other hand look worn out." It was true. Despite their calm appearance, Yui's and Kaori's chests were rising and falling rapidly. It was obvious to anyone who noticed that they were clearly tired from their previous fights, which had dragged on for several minutes before they'd beaten the knights. Issei just let out a devilish grin. "You do it because you're a selfish glory hog who needs the help of a low-class devil to beat the son of a Satan. You say you're so good, so worthy of marrying my aunt, and yet you don't even have the guts to go one-on-one with me. Oh, I feel so sorry for Ravel. Not only does her own brother hit her, but now she has to see that he's too much of a coward to finish the fight," he started. Rage. That was the only word that described Riser in that moment. He was going to kill the talking piece of brown-haired shit that had come out of nowhere to steal his sister. So what if he had pretty ladies serving him and his aunt was his fiancée? It didn't matter. In the end, Riser was a phoenix, the one that flew above all, the immortal bird. If he wanted something, didn't he deserve it? Of course he did. Riser Phoenix was a king. Flaming wings erupted from Riser's back as he launched himself at Issei, who quickly summoned a wall of ice between them. Riser didn't even slow down, summoning a fireball. He launched it at the obstacle, destroying it. What he didn't expect was the beam of destructive power that hit him square in the face as soon as the ice cleared. Blinded by the sudden loss of his eyes but still able to think through the already healing pain, Riser drew back his arm to punch where he thought Issei had last been standing. However, the arm never reached, because as he thrust it forward, the limb in question was cut off. Issei smiled. Riser had launched himself at the trio in his rage, leaving his queen in his wake. Ignorant of everything but his target, Riser either didn't notice or take into account that there were two beautiful knights standing right beside their king, and one had stolen 0.875% of one of Riser's knight's speed to add to her own. It was a simple matter for Kaori to slice the easy target presented to her. Issei had given his orders under his breath when he'd thrown up the wall. "Go deal with the queen. Once you injure him, I'll take care of everything else." Not knowing what the plan was but trusting her master, Kaori did just that, with Yui right behind her as they dashed past the wounded phoenix. As soon as Riser's arm vanished, Issei launched the spell that would determine the game. "Cryostasis," he yelled as he cast a blue spell at the stump as it prepared to erupt in flames. Riser felt something hit him, but his eyes were still healing themselves, so he had no idea what it was. However, Issei's voice had given him away, and Riser charged forward to once again launch a punch at his opponent, only to realize something was wrong. Looking towards the stump where his healed hand should be with his now fully recovered eyes, Riser was shocked by what he saw. The limb was growing back, but what mattered more was the speed it was coming back. The cut wasn't healing in an instant, rather the flesh that would be his new arm was slowly regenerating instead of bursting into flames like it usually did. After a count of 5, the partially healed limb burst into flames and everything seemed right again, only Riser was glaring at his opponent now, not just with rage, but suspicion. "What did you do?" Riser called out as he circled his foe, not wanting to get close until he knew what had happened. His arm had healed, but the fact that it wasn't immediate had made him realize two things: he could be hurt, and he had severely underestimated his opponent. "What's wrong, chicken boy?" not cooked all the way through. Riser clenched his teeth but didn't attack. He himself would willingly admit to being brash, but he was no fool. He hadn't won his previous games with just power but with strategy as well. Not knowing what the spell did meant there was only one option. Kaori kneeled on the ground panting. Her will and shinai were the only things that kept her from passing out. Her outfit was torn and her body was littered with burns, but she wasn't out of the fight yet, not as long as she could keep the queen away from her king. As she watched, Yui tried to strike Ubeluna only to be launched back by an explosion as the queen swiftly dodged then countered. The problem wasn't that they couldn't reach the queen. Even with the knight trait of her queen piece, Kaori was still faster since she'd stolen Cirrus's speed. The problem lay in that Ubeluna only needed to cast a spell in the duo's general direction to hurt them. While not as powerful as Akino's lighting, the size of the explosions cast was still damaging to the pair, knocking them back before they could cut her with their swords. Kaori moved to stand in front of the body of her fellow knight ready to defend her, but Ubeluna didn't attack. She just stood there and smiled as she leaned against her staff. It made Kaori furious, but she could do nothing. Hearing Yui struggling to get up, she looked over to see her friend push herself onto shaking legs with her katana, a victorious smile on her face as she looked at their foe. "You all right?" Kaori asked, a little concerned at how her friend was smiling in this situation. "I cut her," Yui said as Kaori looked at her with disbelief. "Just now when you attacked I followed you. The explosion knocked you back, but you acted as a shield so I could get through. It's small, but I managed to slice her slightly on the left arm. She probably didn't even notice, thinking she dodged." Kaori looked at her friend concerned, but she pushed it down. She could worry later. Right now they needed to deal with the queen and then go help Issei. Kaori could still remember her fight with Riser and how he had destroyed the two knights with almost no effort. Yui may have been human at the time and just awakened her sacred gear, but the ease with which the blonde devil had bested the two still scared Kaori. She may not know how strong her master was, having never seen him go all out against any of the strays they'd fought, but she couldn't help but doubt him. Riser just seemed so invulnerable with his healing ability, and while Issei had been in constant contact with Sona and Ravel as the three came up with a plan, she couldn't help but worry that there was no way to best the Phoenix. "Kaori!" Yui's shout drew the knight back from her thoughts as she looked at her friend. "You're worrying about him? Focus. The longer we take to deal with her," the Pinkette nodded at the violet-robed queen, "the longer it'll be before we can go help Issei." Refocused, Kaori nodded at her friend. "Do you think you can use your ability on her?" Her friend shot her a grin that made Kaori glad for a moment that she was on Yui's good side. "I can probably use my ability 2 more times, one for the queen and then one on Riser." Kaori nodded as she tensed up. Seeing her preparations, the bomb queen stood straight and pointed her staff at the knight with her left arm. "Great, activate it when she tries to hit me." The nod Kaori received was all the provocation she needed as she launched herself at the woman, her sacred gear on her back feeding her the stolen speed of her first foe. As the knight approached, the bomb queen summoned a magic circle. It had been fun to play with the two, but she should wrap it up and get back to her king soon. However, as soon as the magic circle appeared on the end of her staff, Ubeluna's arm erupted in pain, causing her to almost drop it. The sudden jerk caused her to lose focus on the spell, causing it to go off. Thankfully for her, instead of being pointed straight down, her staff had jerked to point to the left of her target, where it hit a small out-of-the-way building. Glancing towards her opponents, Ubeluna saw the one with the short pink hair on the ground, knees under her, clearly exhausted. Her sword lay next to her discarded, and Ubeluna could see that the knight didn't even have the strength to pick it up. While it was nice to see one opponent clearly out of the fight, the bomb queen was more concerned by the rapidly approaching brunette. As Kaori approached, the bomb queen tried to raise her staff with her right arm, but before she could, the brunette was inside her guard, thrusting with the point of her sword. Time seemed to slow down for Ubeluna as the sword entered her body just under her left breast and pushed upwards towards her heart. Then in a flash of blue light she was gone. "Riser's queen has retired," the now familiar voice of Beelzebub said. Hearing it, Kaori collapsed on her back, hands on her head as she tried to catch her breath, her sword lying beside her. Looking over, she locked eyes with her childhood friend and the two began to laugh. They'd taken down a queen. Yui opened her mouth to say something and then an earth-rattling explosion rang out. Kaori could only watch mouth agape as her friend vanished in a ball of fire. "One of Issei's knights has retired," Beelzebub said. Kaori weakly tried to prop herself up, but she was too weak. She didn't even have the strength to lift her sword from where it lay on the ground, although she did grab it. As she watched, a shadow appeared in the flames, growing larger as it came closer. The shadowy figure took on the form of a blonde pimp as it emerged, the flames clinging to his body but not hurting him. "Riser," Kaori thought with pure fury. The pimp in question looked down at the kneeling knight with an evil grin. "Nice to see you already know the proper posture," he said as he lifted her up by her hair till her feet were off the ground. Kaori weakly tried to swing her sword, but Riser merely grabbed the blade and threw it away. Using his free hand, he raised a finger and waved it back and forth like he was scolding a misbehaving pet. CH, that's no way to act, especially to someone who beat your master." Kaori glared at him. "Issei would never lose to you," she weakly proclaimed. That only made the grin on Riser's face grow wider. "Oh, but he did. He managed to somehow delay my healing, but he couldn't stop it. I'm a phoenix, and you idiots can't seem to grasp the fact that I'm immortal. No blade, no magic, no power can harm me. No matter what happens, my flames will heal me. Is that so difficult to understand?" While he had begun his rant calm enough, he'd ended it yelling at her. Then his maniacal grin was back. I don't know what your king did to me, but the fact that he tried to challenge the superiority of us phoenixes means he needs to be punished. Now I can't directly do anything to you since we're on view to the world, but tell me, if I was to strip you, would you be able to stand beside you, king? Would his family allow it? They need to uphold their position after all. Kaori gasped as Riser formed a knife out of his flames. Slowly, with almost delicate care, he lowered it to her side where he raised it up and down. Should I start with your chest or your private parts? He asked, a thoughtful look on his face. Kaori's face became as stiff as stone as she defiantly looked over his shoulder. It doesn't matter, you'll lose to Issei. You're just a spoiled little boy who for the first time in his life has met someone that doesn't bend his knee to you. Welcome to the real world. As strong as you think you are, there's always someone stronger. She lowered her eyes to glare directly into Riser's, her gold versus his dark blue. And Issei is stronger than you. Riser drew back his arm as rage once again overtook him. Why was everyone so defiant? He was the one who was in the right here. Everything he did just showed his strength, showed that he had the power to protect his sister and his fiancée. He worked so hard practicing magic from childhood and working with his peerage to become stronger still. His parents focused on his older siblings, leaving him and Ravel to take care of themselves. When he'd gotten engaged, it had just made him work all that harder. He didn't want the power, he needed it. He'd seen the strength of those his brother faced in the raiding game, and he worked to be able to defend all he cared about from those who would take it away. Power meant everything. Without it you couldn't defend anything, so he'd sought it and worked to earn it. Now why was everyone acting like he was the bad guy? Where did he go wrong? Why couldn't anyone see he was doing this for them? With a brutal roar he thrust his flaming arm into the knight's chest, causing her to disappear in a flash of light. Issei's knight has retired, came the announcement. Turning, Riser turned to look at where he knew his foe, his rival, stood waiting. Why didn't you interfere? He found himself almost growling the question. The boy responded with an almost casual shrug. She didn't want me to. She saw me, and if she had asked or desired it, I would have been there to drag you off of her in an instant. She chose to go to you, to anger you to the point of snapping. No matter what happens now, I win, because in your current state your experience means nothing. Riser looked into the boy's eyes and could see the hatred he held for him reflected there. The boy had wanted, no needed to help his knight, but she had kept him from doing so with no more than a look over his shoulder. With a mad laugh, Riser grinned as he let the flaming wings sprout from his back. You wanted a one-on-one battle? Well, here it is, the immortal Phoenix versus the son of a Satan. What better fight could an audience desire? Whoever wins gains everything, while the loser will lose what they desire and care for. If you want my sister, come and take her. His challenge was met with a cruel grin. You come to me, I won't move for those who are weaker than me. With a brutal roar that sounded more beast than man, Riser flew at the man. Issei let out a self-satisfied grin. Well, Sona, let's see if your plan works. As Riser drew back his right arm for a brutal swing, Issei raised his left hand to meet him. As the blow came forward, Issei said the words of the spell he'd spent the last week developing with the help of Riaz and Grafia. Absolute zero. In her seat in the student council room, Sona let a small grin flirt across her face. This was a move only he could do, one that no one else, except maybe his brother, would ever be able to cast. If Issei needed a way to fight the healing flame, then this was the way to do it. It had surprised her when she'd received a call from him via magic circle the day after he and the two peerages had left for training. She could still recall the conversation. Flashback. Is there any way to remove the Phoenix's flames? Issei had bluntly asked her. Sona sighed. She'd been expecting the question, but she was sure he'd already asked Grafia. Her answer likely wouldn't be any different. You can use holy objects, they tend to work. Holy water causes their flames to go out of control to the point they do nothing. Burns from crosses and wounds from holy swords only heal through the application of a healing sacred gear or regular recovery over time. None of those will be of use to you since you're also a devil. Issei, honestly, I don't know how you can beat him. Well, could I freeze him? Freeze him to the point his flames won't activate? Issei had asked hopefully. Grafia had said no, but from the praise his aunt heaped on the student council president, Issei could only hope that she had an idea. His hopes died with a sigh. It is possible, theoretically. The regeneration of a phoenix relies on the movement of atoms. Even as supernatural beings, we still are made of the same atoms as everything else in the universe, and atoms at 273.15 degrees Celsius don't move. But even Grafia can't reach that low. It's impossible, Sona said. Your current lowest temperature isn't even halfway there. You can't reach absolute zero right now, and even if you one day surpass your mother, who I'll remind you is considered the strongest queen, you'll likely never be able to get your ice that low. What if we found a shortcut, or another way to reduce the temperature? Issei said, grasping at straws. It might be possible, Sona admitted grudgingly. But what could remove the energy in an atom? Back to present. That's impossible. Even Grafia-chan can't reach absolute zero. Seraphal said, mouth agape, as the three sat with their families, who all seemed equally shocked at the sight on the screens in front of them. Indeed, but he wasn't just using my magic, Grafia said. She'd known what Issei had thought of, and while she had admitted it was possible, she honestly hadn't thought her son would be able to pull it off. He combined out abilities. Surzech realized, instead of just empowering his power of destruction to destroy more, he made it more precise. He used it to destroy the movement of the atoms, the very source of Phoenix's flame. There is literally no energy to produce heat or allow the atoms to move and reproduce. Riser is trapped, and there is a good chance that we wouldn't even be able to pull him out of there without Issei ending the spell. Surzech explained as fatherly pride burned within him. Is that even possible? Riaz asked as she watched with shock. Obviously it is, her mother added, equally flabbergasted. Issei just did it. To think he would possess this much power within a year of learning who he was, Zodicus added, stroking his goatee. Even if he practiced his abilities in secret while he was with the humans, to be able to pull something like this off. He trailed off. There was no need to continue as everyone's attention returned to the screen as Issei approached the frozen statue that had been his foe. Riser had frozen the second his fist touched Issei's palm. In less than a second, the combination of Issei's two inherent powers had flown through his body, freezing and destroying the movement of the very atoms that made up the sack of flesh that was Riser Phoenix. His entire body was off the floor courtesy of the wings he'd used to launch himself at Issei, and only a few pillars of ice that Issei had set up to catch him had kept Riser from falling and shattering on the ground. If it had happened, he could have very well died, and there likely would have been no revival for him this time. Then with almost delicate precision he coated his pointer finger with the power of destruction and severed the outstretched arm at the elbow where it fell and shattered on the ground. That was for Yui and what you did to her at the kendo club. Moving to his other arm, which was hanging bent at Riser's side, Issei repeated the process, severing it at the elbow. And that was for what you did to Kaori. Striving to stand in front of Riser's frozen face, Issei lowered his finger so it was right in front of Riser's forehead. I could kill you right now. If I move my hand forward or let my power spread, I could kill you and no one would be able to stop me. It's tempting. Oh, it's so very tempting. With one movement, one moment of letting loose, I could avenge Yui and keep Riaz from ever having to worry about you again. Issei let the possibility hang there for a few seconds, which to the world watching could very well have been hours. Then Issei pulled his hand back and dispersed the power on his finger. But I won't. I think it would be crueler to take what I can from you, to show you that despite you trying to mess up our lives, my peerage and I are stronger than you. If I can defeat you with only 3 pieces, imagine what I can do with a full set. When that day comes, I want to face you again in another rating game. If you can hear me, little firebird, know this: I hate you. I hate you for what you did to me and those I care for. But I will not let my hate consume me. I'm going to enslave and use it instead. Hate is a motivator, nothing more, nothing less. Use your hatred of me and this defeat to motivate you, and when we face each other again, I'll beat you without using this attack. Until next time, little firebird. With a wave of his hand, Issei dispelled the spell on Riser, whose stumps immediately burst into flames as he cried out in shock at the sudden wounds on his body. Then in a blue flash he was gone, and the voice of the Satan Beelzebub rang out, although this time there was a hint of emotion in his voice. Riser Phoenix has been retired. Issei Gremory is the winner of the rating game. After the announcement, a blue light flashed and teleported the victor away. If Issei had wanted to make a debut, he'd certainly done it. He'd beaten the immortal Phoenix overwhelmingly, and in the process showed the entire world that he could literally freeze hell over if he so desired. When Issei reappeared, he found himself in what appeared to be a penthouse suite based on the large living space in perfect condition, as well as the unused bedroom and bathroom he could see through a pair of French doors on his left. What really gave away the high class of the place, though, were the windows that looked out on a purple sky while providing Issei with the best view, bar none, of the stadium where professional rating games were held. His grandfather had taken him to see a professional game while Issei had spent a weekend with his grandparents, and Issei had been thoroughly impressed of the power shown by Roygun Belfiger and Rudiger Rosenkreutz, as well as their respective peerages. Seeing the number 2 and number 9 in action truly showed Issei how far he still had to go if he wanted to be the strongest. Turning around, Issei saw a man, clearly waiting for him, in a brown suit, who bowed to the young king respectfully. "Young master, allow me to be the first to congratulate you on your victory. Your family is very proud and have arranged a question-and-answer session in an hour for reporters. After your victory over Lord Riser in the rating game, they plan to use this opportunity to formally introduce you to the underworld alongside your current peerage. Until the interview begins, I am to accompany you and serve as your guard and servant. Do you have any questions?" Having delivered his message, the man looked up at Issei, awaiting instructions, to see his young master wearing an annoyed scowl. "Beowulf, you're my father's pawn. You may need to address me like that in front of others, but when we're by ourselves you can call me Issei." After all, Issei couldn't even finish before the now-named Beowulf cut the king off by prostrating himself on the floor, his head actually touching the ground while he knelt on his knees. "Forgive me, young master, but that is an order none of us who serve under Lord Surzech and Lady Grafia will ever follow," the man cried in a voice layered with self-hatred and despair, a tone Issei had heard multiple times before from those that served his father. "You are the child of our beloved master and his queen, yet we failed both them and you. They forgave us long ago just as you have, but in the end we were overconfident. Believing that we truly were the strongest peerage in the underworld, as countless others call us, we let a single fallen steal you away from your parents while you were under our care. It's because of us you grew up not knowing your true family, and it was only through sheer luck that you were able to find each other. Our failure is the greatest dishonor any of us have ever suffered, and now that you have been reunited, those of us in Lord Surzich's peerage would rather die than allow history to repeat itself. You are our young master, the one that we lost but failed to find. Please grant us the chance to redeem ourselves now that you have returned." Issei sighed at the man still prostrated before him. This was not the first time he'd had this conversation with a member of his father's peerage, but it always went the same way with them, begging Issei to let them serve him so they might be given a chance at redemption. Issei didn't personally understand the need, seeing as how both he and his parents had forgiven them, but to the peerage members it was a far more personal matter. When he brought it up with his father, Surzich had merely sighed, saying, "Let them do as they want. When Grafia and I had to return to our duties, they kept searching for you. Now that you're back, they feel the need to earn the honor they failed to get in finding you by keeping you safe instead. Humor them for now, and if it becomes a problem later, I'll deal with it." With a groan, Issei had given in, and ever since he'd had to deal with being called young master not just as his grandparents' mansion, but by his father's trusted servants. Additionally, he was probably the most well-protected member of the Grimory family when it came to the power of his guards. When he was in the underworld, he always seemed to be accompanied by a member of his father's peerage looking for danger wherever he went. Focusing on his priorities, Issei turned to face his father's servant. "Take me to my pieces," he ordered. With a silent bow, the man extended his hand and summoned a magic circle. The two moved to stand on. Within a moment they were gone. They reappeared not in a hospital as Issei had been expecting, but rather inside what seemed to be a clothing shop, if the mannequins in various medieval styles of dress were to be believed. Looking around, Issei saw his 3 peerage members surrounded by various staff measuring, modeling, and judging while his grandmother supervised it all. "No, no, no," Venelana Grimory said, shaking her head as she looked at a necklace a shop assistant was locking around Kaori's neck. "She has brown hair and gold eyes. Why in the underworld would a green emerald be the accessory you choose? Use some amber. I'm sure there's some around here somewhere." "Ah, Issei, I'm glad to see you're here. Tell me, do you think Kiyomi should wear a ruby or a blood diamond?" Issei, unsure of himself and what was happening for that matter, stepped forward to look at the 2 pieces. The red stones shimmered as they refracted the light. Looking up, Issei tried to imagine the pieces around his pawn's neck, but they didn't seem to fit her innocent personality that hid a more mature hidden persona. Turning, he caught sight of the amber necklace an assistant was only now taking to Kaori, but something about the piece caught the king's eye. "Stop," he ordered, causing the assistant to freeze in their tracks, and though he hid it, Issei thought he sensed a slight aura of fear from the man. Strolling up, Issei pulled out the necklace, holding it at eye level so he could examine the piece closely. "Ah, an eye for jewelry, I see, Lord Grimory." A small, balding, pudgy man quickly strolled over, sensing a potential sale. "That's a fine piece made from ancient sap that grows only in the underworld." Its raised hand cut the man off abruptly as Issei strolled over to his pawn and hung it around her neck, to the surprise of not only Kiyomi but also his grandmother, knights, and quite a few of the staff, although the latter, remembering their imminent deadline, quickly got back to work. "That's for you," Issei said, stepping back to admire the small golden bead that hung from his pawn's neck. "But Issei, I have 2 pieces here that would bring out her hair color," Venelana complained, blowing out her cheeks as she pouted. She wanted to spoil her grandson's girlfriends, but Issei was ruining the fun. "Sorry," Issei said in a voice that meant he clearly wasn't, "but those don't suit Kiyomi. She's not a fighter, she's a supporter who relies on others just as they rely on her." "But why amber?" Venelana said, clearly wanting a reason why her ideas were so quickly rejected. "Oba-san, blood diamonds are diamonds that originate from areas of conflict, and rubies are all about passion. They'd look nice on her, but this amber hides something inside, just like she does." Confused, Kiyomi lifted the piece around her neck to examine it more closely while Issei walked towards his grandmother, who was still standing next to the 2 boxes she'd wanted her grandson to choose from. "There's a scale in here." The brown-haired drill head yelped in surprise. Rushing over, Venelana looked closely at the piece. Inside the golden stone there was indeed the small red scale of some sort of reptile. "Yeah, the red reminded me of Mia's scales. I know that she was your first contracted monster, so I figured that a red scale would be fitting as your first piece of jewelry from me," Issei said sheepishly, hand behind his head. The switch from cold king to awkward but lovable teenager threw the staff of the store for another loop. They couldn't connect the brown-haired blushing boy whose pawn was now hanging from his neck in a hug that pressed her rather impressive bosom into his chest with the man that had taken down the favored riser Phoenix with a single spell. Seeing them frozen, the daughter of the Bale House closed her eyes and smiled. Anyone in the area that wasn't Issei Grimory or his servants felt the cold hands of death pass over them, causing the staff to leap back into action once again. After Kiyomi was dragged away by Venelana to try on some dresses, Issei turned to his 2 knights that were glaring down at him. Even his measuring tapes judged the sizes of every part of their body. Ignoring their glares, Issei went over and looked at the blood diamond and ruby necklaces that his grandmother had wanted him to look at. They were beautiful, Issei would readily admit, but something about them just didn't seem to fit his current peerage members. With a snap, Issei called over the pudgy owner, and after a moment of whispered discussion, Issei strode over to his knights while the other man picked up the 2 boxes and hurried away. "So are all of you feeling all right? What happened after you were retired?" Issei asked, trying but failing to hide the note of concern in his voice. His moment of weakness caused the two girls to glance over at each other before they turned back, their expressions softening slightly as they faced their master. "Well, I was retired first," Yui began. "When I came to, I was in a hospital bed. The doctor told me that I was hardly injured. I was retired the moment the explosion went off. They gave me a phoenix tear just to be safe and then they let me go." Guillaume had already been retired and was waiting outside the door with your grandmother, Lady Gremory. Apparently all of Ria's pieces had already been healed and she'd taken them with her to go watch the game with your family. Your parents by that point had decided to reveal your identity formally after the game, but Lady Gremory decided our looks weren't, how'd she put it, worthy of our position serving as Satan's heir. Next thing we knew we're here and Kaori was brought in about 10 minutes ago, Yui said, finishing her report. Issei chuckled internally. His grandmother was one of the kindest devils he knew, but when it came to girl talk, dresses, and makeup she became a monster worthy of rivaling Aphrodite herself. Apparently Riaz hadn't been a fan of those kinds of mother-daughter bonding activities growing up, often choosing instead to hang out with Sona and Issei's cousin Sarog. However, now that Issei had brought her teenage girls that couldn't say no, he knew his grandmother would do everything she'd previously been denied whenever she could steal them away. Issei's other knight flashed him an unknowing shrug. "I'm pretty much the same, except I was a little more injured due to Riser sticking a flaming hand through my chest, but I was retired before I suffered any serious damage. I came to and was brought here by Beowulf to play dress up." All the girls knew the servants of Issei's father, having been formally introduced to his peerage when he checked in on their progress during the training week along with his servants. "Do you know what's going on after this?" Issei asked, needing to know what they'd been told. "Yeah, some kind of interview, right?" Kaori remembered. "Something like that," her king sighed. Before notable rating games, it's common for both peerages to be questioned by reporters. Questions can be anything from strategies that'll be implemented to any new skills, although it's not uncommon to be questioned about peerage life or what services you carry out in the name of your king. This allows strong peerages to show a glimpse of the effort and training they put in to inspire others, although it's also used for gossip tabloids about relationships within the peerage. The reporters will likely target me since I'm the center of attention after what happened, but you girls should also be expecting some questions since you're my servants. If you get nervous or if there's a question you don't want or know how to answer, just look at me. Kings are able to refuse to answer a question in the interest of themselves or their peerage. As Issei watched his knights visibly relax, the owner of the shop came back gasping for air as he held two small boxes out to the Gremory lord. "Here are the items you requested, my lord," he wheezed out. With a small chuckle, Issei took the offered boxes and after sneaking a peek walked over to his knights that were looking at the pair curiously. "For you, my ladies," he said with an exaggerated bow as he offered them the boxes. Sharing a look, the two knights picked up their respective box and opened it only to gasp in shock. Each box contained a pair of earrings. Yui's were deep pink that brought out the lighter shade of her hair, while Kaori's were a dark blood red that paired well with her maroon locks and golden orbs. "Since you two are always running around as my knights, I didn't want you girls to have a necklace or a bracelet you'd need to take off when fighting," Issei explained. "So I figured a pair of earrings would be something that you could carry around with you. I choose ones that I thought would look good and that reflect your personalities." He turned to Yui. Yui tried to play matchmaker for Kaori and I when she thought we were both human, so I thought pink diamonds, which reflect romance, creativity, and love, would suit her well. "As for you, Kaori," he said as he turned to his first knight, who switched her gaze from her friend's jewels to her master. "You were born from blood." He paused, looking at the ground as the memories came forth unhindered. "So I thought a blood diamond would suit you. They're mined in areas of conflict, and seeing as how you came to me through blood and now fight to draw blood as my knight, I thought it was an appropriate analogy." The girls looked at each other and then with matching motions picked the offerings up and put them in their ears. "Thank you, Issei," they chorused. "Indeed, thank you, Issei." A dark chuckle sounded from behind the king, who froze like he'd used absolute zero on himself. Turning, he plastered a grin on his face that failed to hide the fear he felt within. Standing before him was his grandmother, who smiled at him with her eyes closed. Issei gulped as the air above her head seemed to take the shape of the Grim Reaper. Issei could almost see the cloaked skeleton pulling its thumb across its throat and the universal symbol of "you're dead." Kyo managed to sneak out from behind the daughter of Baal's back and make her way over to the knights, who were wisely stepping away from their master along with the rest of the staff. "For what?" Issei managed to squeeze out. That was clearly a mistake as the aura darkened and the Reaper became almost tangible. "For giving them such thoughtful and personal gifts." With her eyes still closed, Venelana's smile grew even darker as shadows came from nowhere to partially conceal her face. "Now that you have, there's no way they'll take anything I get them." The girls opened their mouths to argue, but Venelana continued, ignoring them completely. "They might accept them, sure, but they won't have the same personal connection as your gifts. All I can get them now is dresses, and even then only one at the moment due to the deadline." There was clear emphasis on the dead part. Issei was shaking as his panicked mind raced for a way to get out, to survive the situation he found himself in. He seized upon the first, though he had. "Wait, I won the rating game, so I'm going to be getting new peerage members soon." A head tilt was all the encouragement Issei needed as he rambled on. "Why don't you take all of them out for a girls' night out after they're traded to me? You can even take Riz, maybe even Akino and Kaneko if you want." The oppressive aura lessened and it looked like Venelana was considering it. "But what if Riz and her girls don't want to come?" she asked, although the question didn't carry the same aura of "you're more screwed than a man after his wife finds him in bed with her sister" that her previous statements had possessed. "Then I'll trick her into going," Issei pleaded. "No," begged the Shinigami that was his grandmother. "I'll say that she's been called to the underworld with her peerage for some Gremory heir business. She'll go, and I'm sure you can find something for Kiba to do. The maids love him." "Damn that pretty boy devil," Issei cursed internally, although he didn't let it show. "Okay." The aura of death disappeared behind Venelana's cheerful attitude. Everyone blinked at the 180 but didn't dare to comment. It took everything Issei had to not collapse onto his knees. Women were fucking terrifying, but damn are they hot, Issei reminded himself. Although, Issei gulped as his grandmother strode up to him. "We only have 20 minutes before the interview and you still need to get changed." Issei looked down at his suit, which was covered in burns and cuts. "Yes, ma'am," he whispered softly, resigned to his fate. As he was dragged off, he could see his peerage giving him sympathetic eyes, although they made no move to help him. Looking towards Beowulf, Issei shot him a look that said, "Aren't you supposed to protect me?" The brown-suited man only chuckled as he shot him a look that Issei took to mean, "Even I can't fight that monster, mate." As a door closed separating him from the others, Issei could only whimper at what the future held for him. Issei nervously tugged at his collar as he followed his grandmother and Beowulf towards the room the interview would be held in. Following him was Kaori on his right and Yui on his left, with Kiyomi walking in his blind spot. The knights were dressed in beautiful strapless black dresses that ended just above their knees. They were open on the back and slits on the sides ran from the bottom of the dresses to halfway up their thighs, allowing the knight more movement. Kiyomi wore a rich red velvet dress that stopped halfway between her knees and feet but had the same slits from mid-thigh down. Hers came with a black capelet of the same material which hung on her right shoulder, partially concealing the upper part of her arm, and ended just above her elbow when her arms were resting at her side. Issei, on the other hand, was dressed the same as he had been for the raiding game, although all the clothes were new. The only main differences were that his black blazer with the Gremory sigil on his breast pocket was done up halfway, although his undershirt had the top buttons undone. His capelet was gone too, although the golden chain hadn't been wasted and now hung around Issei's neck, giving him a rebellious air that worked well with his unruly hair and clear disregard for buttons at his neck. A group stopped in front of a pair of double doors, although voices could be heard on the other side. Venelana turned, taking in her grandson and his peerage, while Beowulf held the door handles ready to throw them open at a moment's notice. Nodding her head satisfied with their look, she turned to Issei. "This is your first step into politics, Issei. Are you ready? From this moment on, everything you say and do reflects not only on your father or the Gremory clan but also on Devil Society as a whole. Not only are you a Satan's son, but you are also the heir of the de facto leader of the Devils. You have the power to cause a war with a careless word or an engagement with a look at the wrong person. Once you go through these doors, there's no going back. Everyone will be focused on you, so I need to know now, are you ready for this?" Issei took a deep breath as his mother's lessons flashed through his mind. He thought about his aunt, his father, and mother. He thought about Milica's and Ravel. He thought about his peerage, and everything that had changed within the last few months. Was he truly ready for all this? A hand on his shoulder caused him to turn to his right, where he saw Kaori give him a smile. A hand on his left and a turn of his head allowed him to see Yui doing the same. "Ag, no fair," Kiyomi complained as she wrapped her hands around his neck and hung there against his back. Although Issei couldn't see her, he knew that she was pouting. That's right, he had people he could rely on, and he would only get more over time. Removing Kiyomi from his neck with his hands, Issei turned to his grandmother, who had watched unmoving. Issei took a deep breath and nodded at her. Venelana didn't say anything, merely turning to Beowulf, who threw the doors open and stepped through, followed by Venelana and then Issei and his peerage. For a blessed moment at their appearance there was silence, allowing Issei to pause and take in the large crowd of reporters. To his surprise, he recognized a few as representatives of the press for the Grigori, Heaven, and quite a few pantheons. Then the blinding flashes of light and raised voices came as the reporters overcame his sudden appearance and started shouting their questions at him. Ignoring them all, Issei calmly strode over to the table that was set for him and his peerage, with name cards indicating where they should sit. Issei sat on the far side, furthest from the door they'd entered, with Kaori, Yui, and Kiyomi in that order sitting from his left side to the door. There was a speaking post to Issei's right, behind which stood the man who'd be conducting the interview, Nod Gamijan, a popular announcer in the underworld media. To Nod's right sat Riser and his peerage, all of which looked healed, although Riser had a haunted look in his eyes and seemed to tremble slightly upon catching sight of Issei. His peerage was spread out in order of rank, with Ubaluna on his right and the others scattered out in order of their piece importance. "Ladies and gentlemen," Nod began, his voice carrying over the reporters, shouting, getting them to quiet down. "I am Nod Gamijan, and it is my pleasure to host the post-game interview for the raiding game between Riser Phoenix and Issei Lucifuge Gremory. Now I'm sure there are many questions, but before we begin, the victor is due his rewards. Lords Issei and Riser, will you please step forward?" Hearing his name called, Issei stood up and stepped out to stand in front of the podium in an active magic circle. Riser mimicked Issei's movements, although he was clearly reluctant to do so, his trembling only worsening the closer he got to the Satan's son. Now, for those of you that do not know, Lord Issei expressed an interest in trading for one of Lord Riser's bishops, his little sister Ravel to be precise. The two had been friends for quite a while and expressed a mutual interest in the trade. Ravel went to meet with her brother, who promptly refused, saying that Lord Issei was unworthy of her. He then challenged Issei to a rating game with Ravel as the prize should Lord Issei win. If he lost, Lord Issei was to cease his friendship with Lady Ravel immediately. Lord Riser also offered to trade a piece of Lord Issei's choice in addition to his sister should Lord Issei win. As Nod finished explaining the origin of the fight between the two kings, Issei flashed a grin at Ravel, who was almost hopping up and down in excitement. Her eyes were locked onto Issei's as they'd been since Issei had entered the room. Now, Lord Issei, would you please tell us who the second piece you would like to take from Lord Riser? Focusing back on what was happening, Issei turned his gaze from Ravel to the rest of Riser's peerage. A few of the girls sat up straighter under his gaze, but only a few caught his attention. First was Riser's queen Ubaluna, who'd been able to overcome Akino, and after studying tapes of Riser's fighting, Issei knew that she would make for a powerful ally. However, she was a queen, and Issei still held out hope that he'd be able to get someone with a more powerful talent or skill. His next pick was the rook he'd fought, Isabella. She was smart, smarter than her king at least, and was a competent fighter from what Issei had seen during his research. The only problem was that while she was a talented rook, she didn't really have any specialization, and he'd have to cultivate her talent if he wanted her to be a valuable piece. The last piece he considered was a pawn dressed in a dancer bikini similar to those worn in the Middle East. While he had no proof, he suspected that she had a sacred gear, as several times in the films her opponents had seemed to go into a daze when they saw her, although he conceded that may be due to her choice of outfit. After a minute of silence, Issei spoke loud and clear, "I choose the rook Isabella as my second piece." Hearing her name called, Isabella looked up at Issei shocked, while he merely flashed her an arrogant smirk and a wink. With the grin of a man used to milking the audience, Nod merely smiled as he called for Ravel and Isabella to step forward and stand in the middle of the magic circle. They stood in front of Riser facing Issei, while Issei called forth his evil pieces, setting in front of him a rook and a bishop. As he stepped back, he looked at Riser and nodded. The once formidable Phoenix King took a step back in response. At the command of Nod, the two kings raised their right hands, arms outstretched towards the other, while the circle in front of them with their pieces within came to life. In unison, the two kings began to flare their power, increasing their aura, the magic circle glowing in response. As the reporters watched silently, knowing the importance of the ceremony, the symbols began to move and the auras of the kings and their pieces became visible. Riser's was reddish, orange, silently popping and crackling like the flames his family ruled over. Issei's, on the other hand, was a mixture of two colors. The ice blue of his mother's family flowed and intertwined with the crimson red he'd inherited from his father. Their pieces glowed the same color as their respective kings, and to the observant a faint link could be seen between going from the king to their pieces, showing the connection between them. As the auras of the kings grew even stronger, the connection between the pieces and their kings seemed to shake as if the connection was trying to break itself off. With one last push, the kings pushed their auras all the way. Around Riser the air seemed to heat up, while around Issei it seemed to cool and hum with power. The connections jerked and thrashed, once, twice, 3 times, and with an audible snap it broke. For a moment the four pieces were alone, connected and bound to no one before. With a whipping crack, the connection jerked towards the nearest source of power. Issei's unused bishop and rook latched onto Riser's power, and his aura began to surround them. Ravel's and Isabella's connection did the same. Connecting to Issei, their own auras began to glow in interwoven crimson and ice blue. As the ceremony completed itself, the two kings stepped back, each taking deep breaths, although Riser's were more of a pant, while Issei's sounded like he was recovering after giving a quick rant. Silently, Riser's former pieces strode to stand behind Issei, turning they faced their former master. Riser ignored them and walked forward, picking up the red rook and bishop. He thrust them into his pocket before he strode back to his seat, throwing himself upon it with a huff. Issei meanwhile turned to look at his two new pieces, giving them a quick once-over to make sure they were in good health. He whispered a quick, "We'll talk later," before he walked back to his seat, two new chairs magically appearing for his pieces. Ravel was seated to Issei's left where Kaori had sat, while Isabella was between Yui and Kiyom. Once they were all sitting down, Issei leaned back in his chair and popped his feet on the table in front of him. "Well," he said with a devilish smirk, "let's get this show on the road." Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.